What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Mario here. Infighting Exchange, spelt Infighting FX. We are live right now on YouTube, Twitch, X, and IG. This is the weekend recap. What happened in fighting? Yeah, you like that? That's pretty good, right? Just thought of it this past weekend. No biggie. So the Monday shows are a recap of the entire fighting weekend, right? Combat sports, in its infancy, right? Is oftentimes on this show, it is we put our finger on the pulse of combat sports. This weekend, combat sports was like very close to a cardiac arrest. It was very close to a full-blown stroke. That's how that was the gauge upon checking the wrists of combat sports. And obviously I'm being a little, I'm being silly, but the truth is no hyperbole attached whatsoever. It was a busy fucking weekend, dude. It was a busy fucking weekend. Listen, I have never complained about the life I have, right? I've gotten to cover the sports I love, and my opinion on them is valued literally, like with a monetary value, right? And it feels good to be able to do that. I don't know if I'd say it's my dream, but certainly it falls within the confines of a dream-like scenario for young Mario to be imagining. But here's the thing, like the good thing is like I've done this for 10 years, dude, but I'm not Steve Kim. I'm not Dan Rayfeld. I'm not Mike Coppinger. And I mean that in like a good and a bad way. Like, yeah, it sucks. It's bad that I, at the end of the day, don't live up to this, like whatever bar that people set, but that's not my bar. Right. And then on top of it, it's like, I get to also be obscure, right? Like I never wanted to be a podcaster, never wanted to be a live streamer, never even really wanted my face out there. Like I was okay putting my name on everything because I know I'm an incredible writer and people deserve credit for what they do. So that was like I never had that issue at all, but I just didn't want to be like known for, it's like I played baseball growing up. I was really, really good at poker in college and won and did like a lot of things that people thought I was going to, do more with and stuff. But ultimately, like all those positions, like they like refortified my knowledge that like, I don't want to be well known. I don't want to be well known, but I want to do this. So I got to do it and it's a great time to do it. But I said all that to say, it also fucking sucks when you have 3 main events or let's say 2 co-main events and 1 main event all at the same time. We're going to go ahead and we're not going to watch the watch along, obviously, but we are going to watch a portion of the watch along from this weekend. By the way, if any of you subscribe to me this weekend, subscribe to Infighting FX, this show from this weekend's live stream, I very much appreciate it. Very much helps, the support to get the subs and the follows and the likes and the retweets and all that other stuff. So I appreciate that. If you followed on Saturday or engaged or found the show or whatever, yeah, I told y'all we were going to be live streaming all day, and that's exactly what we did. We got live, I think it was like 1:30, but we were already live on TikTok like 2 hours before that for like 45 minutes. And so then after that, we did the whole Royal Rumble, right? And then we stayed on for the UFC. We ended up popping on the Xander Zayas Top Rank show on their fast channel, their Top Rank fast channels. And we watched that co-main event and the main event. And then we ended up watching the UFC, the full 300 and was it 35, 25, right? No, 35, right? Whatever it is. We watched that. And then of course we watched Ring 6. And that was the thing, is like, if you watched the live stream with us, first of all, I want to say thank you for tapping in. I hope you had a good time. I hope you were well entertained. And also, I'm really, really sorry, I mean this, if my cousins or my brother or any of my friends or family offended anybody. I know sometimes their language can be crass. I know sometimes they can also make jokes that borderline on like racism. And you know, at the end of the day, like these are like my bros. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody got bros, right? These are my bros. And if you have bros of your own, then you know in front of the bros, you can kind of say whatever you want because either the bros know you well enough and you know them well enough to know to take a joke and when they're joking, right? But then at the same time, you also should know them well enough or you well enough or you know each other well enough to know, oh, but no, like Jake's really racist or like, yeah, these are my boys, but you know, Tommy hates Cambodians. Like, you know what I mean? That kind of shit. It's like, oh, okay, well, everybody's got one of those guys. I don't. My family is chill as shit. But they are known to push the comedy boundaries. A lot of people thought it was funny. You know, a lot of people were like, oh man, bring Adam back, bring Ryan back. I fear some of you might have not enjoyed it. I lost like I had like 14 subs to that point, and then just like 7 of them dropped out of nowhere, like in that same time frame. So I don't know. I mean, we still ended on a positive, but at the end of the day, I will say if you joined us on Saturday and you had fun and you can take a joke and you know you want to kick it with the boys, we will be again live this next Saturday and live for the rest of eternity, as far as I know. Every weekend, Saturday, Sunday, the occasional Friday. We weren't live yesterday. It was my wife's birthday. And also I was not feeling well, super sick in the morning. I think it was the Royal Rumble that did it. No, I'm just kidding. But we will get to that. But anyway, yeah. So we chilled, we hung out. I think I ate a little too late and woke up and I wasn't feeling well. But I was never gonna go. Wow. Fundora and Thurman are already rescheduled. Is this a joke? Sebastian Fundora, shout out to Andres Hell from ESPN. Shout out to Andres Hell. He's a good dude, smart. Sebastian Fundora, WBC junior middleweight champion, or I'm sorry, Sebastian Fundora's WBC junior middleweight title defense against Keith Thurman was rescheduled to March 28th at MGM Grand. Oh, this is just the. Oh, okay. I was like, they just announced it and they're moving it again. Yeah, this was from yesterday. It just got updated, is why, for whatever reason. I have no idea. Yo, that is hilarious, though, that they put this thing out. Like, it got announced on Friday, right? Didn't it get announced on Friday? I don't remember, but that's funny. Anyway, so yeah, this past weekend we got to hang out and appreciate everybody. Make sure you're subbed, make sure you're followed so you can tap in on the weekend. But like I said, we didn't cover Zuffa, wasn't feeling well. Also, my wife's birthday. I did watch Game of Thrones, and holy shit, this is a fucking good Game of Thrones story. Very good Game of Thrones story. I'm telling you right now, if you are a fan of really good storytelling, and you know, you also you don't have a stick up your ass politically. I mean, which I don't judge you. Is like 90% of the country is like huge stick up their ass politically. But as long as those two things don't qualify you, then you are qualified to enjoy Game of Thrones because it's fucking good. What a great story they have for us. But I watched that anyway. I did see Zuffa. I did catch it and that's the other part about the Paramount. We're gonna talk Zuffa. We're gonna talk everything. I just want y'all to know that 7:00 Central Time, 8:00 Eastern. Raw starts. We'll be live for Raw. We'll stay live as I do my recap for fightsatw.com. That's fightsaroundtheworld.com, and that's where you can go to check out yours truly's recap piece on the Royal Rumble, as well as all WWE, AEW, wrestling, stories and recaps. Shout out to Abe Gonzalez, who was working like a dog this weekend. Man, just firing out one recap after the other. I mean, on top of everything, dude. On top of everything. UFC, Ring, Zayas, even the early fight with Josh Kelly. By the way, shout out to Josh Kelly. What a fight that was, and what a fight. We're gonna watch some of the highlights. I'm gonna take you through a lot of highlights, actually. And this is going to be a good time to mention this. If you're watching on YouTube, at some point, I'm going to need you to switch over to Twitch or IG. If you're on Instagram, well, you're not on Instagram because I just went live on it now. So now if at some point you're on Instagram, I'm going to need you again to move over to X or Twitch. We're going to start going Twitch heavy, guys. I'm not going to be going live on YouTube as much anymore. I mean, I'm going to go live on YouTube every week for the shows, but I'm not going live daily on YouTube anymore. We will do Twitch, we will do X, we will do our gamer days and gamer nights. We'll do our workouts still. And I appreciate a lot of you who've been working out with me and, hanging out and, I hope it's been helping. But ultimately what I want is to create a place where I can go live and give the content I want without having to worry about people nitpicking, right? It's one thing if you're using people's content. That makes you an asshole. That makes you a piece of shit, right? It's another thing if you're trying to stop people who don't have positive criticisms or are fairly criticizing you or your promotion or you as a manager or promoter or whatever entity you represent, and then you're getting shit pulled off of YouTube. YouTube right now, as far as I'm concerned, is just a broken place. I mean that with all due respect and all sensibility, to know that they're a powerhouse company and that all these companies wouldn't be here without YouTube, although somebody would have come along and done it, I guess. But at the end of the day, YouTube is a powerhouse. I'm not pretending that it's not, that it isn't. All I'm saying is it's a fucking gross place to be on now. Like, compared to what it once was, it is like terrible. It's just so, like, everything that people talk about when they talk about woke, right? Like, because the right will talk about woke, but they're just full of shit. They're just talking about the left woke, right? Because there's right woke too. And right woke is even worse. Those are the Karens. Those are the fucking fake military people, right? But what they have is this shit where they will talk it and it's like disappears into the foreground. This isn't one of those things, not at all. But we're gonna talk about, first and foremost, the Royal Rumble. We're gonna be on wrestling for the next hour, jump onto boxing after that, and then close out with the UFC just before WWE Raw starts. And so, like I said, we have a lot of topics. We have a lot of stuff to go over. So I'm going to jump off of YouTube after the first hour. So if you're on YouTube, please go to the other spots. But yeah, we'll be rocking out for a while. So, no need to jump whatever right away. I'm also going to open up the link. I'm going to send it to YouTube right now, just in case anybody's on there that wants to jump on before we close out with them. Also going to put it on X as well. Yeah, let me do that too. If anybody wants to jump on for X or YouTube, you can. Twitch, yeah, that's fine. Twitch. Yeah, anybody that wants to jump on, that's fine. Let me just post before we get into all of this shit. But what did you guys think? How many of you, were here to check out the wrestling? How many of you were here to check out the MMA? How many of you were here to watch, the boxing? What did you all catch? What did you all see? What impressed you? I'll tell you that, just to give you a peek of what we're going to be talking about a little later, Zuffa Boxing had their second show on Sunday. A lot was said, and it feels like Dana White is just man, he's just missing it. He's just missing it. He's just missing the point, dude. It's like he's like on the verge of this self-discovery of what boxing really is, right? Because he's trying to make boxing what UFC is, what slapbox is, right? And all those. And that's whack, but he doesn't have to do that. The boxing cards have been good. The first one was really good. It had an amazing, in fact, I'd argue probably one of the best fights so far this year. I mean, obviously it's only been a month, but still, I would argue that. And then guess what happens? They have a show on Sunday and it's fucking good. It's so good. There was another awesome, potentially very early fight of the year, even round of the year, maybe. I don't think either of these win it. They're just too not low stakes. They're too low level, or not low level. What's the word? They're not commercially viable guys, right? And they're going to give those things to commercially viable people so that people buy the magazines that, or read the articles on the websites that make these, things. Like, look at the DAZN Awards or Ring Awards or whatever the fuck they had this past weekend. Like, all that's like basically propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at the Grammys, right? The Grammys was just like nothing but propaganda. And don't get me wrong, I think that, at this point, if you don't have if you don't at least think that there are some people that were hired in ICE that are probably terrible at their job and shouldn't have been there, dude, I don't know how to help you. I can't speak retard, so you should probably jump off. Again, that's not to say that you should be fucking with law enforcement. That's not to say that people, that we shouldn't get rid of hardened criminals, illegal criminals. Absolutely. But I mean, come on, y'all just politicizing everything now, including ICE. So it's like, I see it at the Grammys. I see it everywhere. I feel like this, like I'm the only person in the world that's just like, dude, can we just get rid of everybody who might have been on that Epstein list? Like, we don't have to fuck their careers up. We don't have to steal their money. We don't have to send them jail. Like, none of that stuff. We're just like, whatever. But anyway, yo, what is going on? Oh, by the way, shout out to Matt. He said that Zuffa card yesterday was fire. It was. And I actually read that before. That's exactly what I said. Hey, what's going on, champ?
Ain't nothing, man. I didn't hear anything you said because your audio was going in and out. But
was it?
The realest that ever done it is here right now. Let's go.
Booker G in the house, champ. In the house. Listen, we're starting off.
Gotta swat those flies real quick.
Yeah, exactly. The first thing. Okay, now you swat the flies. Now I want you to swat the bullshit, because we're hearing rumors, Abe. Rumors that the Royal Rumble was changed last minute. Now, last minute has been taken out of context. Some people are saying last minute was meant as of like the last week or two. Some people are saying last minute meant the last few hours heading up to the Royal Rumble. I don't believe that. That doesn't jive with me. That said, Abe, what were your thoughts about the men's Royal Rumble? First, we'll start there. And what are your thoughts of all of this, like Triple H, Roman Reigns, problems with booking? We spoke briefly about Roman's appearance last week on WWE and what he had to say about the booking and creative. What are your thoughts right now?
Listen, man, anything that is on Pat McAfee, anything that's on Chris Von Vliet or whatever his name is, anything that's on Busted Open, when it comes to these guys doing it, I personally always believe that all of it is story, to be honest with you.
Wow.
And it's all tied into the story. Even same thing with the Unreal or the Unreal, right? The season
Very
2.
good point. Very good point.
All that shit is tied into the one story, which is the WWE story, and whatever they want, the people to know or to think or to whatever the case may be. So that Roman Reigns, talking about, Nick Khan's a hell of a businessman and creative, all of that story, bro.
Wow.
Story. I'm telling you, man, I'm not buying it.
Okay. I'm here with you right now for now. Okay. But I'm gonna let you know, I'm thinking about jumping off the boat right now, only until you explain this. If it is all story, which again, I can 100% jive with, and I think that's actually really good rationale you're using. That said, explain The Rock. Was that a one-off? Was that just him wanting to defend himself? That had nothing to do with what WWE wanted. It was like an unsolicited invite that was Dwayne The Rock Johnson's idea, not WWE? Or is that
what are we talking about?
Is it story all this time? Well, when The Rock went on after Mania, because you're saying that everything that goes on with ESPN at this point is story. And I think you're right at this point now. I do. But when The Rock did it, that didn't seem to be like what WWE wanted out, right? It didn't seem to be like, basically he was saying, you're right, it did suck, and I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nah, I think I think it's all story, bro. All them dudes is laughing about the shit in the back, bro. Plain as simple as that, man. I mean, that's the men's Royal Rumble was cool, but I don't know, like I would have liked, maybe seeing Mike Santana out there, right? I would have liked to see I don't know, a couple other guys, maybe old boy from NXT, the one that always had the beef with The Rock's daughter. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's not coming to me right now, but
yeah,
like maybe him, or it's just, I don't know, it just felt like a little predictable. Roman Reigns, he's back in the driver's seat again. I don't know. I mean, I thought the women's was okay as well. Liv Morgan winning it is supposed to happen. Like that's Ethan Page. Yeah, there you go, Matt.
Yeah, Ethan
but
Page, thank you.
Yeah, but Liv Morgan winning it, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with that. Like that was I think that she deserves that because of the time that she was off, right? And so, her getting that run again, I like it. I like it. So
Yeah,
we'll see. I guess we'll see with the.
So who are you leaning towards as far as who Roman chooses? Where do you think they go here? I mean, and I want to give you context real quick. Remember, first of all, the rumors have been Cody and Roman, which obviously they could do that without the title, but I doubt that's what happens. The rumors have been that Drew McIntyre in the World Championship is where Roman will hover. However, right before we closed out the year 2025, I think a lot of people are forgetting this. There was that moment where Seth, Cody, Roman, Cody, Roman, and CM Punk, they were all getting ready for Survivor Series and they were trying to gel together and they were like, whose team is it, right? Because all the other years was like, oh, Hulk Hogan's team, Warriors team, the Hart Foundation team, whatever. They wanted to know who in the 2025 Survivor Series, what is this going to be known as? Whose team will it be? When we reference it, will we call it Roman's team, Punk's team, whatever? They were going through all that. So as Roman walks out on the go home episode for Survivor Series, you remember it. He stares at CM Punk, looks at his belt, and then says a claim of like, I want to be champion, and that one specifically would look good around my shoulder, and then Jace kind of like repeated it. So what do you think? Is there any chance that we see Punk, Roman? Do you still believe that Braun Breaker is the most reasonable person to win Elimination Chamber?
Yeah. Yes. So I think it's Roman and Punk. And I'm not sure if McIntyre is the champion by WrestleMania.
Wow. So you think they're taking it from him?
I think he's going to drop it somewhere along the lines. It's either going to be to Braun, to Cody, and I'm trying to think of anybody else. Nah, probably them. Elimination Chamber, or Jacob. You know what? They might pivot to Jacob Cody at Mania,
bro. Oh man, and I think that has been where they might have gone. I'm not saying it was set in stone. I'm saying that is maybe a direction because we've seen them battling. But man, dude, it's like the Royal Rumble is to show us, right? You know what the Royal Rumble is? Abe, what are those jobs where people take you into a room where there's two-way mirrors and they have you try a bunch of like chips and stuff, and then they get the customers' ideas? I forget what they're called. Me and Matt were trying to think of it the other day too. That's what the Royal Rumble is, Abe. The Royal Rumble is market research for real life customers. And when these people pop at the sight of Jacob Fatu and Roman Reigns facing off, damn it, that's telling the creative something. That's telling Triple H something. And if these guys aren't listening, then it's like, what are we even watching for at this point? Like, they're telling you what they want. Jacob Roman lit that place on fire at a time when it was kind of starting to dull a little bit, right? But if you want to comment on that, but I have to know, without giving away what I think at all, I need to know your thoughts on the Breaker Rumble appearance. Was it a fail? Was it a win? What did you think about him being eliminated number one overall with another hooded masked figure?
I wasn't feeling that. Like I'm over the hooded mask. Is this like, Logan?
It's like it's trolling now.
Yeah, is this Logan Paul now taking over the vision, right? Like, and then maybe this is what gets Braun out of that situation and give him like a solo singles run without being part of it. Because if you look at it, it almost felt like Braun has already been an outcast to that group. If you look at them, he looks different. He looks different than he looks different than the group itself. Like the group is like looking a certain way, and then Braun's got the hoodie on. Like he's purposely making himself look separate from that. And I think
Great
that
catch, dude. Great fucking catch. Oh, that's a clip right there. They are purposely separating them. And you know what, though, Abe? Real quick, and not to cut you off, but you said that it's working. I think it's working. I don't know what they want it to work for, but it's having an effect.
Yeah. I mean, but they, you know, get Braun Breaker out of there. This guy is ready to take the fucking Iron Man suit and go to space, bro. Like, let's go. Like, let's stop wasting time. Put him on him, man. Put the battery pack on him. Put the rocket ship on him. Let's go.
Yeah, and you know, Abe, I want to tell you this too. I remember when the Tiffany Stratton Money in the Banks era was going on. That thing lasted months. And I remember you said something. It was like one of the last couple before she actually cashed in. And you said something like, this was supposed to be one of the biggest cash-ins in women's history. And you said, with every fake out, with every pump fake, it takes away from the moment that it actually happens. And damn, dude, I think that's exactly what's going on with Braun Breaker. It's like every time. Not yet. Exactly. And it just takes it away from the point that now if it's like Elimination Chamber, and my boss fucking told me that was going to happen months ago. And one of my favorite co-hosts, Machine Gun Matt, said that was going to happen at the beginning of January. And all these people book this stuff that, yes, are very smart and have, you know, are in the business. But that's not a good thing. You know what I mean? It's not a good thing for us to know ahead of time so long what you're going to do in the biggest moments. Who would be interesting that's under that mask? Matt says Logan Paul is who he thinks it is. Is that who you think it is?
Yep.
Would you rather it be anybody else?
No. I think Logan Paul, to be honest with you, is the better fit to be the leader of the Vision.
Yeah. No. I thought your point.
If you think about it, if you really think about it, and then from an optics, you know, view, when you put Logan Paul in the middle of that crew, it looks legit. Right, you have to always think about what it looks like behind the lens, and behind the lens, Logan Paul standing in the middle of those guys looks legit. And I think so right.
You're so right, and that, thank you, because that takes me into my next question I have for you, and that is a grading report on Obafemi. Abe, you said Obafemi could be one of the Iron Men. Matt did as well. You mentioned that when you started seeing Obafemi packages that you thought this guy could have something. I know you were a little afraid about what WWE would actually do and use him with, and I agreed with you a lot. That said, he's starting to look pretty decent. You know, that Rumble appearance I thought was good. What do you grade it? And give me any criticisms or positives you have about it.
I think he looked good. Listen, until we start seeing him regularly on Raw or SmackDown, whichever one, I think he's going to be on Raw, right? Or SmackDown. You know, let's see what the reaction is. You know, right now that's the new shiny toy, right? So let's see what happens in a couple of weeks when, you know, when it settles down and it gets past the initial mega pop from NXT. I still don't know if he can be the guy that they make him out to be. I don't know. And then, you know, they got Hobbs back, and or they got Hobbs in WWE now, and, you know, is he gonna go to Raw? And I don't know. Like, it just I don't know.
It's too similar a look, too similar a package. You're trying to push this narrative of like two big, strong guys that are just coming up, you know, from like a indie. Like, that's the way they kind of want to sell it, right? That's a very good point. Is it too crowded for a guy like Obafemi right now?
Let me tell you, and let me tell you that Michael Cole almost messed up too. I caught him when he almost messed up, because when he was talking about Hobbs, right? And he was like, yeah, and him and Cody, and then he paused for like 7 seconds, almost like to wait to hear what they wanted him to say.
No,
because I felt like,
for real?
I felt like he was about to almost say AEW. Like, I'm just saying.
Then
Then he was like, Oh yeah, and they were in the independent scene or something like that. He said it. He said it like that. But there was a few second pause in there in between. If you go back and you hear it, like there
I
was a
gotta go check
pause
that
in
out.
there, and I was like, "Oh, was he about to just say it?" Like
I want to ask you about that because I felt like they made a big mistake. Not a big mistake, but I felt like it was a clear mistake using Powerhouse Hobbs's name and then changing it right away, right? In the years past, like with Gunther, they tried to just pretend the name Walter or Volter didn't exist, right? It's like, oh, he's Gunther now, right? And the same thing they've done with a lot of the European guys, right? I don't know why you don't. First of all, I know why you don't use Powerhouse Hobbs, because you want to keep that name and you don't want Powerhouse Hobbs's name to blow up and then he has ownership of it, right? What you want is you want to create a different character, but you want that rub, like people that actually know. But the way I look at it is you're in that position. That's the Royal Rumble, right? You want the pop of knowing, oh, this is an AEW guy that just came over. But how many of those people even know who the fuck Powerhouse Hobbs was? You know what I mean? Like, I would say it was probably like less than 80% of the crowd. And I'm probably being really generous.
But I think that's what it is, though, right? You use Powerhouse Hobbs, at least in the beginning, because you're going under the impression that maybe 70% of the WWE crowd doesn't know who Powerhouse Hobbs is from AEW.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hope that 70% that doesn't know him will Google search him by that name, and then we'll be able to kind of figure out like what's what, instead of trying to search the new name, because nothing will come up.
Good call. Very good
call. Does that make sense?
It does. And here's the other thing. See, the way I saw it, factoring in, I said, oh, the surprises were very limited this year, so they wanted that one to hit like as hard as they could, right? But that brings me to my next question for you. Another Jericho-less show. Is he even WWE bound at this point? What are your beliefs on that? And then take me to the Royal Rumble itself and the surprises or lack thereof. Do you think, like, did it miss the ball? Was it a big part missing? Like, how bad did the show get affected based on the lack of surprises?
Yeah. So Jericho's on tour this month in Europe with his band. So I was always under the impression that if he didn't make his appearance in that beginning of January timeframe, if it didn't happen then it's not going to happen until later on. March, April, like probably like WrestleMania type, or they could be saving it for Elimination Chamber and do a return like they did with CM Punk, right? Something like that. So at the end of the show or whatever, because it is going to be in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, the Elimination Chamber. So yes, maybe something like that. I don't know. Like if you compare the Royal Rumble from last year, which was where was it? Was it Detroit? No.
Where was it?
KC? I can't remember where it was, but if you compare it between those, two, like it just didn't have that feel. Like it just it didn't have that Royal Rumble like umph to it, and there was a lot of folks posting on social media. Some were saying that, like I saw that they were doing a meet and greet. Guy waited 3.5 hours.
Wow.
And it didn't have, so the meet and greets, they just rotated people. So you didn't know who you were getting until you got to the front. So they rotated wrestlers like every 30, 45 minutes. So you got who you got by the time you got to the front of the line. And so, people were saying 3.5 hours just for a quick photo with somebody. And, I saw, some of the stuff from the arena and with the lights and a lot of empty seats. They said that the tickets were being like jacked ridiculous on the secondary market. And it was just like a whole like drama, right? But in the end, it just didn't have that vibe. It didn't have that energy. And I'm really wondering if, you look at that and you say to yourself, how is WrestleMania going to be if the Royal Rumble was in that fashion as far as energy is concerned? They're not gonna
So
have
well
it.
said.
So it's gonna be WrestleMania overseas, WrestleMania USA type of thing. It's gonna
Ooh,
have
well
to be.
said. Well
It's gonna
said.
have to be.
I love that you said that because that's how I felt while I was watching. I was like, okay, the continuity's there, obviously, right? Everything that happens on the show is going to count. But I'm an actual fan that's been watching the product. And if you've been watching the product, then you know you've been conditioned to see these afternoon events, right? In Saudi, these backdrops, like they're all very Saudi specific. Like, here's the thing, I can show a casual fan, even a non WWE fan, a picture, a still frame of every Saudi show, comparing it to like literally every other show, and they'd be able to pick out the Saudi event like that, right? And that in itself conditions the mind to say, hey, this doesn't matter, or I don't care, or whatever, right? And it never felt like that switch got turned. Like I remember when Seth Rollins came out at the end of that Saudi show and through the things, that was like, oh shit, that was a moment right there. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. And then Braun Breaker on Raw, I think it was Australia, wherever it was, overseas, it was like, oh shit, there's a moment right there. You know, even Drew is the champion when he did his the castle thing, the castle show, they loved him, right? He was so over. It was like they will support and love everything that WWE does. That said, you have to remember that you have conditioned us to enjoy certain things and not enjoy certain things, right? And so I think it's going to take a while to break that like unconscious thing in your head that says daytime wrestling doesn't matter. House show. Saudi doesn't matter in 2 weeks. House show. Like oversized house show. Like all of that kind of hurt them, I think. But ultimately, I think it's this era we're in, honestly, Abe, where it's like there's no more surprises. There's no more secrets. You know what I mean? Like, how would you have ever snuck Brock Lesnar? Because so many people, Abe, I don't know if you know, they were pissed about the Brock Lesnar thing. They were like, oh my God, you literally didn't even have him on WWE TV. Why not use him as a surprise if you're not going to even have, you know what I mean? Like, so many moments. I think the Seth Rollins thing fucked with a lot of people. A lot of people were wondering if that was even an accident anymore, which was something I had brought up, by the way, in my story on fightsatw.com, where you can go and read that. But ultimately, I just think that they let the thing down. I want to, before we get to the women's rumble, I want to switch to the big topic that everybody's talking about. AJ Styles lost, Abe. AJ Styles' career with WWE is over. Now, at the end, I posted this on TikTok. A lot of people responded to it. It seems to have a lot of people curious. He went to take off the gloves, put them in the center of the ring, a la Undertaker in his boots and hat, a la John Cena in his sneaks. Then he stops, shakes his head, puts the gloves back on, and gives them the phenomenal sign. Abe, two questions. One, is AJ done with wrestling or just done with WWE? And B, depending on your answer, what's next?
Yeah, I think that he might just be done with WWE. Now, I think Triple H said something about that. They might have a job for him, in the back, working as an agent or something.
Really?
Yeah. That they were talking about that. This is the thing. And I'm gonna take it back into the I'm gonna take it back into the business side of it. AJ Styles is probably one of the last of the wrestlers who has like a great deal in place that sees him getting a lot of his money, right? When it comes to merch, when it comes to contract and stuff from like the older regime. Now, a lot of these companies, first quarter of the year, they usually do like an audit of where they're spending money at, and they usually make cuts. They usually let go of people. They usually downsize on personnel until they can figure out, what's what, right? So I think with AJ Styles, the reason why he might not have gotten the year run like Cena did is because of that. Like, cut the loss early in the year. Because I remember when WWE signed him, they said something about that he was allowed to own his name in WWE So AJ Styles is his. And then that he was getting like something ridiculous, like 60-70% of merch. And when you're getting those, when you have those type of things that really not a lot of other wrestlers have, um, that's money that's not coming in for WWE, and they probably like, yo, let's cut him now. As we got everybody else in this other deal that's not paying them as much, and let's just go ahead and cut them. Not cut them, but let's and sever ties here, right here. And I think that's what happened. That's why it felt so quick, man. It was like, man, like they made it into a retirement match right away, and I was just like, man, that was just like all of a sudden. But it feels right from a business perspective that you cut ties with him this early in the year, and then maybe if his contract is till the end of the year, you keep him as an employee in the back or something for the rest of the year, not as an active wrestler.
So the argument, and first of all, shout out to Matt, said AJ Styles retired and Crash Out Mario returned. Yeah, I crashed out, I'm not gonna lie. But listen, I think the thing was this, right? It pissed me off because this was the moment. This was your moment to like, because how many times in wrestling have we seen this? 1, 2. Oh, he's hulking up. Probably 99% of the time. The arm goes down for the third and it stops. And they do the Hogan, you know what I mean? I just wanted to see it not happen once and just like, oh, see, somebody does get choked out. And like, I watched it again, and I'll admit the referee gave us enough from his performance to say, oh, he was really worried, right? Because it's like a ref in a boxing match, right? You see them and they're worried, and they're going to be more prone. Like you can see when a ref is about to stop something, right? And so like in a situation where you'd normally give them an 8 count, a standing 8 count, right? You're stopping the fight. So I get that. I do. That said, Abe, Gunther chokes out another legend. Abe, is Gunther on his way to retiring Brock Lesnar via tap out or choke out? Is that what they do to Brock Lesnar?
I think so.
Brock will go through with it?
I think so, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. Through that whole journey, I'm falling asleep, man. I'm dozing off on Gunther.
Whoa. Wow.
I'm just not excited, bro. Like, I'm just like, yeah. I'm not excited, bro. Like, I'm just not.
I said the same thing.
It's just not doing it for me. I'm like, cool. Whatever. You want to warm up one of the pay-per-views? Yeah, go ahead. I'm just not into it. Just like Drew McIntyre being champ. What is he doing with it?
Yeah, it's kind of like those situations where like it's really nice to reward people that do great work.
Yeah.
But in the entertainment business, there's such thing as an it factor, right? And it's an unfair thing. Like anybody who would say that the it factor is a fair, attribute is a liar, because first of all, we don't even know how to describe it. We don't know what it looks like. Only few people in the world have ever really been able to monetize it, and yet we all agree that it exists in some way, shape, or form. It exists. And so I look at it and I say, if Gunther's entire last year run up until Saturday was replaced by Jacob Fatu, how much more would I give a shit? How much more would I give a shit about a Jacob Fatu fucking up the game the way he is, the way Gunther is? Bro, I'd give a lot more shits. I'll tell you that.
And this is the thing also, like, I was confused. So Roman Reigns attacks Jey Uso, but then helps him later on in the match. Like, I didn't get that.
Abe,
I did not get that.
It was so many things in this match that both of them. First of all, Raquel Rodriguez has a world title match tonight in Philadelphia, a street fight for the world title against Stephanie Vicker in a program that's been going on since last year. Why on earth was she in a 30-man Royal Rumble? Well, then you figure out, at the end she's in it because Liv was going to win, right? They wanted to have that big like throw over. it almost feels like what WWE is doing at this point, and the data is starting to collect. So I'm recognizing the pattern since last year. It's all Triple H. It's like, hey guys, we have a bunch of avenues and directions that we can go with various feuds in the women's and men's roster. So with the Royal Rumble, what we're going to do is we're going to throw them all in the air, and we're going to see which one sticks. You know, we're going to chuck them all at the ceiling and see which one sticks, so that we can use whatever. So it's like, now you can still use Jay Roman's moment to tell a heel story, but then at the same time, you can keep the face story going. It's like they don't know which direction they definitively want to go, and they don't want to fuck anything up to the point where it's like, man, we had, you know, Jacob Fatu primed and ready to be blah, 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 or Finn Balor, blah, blah. That was the other problem. Is like, there's no finish the story. Like, somebody that needs to finish their story doesn't have to win every year, right? It would have been nice to have that baby face, like, oh my God, this guy's the new Cody, the next Jay, and then Sammy gets his ass tossed out at the end, right? That builds to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then Finn has that incredible match with CM Punk, and then he beats him up. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would not be surprised if Raquel Rodriguez wins the title tonight. And
Shut the hell up. No,
and then
stop.
they do live Raquel. No, yeah, and then they do live Raquel in WrestleMania. God,
no. I literally just thought of that for the first time. You saying that. Fuck, dude. Are they gonna do that?
Oh, and then what happened is whoever wins the Elimination Chamber would win. So who was at that table in Vegas? Who was it? Charlotte, Rhea. Maybe Charlotte wins the Elimination Chamber. But you also got to think, listen, don't forget Bianca Belair is out there, right? So you can't forget about her. Maybe she wins the Elimination Chamber if she comes back in time.
It was hard to know which Rumble I had more problems with. Not that I disliked both of them like a lot. It's just that, like, you're gonna always have positives and criticisms, right?
Yeah.
The criticisms for the women were
hold on.
No problem. The criticisms that I have for the women is different than what I had for the men's, right? Lash Legend, why on earth do you position her for the Iron Man award or even the Juggernaut award, right? Which, again, if you don't know what the Juggernaut award is, it is Infighting FX's own award that we here made up with the help of Machine Gun Matt and everybody over there at Talking Sports Radio. The Juggernaut award is for the person that eliminates the most people. But why you put Lash Legend in this position to look like $1 million only to just unceremoniously throw her out? Sol Ruka was better because she was at least final 3. But God, I just had such a big problem with that Lash Legend spot. I just thought it was wasted, you know, and the same thing with Breaker, you know what I mean? And so it's like so many of these moments. But hey, real quick, before we get off this AJ thing, there's a huge rumor that is really taking shape that AJ is all but signed to AEW. That this entire thing was well known, that he was never re-signing, and February was always going to be the date he was re-signed, and that, you know, people like the Young Bucks and the Good Brothers and all these people that they have over there that keep a bridge open basically settled this a long time ago. Abe, what is the likelihood to you that AJ ends up in AEW?
I don't know. I'm gonna tell you something right now, though. AJ in AEW would be huge for them, even at this stage of his career. I think it would be huge for them. Even if it's for a year run, like, be huge for them. He's the type of guy that you could really, like, put the company behind, and have like big feuds with him. But I don't know, man. Maybe AJ's just tired of it all. You know what I mean? He's been doing it for a long time.
Hey, I'll tell you what,
doing it for a long time.
For real. And he's always been super jacked, Abe. And the one thing I know about the human body is as you get older, that shit don't get easier, right? He looks better than he did when he was in his 20s. The amount of effort and work that it takes to not just build that kind of body, but then to recover from the work, bro, he's probably like 18, 16 hours a day on his body, like literally, like, you know, recovering, ice cold plunges or whatever, the cryo freeze, all that shit he must
Yeah,
be doing.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you with the AEW thing. Listen, I want to ask last thing on wrestling. Tommaso Ciampa made his AEW debut last week. It was actually received really well. Turns out they had a huge uptick in social media stuff. What do you think? Tommaso Ciampa, is that a notable signing? Can he mean something for the company?
I think he can, but they just have to really put him in a good spot. They need to put him in a good story, to be honest with you. He got a really good pop. Build off of that. That's the one thing that I have to always like critique about AEW. They have a hard time building upon the stuff that they do. And it's like they have these great pay-per-views, and then it's like they have a meh, dynamite to follow it. So
you're absolutely right, dude.
You got Ciampa there. He's, you could work him as a really good heel. Like let's get something going, man.
Something nasty going. Something really good.
That young wrestlers don't get a shine WWE, but they want AJ to be there with
you. Yeah. And a lot of this has been coming to AEW over the last couple of weeks. Everybody talks about WWE pushing new stars, but when we look at the AEW landscape every week, it's the same swerve. Omega, Moxley, fucking who else was out there? It was Swerve, Hangman, you know what I mean? MJF. I love these guys. They are clear stars and they are clear long-term benefactors of the wrestling business. That said, Hulk Hogan wasn't always in the world title position, not always. Diesel, Shawn, Triple H, like some of these guys eventually took breaks. John Cena, and then came back. I just feel like it's like the same matches. And are they bangers? Absolutely. But I need more now. I need more than just, the pay-per-views are going to be really good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not watching TV for a match that's just going to be good no matter what. For what?
But and this is where, like I get upset with them because they use Collision, right, to do some of these young guys. But you're putting Collision on a Saturday night and you're competing with all these sports. You're not getting people over. Like, it's just not happening.
Way. It's not happening, dude. I don't think I've watched a single Collision that wasn't on the internet in, like, you know what I mean? Like clips and shit in probably a year, honestly. Probably like this time last year is the last time I watched a Collision show. And it is just not working. Abe, do you got time for like one boxing topic, or you got to bounce?
Yeah. No, my kids is home now, so yeah, a quick one.
Okay, Shakur, Shushu, and Keyshawn, all successful this week, all successful this weekend, all showed us something. Who had the best performance in your mind? And do you think, based on what Dana White said on Sunday night following the Zuffa boxing, that any one of those three could be on his list for guys that he's looking to grab? I know what's his name has the Matchroom contract or whatever, but at the end of the day, or the DAZN contract, but what do you think about the card? Who did it solidify and where do they go from here?
All right. So first, just to clarify, if I'm not mistaken, this was Shakur's last fight on Matchroom.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
All right. But some of those contracts, Matchroom has it in there where they can match whatever is being offered, just like what happened with Bam Rodriguez.
That was a true story.
Yeah, so Zuffa offered them something, Matchroom matched it, but Robert Garcia also said that there were other offers. So if those other offers were like higher, then they have to go back to Matchroom and then kind of do that.
Got it. Okay.
So nothing is solidified. Shushu still with Top Rank. Keyshawn, if I'm not mistaken, is still with Top Rank. So that's that. Performance wise, I mean, Shakur, right? Shakur had the best performance. I mean, this guy nearly shut out Teofimo Lopez, the same Teofimo that beat, a prime Josh Taylor and Vasily Lomachenko. So, he's gonna jump the pound for pound rankings significantly. I will say that. There's discussion. I'm on the rankings panel, so. A lot of discussion about that between yesterday and today. So, probably look out for something like that in the next day or so.
And then, do you ever feel like that pressure to immediately react to a fighter's win is a good thing or a bad thing?
That's usually why we have our conversation on Sunday rather
Smart.
than like immediately after. So, get to settle in and just capture and it's just not like one or two people. I think it's like 12, 13 people on there. So there's a good group of people from all parts of the world. So it kind of helps to do that. But yeah, Shakur, man, the dude was dominant. He made Teo fight his fight, even though Teo's natural style is to be a counterpuncher, and I questioned from the start whether it was going to be a good fight or not because it was two counterpunchers facing each other.
You said that.
And so Teo, forced the action, but that wasn't really his style, and he got beat. And Shakur did his thing, man. He masterful performance. Shushu, I think Shushu had the second best, and the reason why I say that is because he made adjustments in there. He had a guy in there that was a veteran. Shushu got in trouble. He was hurt, made the adjustments, and took him out of there. And that's what you want to see in a world champion, a world-class fighter.
Beautifully said.
The Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz fight, it just wasn't exciting for me. It wasn't. It was two guys that Jermaine at some point in those middle rounds should have gone for it. Really, he was down. Like why even extend it? Just go for it at that point. Keyshawn looked good. I just don't know if he was dominant at 135. I don't know if at 140 and at 147, if he's going to be able to have that same type of success because those guys are a little bit bigger over there.
Yes.
And if he's talking about going 147 to fight Haney, I just don't. I got to see him fight somebody else at those higher weight classes to really be convinced. But I just don't know if he is going to be as effective because he's not going to be the naturally bigger guy. I will argue that Jermaine Ortiz was bigger than him that night.
I think I agree with you on that. Real quick, can you just comment real quick on Teofimo Sr.'s dad and what he said? A lot of people are making, saying that it was very wrong for him to say what he said. Abe, how do you feel real quick on it?
Yeah. Listen, Senior has always been an issue in that corner. But if you're Teo, how do you tell your pops? You know what I mean? Like, that's where things get a little confusing. Not confusing, but they get difficult because do you tell your pops, take a back seat, which he has in the past. Yes. And then somehow, some way, he circled back into being the lead guy because he doesn't want to lose that control. I guess he wasn't at the press conference because somebody said that he was either drunk or recovering from the night before or something like that. Yeah. And then he was picking a fight with Terrence Crawford at the Ring Awards Gala. Listen, I'm not gonna claim that anybody was inebriated or anything like that, but he didn't seem like he was all there on Saturday.
Yeah,
if you look at his eyes and just it was almost like he had difficulty putting together thoughts in his mind. He was looking at his son and he's just the words weren't coming to him. And all he can think of saying is hit him, bro. Because nothing else was registering in his head. Listen, Teo needs to take a hard look in the mirror. Would I be surprised if he just was like, you know what, I'll retire now for sure? I wouldn't be surprised, and why not, right? He reportedly got between $7 and $10 million. That's some good money. You know what I mean? He's having a second child with his wife, it looks like, the one that was supposed to divorce him, and they had problems. There's a whole lot of stuff going on in that household, in that family, period. I feel like sometimes Teo uses boxing as an outlet to get away from all that. And maybe he doesn't retire because of that, because boxing allows him to remove himself from those situations for an extended period of time. And then, it could be trainer fighters that are father and son, you know what I mean? But it's tough. He's talking about going to 147, with his dad. Like, I don't know if he's successful. He'll be a small 147 guy.
Very, very small. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
And so he's gonna have to take like one or two like warm-up fights, right? And
yep, I think so.
And how do you take that when he's probably getting a minimum of $2 million or $3 million? Like,
damn, yo, you're not wrong. It really does feel like his career is like badly lining up with the place that boxing's headed to right now. Abe, I want to thank you so much for jumping on, and I want to remind everybody that you have a really great piece right now on fightsatw.com on O'Shaquie Foster. He was on shout out to Cam and Mason, who, some rap OGs. Now they got the podcast is what it is. It is. And they had O'Shaquie Foster, WBC super featherweight champion, on today, and he spoke about a potential Shakur fight. He talked about Shakur's performance. So if you haven't gotten a chance to go right now to fightsatw.com, that's fightsaroundtheworld.com, check out that piece. Plus, you can read my recap from the Royal Rumble and stay tapped in with the, in my opinion, pound for pound best staff in combat sports. Appreciate you, Abe.
And you can follow me at AbeG718 on X, Instagram. FightsATW.com is the website. And we also have an exclusive with the Eye of the Tiger boss, Camille Estefan, with some of the guys that he's got going on that are coming right behind Christian and Billy and Oslis Iglesias. So check that out and see what's up.
Check it out. And Zachary Ochoa, their boxing show, make sure you're tapped into his channel. That's where they stream from. So appreciate you, Abe.
All right, man. Peace.
I'll hit you up later. Yo, that was Abe Gonzalez with fightsaroundtheworld.com, fightsatw.com. My boss, one of the guys who I feel like knows the combat sports game probably better than like 95% of everybody. And part of the reason is he's worked in the business a long time and he's done it at a very high level, super professional. But the other thing is that he watches everything. Right. He is very tapped into the business, the industry, the way it works. I mean, I've learned so much from that guy, honestly. And it's sad to say that I got to a point in boxing, I think, because I've always been such a really good writer, and I'm comparable to like anyone else really in the game, that I've always had this kind of like chip on my shoulder, and it's hurt me. Right. And there have been people that have come, into my life through this journey on combat sports as a journalist and podcaster and live streamer that have checked me at moments where I needed checking, right? When I was on the Boxing Voice working for Nest, talking shit about boxers, right? When I'd never really done it. Yeah, we'd fought in the streets. Yeah, we boxed in, in the hood, in the backyards and shit. But like never for real, right? And I had a man, one of the best writers that I knew, working for AP at that time, tell me, you need to get into the gym, kid. You're not going to be able to write for shit. You're never going to understand what these guys go through until you get into the gym. That was one of the best pieces of advice I ever got on my way to where I'm at, today, having a career where I'm able to watch the fights and cover them and get paid for that. And so I got to a point where I'm working for, EastGazzetto.com, the Boxing Voice, Premier Round, NY Fights, Yahoo. And so like I did work for all these people, but then by the time I get to Abe, it's like I think, oh, like I'm a 10-year vet. But then here comes Abe just teaching me new shit. You know what I mean? Here comes Abe teaching me a whole like master class on the way the business works. And as I'm learning, right, in real time, I'm seeing a lot of these deals take place and a lot of these moves take place. And it's just helped me understand it so much. I think like today with the Top Rank thing that's going on and their deal, there are a lot of people that don't understand what's going on with that or mischaracterize it because either A, they're not educated enough on the sport to understand, or B, they want Top Rank to fail. They want to talk shit. They want to have something to say that's negative, right? But I want to go over something real quick before we get back into the show. This was posted earlier this week. Or I'm sorry, earlier this weekend, I should say. Now, if you didn't get to see the Xander Zayas fight, that's okay, because on Wednesday, that's Watch Along Wednesday, you will be able to watch that fight in its entirety with your boy. Your boy is going to be live Wednesday night on Twitch and probably X, but I don't know. I'm a little bit upset at X. I'm not going to lie. Okay. We had, I think it was like 400 people live before the fight. At that point, I think it had like almost 20 new subs, like across all platforms, right? That was like everything. And yeah, like 2 people from X followed, which is like unheard of. Like I always get way more followers off of X than I do any other platforms, except for TikTok. TikTok probably is the most, but I don't go live on there like with this stuff. Like if I go live on TikTok, it's only TikTok that I use. Like I'm not live on anything else. And so like I know on X that the algorithm, it works against someone like me, right? Like on X right now, like the only people that are big on X are people that are like what's the word? Like when they're like purposely confrontational, something Gorian. Fuck, I forget. But it's like where they like challenge everything you say, right? And that's like the only people that ever get promoted. So like if I were on here talking shit, then I'd get promoted, right? Like if I was on here calling like Tank like wild ass names and shit, like if I was on here like attacking Ryan Garcia or like anything like that, like yes, do I talk shit about Ryan Garcia, or like do I criticize Ryan Garcia? Absolutely, because it's, you know, he's fair game at this point. It's like, bro, you talk about, you use mental health as a excuse, right? And I didn't think it was an excuse, but now it's like, nah, bro, you really still got mental health issues. You never even dealt with them the first time. So then why the fuck did you pull out the fight? But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that on Saturday, I saw a noticeable shift in the way that the show was being put out. Man, I had so many people hit me up saying, yo, I searched for you and couldn't find it live. These are people that came over from like YouTube or IG or wherever else, right, to watch on X. A lot of people from IG, because IG kept getting cut off after like an hour and a half or something like that. We were live for 10 and a half hours. It was a little more than that, maybe, you know. But I appreciate everybody. If you were tapped in live, I appreciate it, man, especially right now where it seems like X is just basically like a far right platform, right? Like I'm not, you know, if you've been on it, I never mentioned it before. Like I'm not a Democrat, right? 18 years old, just registered Republican. First time I could vote in any sort of election, major election, I voted for Bush. I voted a Republican, back to back, by the way. You know what I mean? So it's like, for me, it's not even political. It's just like, I'm not retarded. I did go to school. I actually got pretty good grades. I'm not retarded. So like when I see bullshit, it's just so easy to like see it, right? And like I also was in like I paid attention to pop culture and politics before 2016. You know what I mean? So it's like, to me, it just seems like Republican Democrats like all the same, and then they all just like get together and like molest kids. I don't know. That's just what it seems like to me. Like for like the last like 50 years or like 40 years. It's just like all the most powerful people on either side are just pedos now. And in my mind, I don't know. Maybe you still fuck with them, and that's weird. But yeah, that's just, I mean, I don't know. The evidence is like fucking clear. But anyway, so shout out to Xander Zayas for all the shit talk, bro, that they've given Top Rank, right? For all the shit they've given Top Rank in regards to not having a shout out champ, not having a platform for which to platform their fighters, right? There's been constant shit slinging at them for the idea that they are unable to warrant or achieve a streaming deal or a broadcasting deal or a network deal of any kind. And a lot of people have just used that to point at Top Rank and say, look, they're in a terrible spot. They're the worst in the business. Their company sucks. And this is all like old narrative, right? Like what happens is a lot of times boxing Twitter is very similar to like the political landscape, right? Where people who have always had a narrative wait or try to take advantage of opportunities when that narrative is easier to get across, right? So, like, for example, when Floyd Mayweather got caught talking that crazy shit at his fighters press conference, it was like a year or two ago. I forgot who it was. But he was talking crazy shit, about himself, a retired fighter who literally fought the son of a fucking gangster last, you know what I mean, out here. Oh, it was Moten. Carmel Moten, and Moten's just standing there like he doesn't even know what the fuck to do, right? That was a moment where haters of Floyd came out and were like, don't forget he was not even a good fighter. Don't forget he's the most boring fighter. Don't forget he avoided everybody. Don't forget he aged everyone out. And it's like, are there narratives there based on truth? Absolutely. But is any of that factually true? No, none of it, right? It's like you can't even name somebody he didn't fight, except for then you'll go to like Margarito and it's like, come on, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're talking Margarito, and don't get me wrong, Margarito might have beaten him with some fucking loaded ass hands. But that wasn't nobody was beating down the door for that fight. It's just people don't want to give Floyd the credit. And at the same time, right, somebody else loses, and then the Floyd lovers, the Floyd dick suckers come out and they're like, oh, he was the GOAT, the pound for pound. It's like, was he? I don't know. It's a real nuanced question. It's a real nuanced type shit, right? I can make the argument that Pacquiao had a better career despite losing to Floyd, just like I can make the argument that Andy Ruiz is a more decorated heavyweight than Roy Jones. Yeah, Roy Jones beat Andy Ruiz, but Andy Ruiz had more than one fight at heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. It's that kind of shit. But anyway, the point I was making is that Top Rank was one of the only promoters that appeared this weekend without their own promotion or their own broadcasting deal or network deal. No TV deal for Top Rank. And thus their fight was on the Top Rank fast channels. These are the fast channels that are associated with like Roku and like Roku Live and like Tubi Live and Pluto TV Live or Pluto TV. I think YouTube Live too. They also have it on there. I don't know, but we watched it on Roku at the house. I'm gonna show y'all a clip from the night. Dude, it was crazy bullshit. All three TVs in the living room, all next to each other, all in the same, like, basically architectural time frame, right? So like we're watching these fights and we're seeing them in the corner at the same time. We're seeing them fight at the same time. Like it was just so overstimulating, right? Like, how do you enjoy it? Like, and that's the thing is like, you're a fight fan, now you're picking. And so maybe somebody that would have watched Xander Zayas fight on Saturday would have become a bigger fan of his had they had an opportunity to see it. That said, it seems like a bunch of people had an opportunity to see it. Jake Donovan responding to Top Rank's post on Saturday saying, youngest unified champion in boxing, Xander Zayas, at Miller time, apparently, because they did a bunch of stuff for them. And so then Jake Donovan, shout out to Jake, says to add to Xander Zayas' growing list of achievements, per venue officials, last night's WBA WBO unification win over Barao came before a crowd of 12,521 at the famed Caliso Arena. Yeah. Total gate estimated to be north of $1.1 million. Guys, that is impressive. Okay? Impressive for this kid, Xander, who has been on a Top Rank diet for so long, to come out and look and be this fat with the crowd after being on that top ranked diet, that shows you the star power of this kid. Listen, boxing's thirsty for Puerto Rican stars. I don't care what anybody says. Boxing's always thirsty for Puerto Rican stars, bro. When Puerto Rico's popping, boxing's popping. All right. I'm not saying that there's a direct correlation, but I also think you're fucking stupid if you don't see the data. You know what I mean? Like the data like replicate itself. You know, you can only see these patterns so often before you can make these definitive statements about something. So even though I can't explain why it seems that boxing's in a better position when there is a viable Puerto Rican fighter at the top of, weight class, I think this only gets better and better for Mr. Zayas. So there's that one. Let's see. Oh, here's the Ariel Hawani. So everybody's talking about this. This is Ariel had on Mauricio Suleiman from the WBC to respond to criticisms over. I mean, they talked about a bunch of stuff, but criticisms over sanctioning fees was one of those things. Hey, I have that Bret Hart he has. Top Rank having a card while a lot of their fighters were on a much bigger card is criminal towards Xander's career. So I agree and I don't agree. I agree that it's fucked up to be in that situation, to not be able to have your fighters all on the same card, right? But I also think that it would be more fucked up to not allow your fighters on bigger cards where eyeballs are going to be seen bigger, more important, right? Than like Xander. Like nobody sees Shoes win over Xander if he was on Xander's card. You know what I mean? Nobody probably even sees Keyshawn's, fight without it being on the ring card. So yeah, it's kind of a two-way street. It's like the position that they're in, it would be as criminal, but way worse business-wise to keep those guys off those cards. Xander's in a position where he is like on the cusp of a major fight. He's already unified. So like you don't really need him boosting his commercial appeal on a ring card. You want him to present as a star. And I think that's what they're doing with him. But listen, we have 20 minutes before we get into Raw. So that means if you're on YouTube, please head over to X, IG, or Twitch. Hey, shout out to Desiree. I'm gonna call you Desiree. That's what I'm gonna call you. Shout out to everybody that is on. Shout out to everybody that is tapped in, and shout out to everybody that's going to be joining us for the Raw live watch along. That's right, live watch along here. But let's check this out real quick before we get into the recap of this weekend's fights.
Like they claim, there's no sanction fees in Zuffa. Of course, there's no sanction fees because they take all the money. It's ridiculous. It's something that is very elemental. If you compare one to the other, it's not apples to apples.
Did you speak to him when you were at that event?
Yes. Dr. Rakan introduced me to him. I met him before, but he introduced me to him. We spoke. Everything was nice. And he said, I'm sorry for the misunderstandings, because they said I could not go into the ring. So I said, okay, just have 2 or 3 security guards to throw me out of the ring, because I'm going into the ring. It's the WBC belt, and I'm going to have to go in and present and do my job.
Yo, that is crazy work to come out and say that, right? Like to come out and say, oh, I'm not going to be able to go in the ring. This isn't also about me and my company. You have a job to do. Your job is to be in the ring and put belts on people. Are you a fucking tailor? You're going to put a tie on the commentators? Can you do their bow ties? Can you do mine if I ever get a job, Mauricio, with somebody like at that level? Could you come and tie my tie too? Or is your job only to tie the tie of the biggest fighters in the world that are in the ring after their win. Like, it's just so gross. Like, you're in a position where you're not a promoter, so like you're never going to pick. So it's like no matter what, you win because your belt goes on whoever the fuck wins, right? This idea that you for some reason have to be in there. No, you don't. Dana White does it because he's the face of the company and he was like an actual player, right? Promotional, like, why would the WBC president even be coming on here? Like, I get it. They're under fire. The entire boxing world is under fire. Zuffa Boxing and Dana White are aiming to get everyone blown out of the water, right? He's trying to get everybody blown out of the water. And so that's all this is about, is him posturing because the war started. Look, see, and Matt said it right here. Oh, wait, let me put it over. Why couldn't he fight this weekend where more people could see it? Xander, well, because they don't have a deal, champ. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like Barral was a great fight. That was a fight that was going to draw clearly because there was 12,000 people in attendance. But what I'm saying is Xander's better off fighting on a main event that fewer people will see than he is on the undercard of another fight featuring smaller weight class guys. There's nothing wrong with a bigger guy co-main eventing for a little guy fight or a guy smaller. But rule of thumb, if two fights are big and they're of equal proportion, you put the heavier fight on last as the main event, traditionally speaking. So for Xander at this stage in his career to be unified champion, not be fighting on the main event, that's fucked up. At the same time, to say like, well, why couldn't he fight on TV? Well, because they don't have a deal, and again, and I'm glad you asked that because that's where we're going with this. They don't have a deal because they don't want the deal at this point. I mean, yes, they want the deal, of course, but they don't want the deals that they could have gotten by now. Boxing has taken a huge hit, right? At the same time, Zuffa is leaving a hole on terrestrial TV. Like, if you go on TV right now on cable, where we've all enjoyed boxing, MMA, and wrestling for the last 4 decades, right? Or 3 at least. If we go in there and we see this opportunity like basically wasted, like fall by the wayside, then it doesn't really matter what any of us subscribe to, because the idea is that boxing is in a worse place than it's ever been. Combat sports is in a worse place than it's ever been. Not in the terms of totality and its financial ceilings, but in terms of being able to just do business, right? Zuffa is trying to rearrange the structure of how boxing business is handled and how it works structurally. They're also simultaneously, without, promoting this, trying to reconfigure and restructure the payment ceilings, right? One thing you can absolutely say about boxing is that it was not working the way it was. In fact, it was so broken that one of the biggest issues was fighter pay, because on one side, you have fighters that are part of the like 90, 95, 98% of the fighters, right? That get, like normal pay or like adjusted pay compared to what everybody else gets, right? Which is always on the lower end of shit. But then you look at the top 1%, top 1 to 5%, they have crazy, deals. They get crazy money. And that money has gotten so high for the top 5, maybe 10%, we'll say, that they're not proportionate, right? So it's like, oh, I just made, $5 million fighting this fucking guy. Well, then of course I should get 8 or 10 the next fight. And it's like, but you're not fighting a guy that deserves that. Well, I still got to get that. And it's like, okay, well, now we're getting into the guarantees of it all, right? And this goes back, if you weren't watching, shout out to Abe Gonzalez, who was on just a bit ago, fightsatcw.com. He did a guest spot, absolutely did a great job in really framing this story or this or this concept. He said, look at what's going on with AJ Styles right now. AJ Styles is a huge commodity, so big that John Cena was forced into a match with him by the fans, even though the WWE and Triple H did not want that to be, or had no plans on making it. That's how big AJ Styles is. But AJ Styles is no longer with the WWE. And yet it looks like he's going to continue to wrestle. So what's going on? Did WWE not want him? Do they not need him? No, the idea is this, and this is, again, just what Abe has said, and I agree fully with Abe. The idea is that they want to get rid of people that have certain contracts, okay? There are what Abe referred to as OG contracts, right? Like AJ Styles, like a Roman Reigns, like a John Cena, like a Brock Lesnar. These guys have been in the game so long, they know, like, the money presents in a certain way. And when you're ready to re-sign or renegotiate, it presents in another way that is more significant than the last time. But if you can eliminate those types of contracts, you can put the money elsewhere, right? There's like a famous saying in football, I think it is, like when it comes to like GMs, and it's like, leave the money on the field, right? Whatever you're making, like the Dallas Cowboys, right? Like Dallas Cowboys, one of the most richest franchises in all of sports, not just the NFL, in all of sports, one of the biggest, most successful, richest franchises, right? Lakers, same thing. These two entities, right? Like the way they are, they make X amount of money being so big, and yet what do they ever put on the field? Specifically the Cowboys. The Lakers have done a really great job actually over the last few years. They just didn't have the basketball minds to have a cohesive team that plays together, right? They went and got like the most shiniest toys that they could get, because that worked for LeBron the first time, right? In Miami with the Heat, but that team was better structured to win championships because they were more complete, right? You didn't have Bosh doing what Wade did, who was doing what LeBron did, who's doing what Bosh did. You didn't have that. You had three guys that played a role and knew what to do, right? So I say all that to say that ultimately it looks like TKO, UFC, Zuffa, WWE, all of them have one thing in common, and that's Ari Emanuel. And if you don't know anything about Ari Emanuel, then you got to go research him yourself, because I've already said enough things to assume that my channel is being held back on purpose now. But there's really no reason to trust Ari Emanuel when you get into the, thick of it. You realize that this is one of these guys. Ari Emanuel is like a Rothschild, or like any of those like four names that like almost like Bear Stearns type people, right? Like he's one of those guys who's like, he's figured out, he's found the blueprint on America or on consumerism, right? And he doesn't look at Americans or people in the world or human beings like people. He looks at them like numbers, right? And it's like in his mind, he's like, I can structure a business with a viable product to make like X amount of money, because he has a brain that works that way. But it waters down your product, right? Ari Emanuel is never going to make wrestling better for us, specifically what happens in the ring. He's going to make it more valuable. He's going to make the finances more hardened and consistent, right? But none of this is about the product, okay? And you can tell that because, again, I'm telling you, TKO, it seems like they're moving in a direction where they no longer value a star attraction in the same way they once did. A star attraction in the past years would be first given a really great guaranteed contract, right? And then on the re-up, he's given an even bigger contract. Most of the time that makes him the highest paid whatever, right? And in football, it's like by position, like, oh, highest paid cornerback, highest paid running back, highest paid linebacker, whatever. And then in wrestling, it's kind of like the same thing. And you expect to be paid more and more, and that's like every job, right? Except for when you're a UFC fighter, MMA or WWE or boxing, whatever, you have the ability to further your ceiling and your brand out of the ring in ways that make you a bigger and more viable star. You look at Conor McGregor when he went to fight Jose Aldo. They were treating this guy like Ricky Hatton, right? Like they had there's only one Conor McGregor, which sucks, by the way. You know what sounds 10 times better? This is what sounds like. There's only one Ricky Hatton. There's only one Ricky Hatton. We're walking along, singing a song. Walking in a Hatton Wonderland. There's only one Mickey Hatton. That's way better than there's only one Conor McGregor. That doesn't even have a flow to it. So abrupt. So like just terrible. But when he went to go fight Aldo, they cheered it. He was a commercial star. And now he exists today in a way that the UFC can't control, right? He wants a White House fight so bad. And it hasn't seemed like he's wanted to fight at all in the last several years, right? But the UFC can't even trust him to be on the White House fight because this guy's constantly pulling out. This guy's constantly finding other things to distract him from the ring. And if you watch any bare knuckle at all, then you know he's constantly on cocaine, or at least seems like it, dude. I don't know, but all I know is that it seems like TKO is out of the business of handling major stars or wanting to deal with the situations for which a star has chips on their side of the table, right? I don't think they want to create any more situations like AJ Styles, John Cena, Brock Lesnar. I think they want to create a company that's so major it's looked at as like the NFL is for football, or the NBA is for basketball, or MLB is for baseball. Unfortunately, it's becoming more like soccer is in America. It's like, do we have badass soccer? We sure do. And we can compete. Are we anywhere close to the other countries that have, been in on soccer for like decades and centuries? No, of course not. And we probably won't be for a really long time. But anyway, so Mauricio, we'll finish up here real quick.
Want me in, just have people take me out.
And what did he say when you said that?
No, I didn't say that to him.
Okay.
I said it in a program like this.
Okay.
And it came out.
And in the end, you were in the ring.
I was in the ring,
yes.
with all the other presidents of the organization.
And so again, right, the idea that, he can't be in there because whatever, right? This idea that it's all about it's all about like marketing or whatever, which is complete and utter bullshit, right? But yeah, Matt says Mauricio is just standing on business. He is standing on business. The problem is it's like his business that he's trying to make seem is the boxing fans' business. That's like the only real criticism I have of Mauricio and really everyone on that side of the fight. It's like, can you quit pretending like your version of boxing is more noble? Like, boxing and politics are so similar, dude. They really are, right? Because the side that's not in charge or not in control, all you got to do is talk shit about the people that are in control because the system's broken in a way that neither side wants to fix, right? Like, how did Trump get so successful to become president in 2016? It was two things that happened, two things that were happening at the same time that very few people saw coming, right? One was the discontent for what people would end up referring to as like wokeness, right? And like truth seeking. That was like the big thing, right? It wasn't conspiracy theories anymore. Conspiracy theories are about things that probably didn't happen that you want to be true. No, these were truthers, right? And the truth is, well, their truth is that Israel's responsible for 9/11, crazy shit like that, right? Well, I'm not saying that's crazy, but it's like, I don't know. Anyway, for your only evidence to be dancing Israelis, like, you're fucking crazy for coming out with that shit. You need to be in those moments. You got to be Alex Jones with video evidence, with a big ass owl on camera and all these rich motherfuckers doing a dance around it, right? That's that. Then you got the evidence, but not before. Your version of boxing was always broken, champ. It was always broken. It never worked well enough for the fighter, and it never even came close to working well enough for the fans. Giving us a quality fight like twice a year was bad for the sport. Creating two streets for which fighters could not and would not cross, that's not a good thing. And for the WBC and the WBA and all the sanctioning bodies that trivialized boxing by allowing these people to get away with what they got away with, right? They were very subordinate to the system, and they actively either ignored or helped the promoters get away with this shit. So it's like, now it's like, oh, well, sanctioning fees aren't as bad, and Bob, look at what they're doing. Like, you could have changed it a long time ago, Mauricio. You know what I mean? Like for you to be now like, oh, there's problems with boxing, but you know, he doesn't have the answers. Well, you weren't trying to come up with an answer. Like, you want us to feel sorry for you because somebody's trying to take you out of business? Like, yeah, I'm not looking at Zuffa or Dana White like they have the answers to fix boxing. Not at all. I think they have the ability to fix boxing for them. I think they have the ability to, like, Dana White is smart. Nobody has ever, or I don't know if anybody's ever, but I've never accused him of being stupid. And if I have, it was just a name, because I don't think he's stupid at all. I think he's very smart. I think he saw exactly what was going on with the country. You know, I think he knew where he stood politically and also from like a social standpoint. And why else? Why else do they take Trump and polish him off, right? Like, January 6th happened and nobody was fucking with Trump except for MAGA heads, right? Which were fewer than ever. But then you had people come out and bring him out and like spit shine him. And the UFC did that. And I think they did that because they knew they were going to be in a position to be able to have a White House that's working with them, or even sometimes maybe for them. These exchanges of help and good idea, like all of that is just like fucking gross. So again, I don't trust them, but I also am not going to like use my platform to fight for the people that I've seen destroy this sport from the inside out. Right. And here's the other part. If you are trying to save the sport or trying to save your version of it, then one of two things has to be true, right? One, you know how broken it is and don't care as long as you're the one that benefits from it. Or two, you don't know how much privilege you wield. You don't know how often you take advantage of your position in the sport, or how often you allow promoters to take advantage of your position in the sport. So either you are knowledgeable and complicit for dubious reasons, or you're fucking stupid, or you're an idiot, or you don't have the foresight to be able to find solutions, right? It's like the whole thing with like ICE. Like, nobody's saying that there wasn't a real problem, but the problem was asylum seeking. The problem was never immigrants. The problem was never people coming over. The problem was asylum seeking was the problem. All right. Never immigration. There was never a crazy amount of immigration that was so bad we needed a national emergency. Right. Because if there was, then why didn't we do anything about it when Biden was in charge and came up with a bipartisan bill that the majority of Republicans all supported? In fact, the only Republicans that didn't support it were the MAGA people in Congress and in the Senate. And why? Why didn't they support it? Why didn't they support a bill on a policy that they had been championing forever, that Trump ran on? Because he wanted to run on it again. So how can it be a national emergency if it wasn't emergent? You know what I mean? Like, an emergency is like, oh shit, we need to do something like right now. Call 911. This person's not breathing. You know what I'm saying? Like, an emergency isn't, oh my God, this person's not breathing. Let's see if they're going to start breathing again tomorrow, and then we'll call 911. That's not it. That's not how emergencies work. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for you to have this idea that somehow this was broken enough that it needed to be fixed, but not broken enough that it needed to be fixed right away. And then you become president, and then you say, no, it does need to be fixed right away. And not only that, but we got to go with the nuclear option. You know, again, look, if you're not retarded, then you can understand this. It's not supposed to be political. This is just a statement that is factual, or maybe just based in truth. But we needed help with asylum seekers. We needed to get dangerous criminals off the street, but we didn't need it to go down in a way that people died and people's freedoms got trampled on. It didn't happen. It didn't have to happen that way, right? Like I'm reading this book on Nuremberg with like the Nuremberg trials, right? And I'm reading this and I'm seeing all this and seeing what they did with the Jews. Like they would make them have paperwork that they'd have to check their paperwork to see if they're like Jews or not. Like that's the same shit. And I have friends that have literally said, you know, MAGA people or like people that support MAGA that don't consider themselves MAGA that have said like, oh, it's an American's right to prove like, no, it's fucking not, you fucking morons. When you get pulled over, do you just get out of the car and say, here you go, officer, search my shit. You don't need a warrant. I'm a good American. In fact, jump in the car. I'll drive you down to my house and you can, you know, look through my house. And if that's not enough, you can look through my garage. And if that's not enough, I'll have my wife bend over and you can check her asshole. Like, the fuck? No, get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm an American. I'm not doing shit wrong. I have agency. That's what America gives me. And states' rights separate us from these, you know, dictatorships, right? Here's the real deal. Real deal, Holyfield. All right. I'm not from Minneapolis. I'm from Texas. But if Minneapolis wants to deal with their shit, if they want to be an asylum state, if they want to do, that's their business, bro. They vote for that shit. All right. That's their shit. Don't come to Cali. Don't come to Texas. Don't come to Florida telling everybody how to be, just like we shouldn't be going to Minneapolis and telling them how to be. Right. If that city burned down to the ground because of immigrants, then so be it. That's what happened. They chose that. But that's not what happened, was it? That wasn't even close to happening. Y'all coming over here trying to pretend like y'all found a bunch of Somalian scams. 90% of them were either already found out and in the judicial process, or they weren't even Somalians. There were Somalians that worked there, but they were fucking owned by, you know, not Somalians. So, you know, it just feels like all propaganda. And you have to ask yourself why. Why is it propaganda for? What are they doing propaganda for? Well, because they're fucking kids. So at the end of the day, the boxing went down without a hitch. I loved it. Everything about it was good night of solid boxing. Okay. Let me get Raw on too. So Canelo, why are you asleep like that? So we're going to go through some of this stuff here. First and foremost, I want to make this very clear. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go over the fights. Talk a little bit about what we saw this week. So first of all, I got to show y'all. Go to my TikTok at InfightingFX. You have to use the @ okay? You have to put the @ symbol in there. If you don't put the @ symbol in there, the channel won't pop up. So put at InfightingFX, Infighting Exchange, spelled InfightingFX, INFIGHTINGFX on TikTok. And you might as well go to YouTube and do the same thing if you're going to do it. But if you go to TikTok, you'll see some of the stuff that I posted from this past weekend, including this little baby. Now, Big Baby Miller had a very big, massive night. Unfortunately, it wasn't based on his performance. If you did not see the fights this weekend, and if you weren't on social media, then you missed it. But I'm going to show it to you right here. And here's what you could do. You could go to InfightingFX, at InfightingFX on TikTok, subscribe, and that way you'll always be kept apprised of all of the biggest happenings and fights in combat sports, from MMA to boxing to wrestling to everything else in between. Your one-stop shop for everything combat sports. So, where is it, dude? Oh, here it is. So anyway, this was Big Baby Miller following his fight with Ibe. Can y'all see it? Oh, let me make it bigger. All right. So this is him getting his block.
Wow, that is going to make the rounds on social media. That's like a cartoon.
Duffy. Yo, that hair was wild.
He just took it up and threw it into the crowd. Look at this. Well, I've seen.
That was hilarious, right? Y'all want to see it one more time? Look at this. Oh, shit. All right, one more time.
Off his head, Sergio. Wow. That is going to make the rounds on social media. That's like a cartoon. Oh, my goodness gracious. It is a toupee. And he just took it up and threw it into the crowd. Look at this. Well, I've seen.
That was hilarious, right? Big Baby did not really perform very well. I mean, he landed like some clean shots on Iba. He just didn't go anywhere, dude. So, yeah. If you didn't get to see any of the fights, we'll go over like some other stuff here. But just so you know, the GOATs were in the building. All right, Clarissa Shields, Andre Ward, Terrence Crawford, and Shakur Stevenson. This is a lot of zeros. A lot of zeros. And by zeros, we mean badass motherfuckers that never really lost. So, yeah, bro. There's a lot of talent right here. A lot of talent right here. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Just thinking about my baby. Yo, we watched Best in Show. RIP to Catherine O'Hare, Macaulay Culkin's mom in Home Alone, the mom in Schitt's Creek. But we watched Best in Show this past weekend in honor of Catherine O'Hare, and we're going to be talking about that on our podcast, which we record tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be talking about that. It's called Purse Full of Snacks. You can go to Soup or Mario, SOUPOR Mario, MARIO. Soup or Mario is the YouTube and Twitch channel for which we post and go live. And this week we'll be talking about, we'll be talking about Catherine O'Hare, Best in Show. We saw that. It was a great movie. We'd seen it before, but hadn't seen it in such a long time that we wanted to see it again. We'll be talking about A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the Game of Thrones show. Oh, we saw this documentary. I forget what it's called. It's on HBO Max, but it's real short. It's like a 28-minute documentary, and it's about this black woman who works at some Georgia abortion clinic. And basically it's like a bunch of fucking psychos, dude, that go out there and preach. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, if you believe in, like, if you're religious or like overly Christian, that you're a psycho. Not at all. I think if you're a psycho, you're a psycho. And these people are like outside, like literally like scaring everybody to death because they all look like molesters, and like and most of them had been in prison. That's what the documentary shows. Like, a lot of those guys that go out there and do that stuff, you know, they're like all like ex-prison people. It seems like that appeals to people. Like, if you were like a shitty person, you live like a really shitty life, and then like you fucked up so many times that literally you had no business having another chance, that's how you felt, then it's like you're willing to do anything. It's like, oh, this evangelical or this fucking Christian person invited me to church. They're offering me a job, a place to sleep. And by the time you know it, you're a full-blown Christian being like, yo, you're fucking living in sin and blah, blah, you're a piece of shit. It's like, bro, but so are you. Like, why is it okay for you to be a piece of shit and then claim to change, but everybody else just gets to walk around and being punished for that shit? It's like they give them the right to look down on others. And it's crazy because everybody looked down on you, right? Like, before you made your switch to Christianity, you were just a, you know, white trash, N-word, wetback, spick, whatever they wanted to call you, they would call you that until you're on their side judging the other people. And then you're cool. All right. Raw has started. I'm going to be so mad if this is just like a recap night. I'm going to piss real quick, though. I'm going to go on mute, too, so I don't fuck up the game. My bad, I was muted. It's crazy work that we literally just did a video package recap and went straight to commercial break. Like literally. Like, and that's the problem, bro. I didn't put it in my recap. By the way, you can go to fightsatcw.com. If you didn't get to check out the Royal Rumble, you can read my recap at fightsaroundtheworld.com. Shout out to fightsatw.com. Shout out to Abe. And if you didn't get a chance to check it out, Abe Gonzalez of fightsatw.com was just on talking to us about the Royal Rumble and his thoughts, as well as Zuffa boxing, as well as the ring card that was this weekend. So if you didn't get to check out any of that, make sure you go check that out. If you're just tuning in, we still have a lot of boxing to cover, a lot of MMA or / UFC 325 to cover. But we are in the middle of the Raw recap, and hopefully we get some like really telling Mania signs. It would be great if we were able to at least get some directional shit for that, you know, but we'll see what we get. Shit, let me adjust real quick. Barracuda. Javon Evans, 4 minutes and 58 seconds, making him this year's Royal Rumble Iron Man. Yo, shout out Mex. Mex, you need to come on this week and talk to us about the fight camp, champ. We need to know. We need to know. How's it go? Yeah, I mean. All right. Let's do this. The fuck? All right. All right. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Appreciate everybody who is. Oh, you know what? Let me get an L real quick. Hold up. Let me just do this one real quick. Mex said Tio Senior absolutely needs to be fired. Then he said, I've never seen such a terrible corner work in such a big fight. And this fight was huge. It had lots of buzz. I'm going to disagree with you on that. I've seen plenty of times where trainers clear, like they were like, I mean, not helping at all, like at all. And I've seen it on big stages. I mean, I'm not going to say this isn't like one of the biggest stages it happened on. I think you're absolutely right, but we've seen trainers out of their element. But I think to your point, we're seeing more and more fathers in a situation where they're out of their element, right? Like I played sports since I was a kid. And the one thing I can tell you as an athlete is that people get better, right? Like Babe Ruth was never going to be the best ever, like for the rest of baseball history, right? There's going to be somebody better than Mike Trout one day. There's going to be somebody better than Jordan one day, better than Michael Vick, better than Patrick Mahomes, better than Tom Brady. It always gets better, right? Because the technology and the science of sports and the knowledge of how the body operates, all of that goes into this bigger zeitgeist that's used, right? So now more coaches have higher knowledge. Like what you used to have to do, see, like look at MMA, right? Like in the UFC, you used to have to travel to Brazil to get the kind of quality BJJ training that makes you an asset and neutralizes the best BJJ practitioners in the UFC. It's not that you shouldn't go to Brazil and that you can't learn more, but there are things that you can learn now in your gym, you know, down the street that you once had to fly all the way to Brazil for. You know what I mean? And now the new thing is like, oh, go to Dagestan for, you know, a year or two and become a fucking master wrestler, right? And if that stays popular long enough, you're going to start seeing those fucking Dagestan wrestling gyms popping up and shit. Yeah, so I don't know, but all I do know is that T.O. Sr. was fucking lost in that fight. And it goes like he didn't even fucking try to give instruction. Yeah, and the worst part, Mario, he literally just fucking said, you need to hit him. Why don't you hit him? Yeah. Throw more punches. He kept saying, and let the hands go. He kept saying, bro, that's the issue. Wasn't that he gave bad instructions. He literally just said, hit him. No. Those are bad instructions. I mean, no, okay. They're not bad instructions. They're not helpful. Right. Like if I were to be at a baseball game, right? Like let's imagine I'm like going to see the Astros play and Altuve's like 1-2 on the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And I say, you got to swing at a strike. That's not a bad thing to say. It's just not helpful at that level. Right. Maybe if Altuve was like a 10-year-old playing on a fucking little league team, then that might help, right? Oh yeah, he just reminded me with 2 strikes, you got to swing at anything close because you could get struck out looking, and that's the worst thing you could do. So T.O. Sr. saying throw more punches and hit him, that's not bad advice. You should do that. How do you do that is the question, right? It's like me trying to teach my niece how to change her oil and she's like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, change the oil. So yeah, but how do I do it? By changing it. You need to go in there and get your hands dirty and change the oil. Why haven't you lifted up the hood? You need to put your head in the hood to change the oil. I was like, okay, well, what do I do next? Take out the oil. What is so hard about this? You take the oil out, you put in new oil, and you get rid of what are you not getting about this? And it's like literally how to do it. You're telling me what you want to see done, but not in any way how to do it. And I'm going to tell you all a secret. A lot of people in boxing actually don't know a lot about boxing, like literally like the physical sport of boxing. Okay. And I was one of them. When I became a journalist in 2020, whatever the fuck it was. No, 2012, 20. I said 2012. When I became a journalist in 2012, I didn't really know a lot about boxing. I really didn't. I'd never really done it more than a couple times practicing. Like I've been to a couple gyms. And obviously I'd gone to a lot of fights and I'd sparred some, but I didn't have any expertise. Like I didn't have any actual training. You know, I'd watch rival videos. I'd watch those title videos with a young David Lemieux and the other trainer. What's his name? Fuck, I forget his name. Starts with an R. Anyway, they would do those things. I would check them out. So like learn that way, right? How to box. But I didn't know like all the different styles. Like I didn't know what the difference between a slugger and a swarmer was, for example, right? I didn't know the difference between like a shoulder roll technique or like the shoulder roll defense, which started to become really new, by the way, or like reused in 2010, right? So it's like something I'm seeing a lot more versus like the Philly shell, right? Or something like that. Like I didn't know a lot about the sport despite having watched it forever. What I couldn't do is tell you what was going to happen in the ring and why. Today I can. Today I can see, I mean, not, every time, but I can see a fight and I can tell you what's what the fighter's looking to throw, you know, what punches are setup punches, you know, what they're trying to land, you know, what the style might be, if they're changing it, why they might switch from southpaw or orthodox to southpaw or vice versa, you know, what adjustments look like, what quality ring generalship looks like. Like there's so many things that it's really hard to teach in just words. Like you literally have to watch the sport at every chance you get in the hopes of picking up these little tidbits that help you to paint a broader picture of the sport. What I'm trying to tell you is that I think Tio's dad knows a shit ton about boxing. I just don't think he understands how it works. And if not that how it works, but like how to explain how it works, right? Because I can have knowledge, right? Like I'm a really good writer. I know that. Super talented. Maybe one of the best, if not the best, pure writers in the game. That said, though, you know, I don't think I could. I mean, I know I could teach some people, but like I might not be able to teach you. So what does it matter if I'm really good? What does it matter if I went to journalism school, which I didn't? I was an English major. What does it matter if I have all these abilities if I don't have the ability to communicate to you how to effectively do this or do something, right, that I want you to do? Tio Sr. seemed to me like he was exposed in one of the biggest ways possible. People say he was drunk this weekend. I don't know if that's true, but it would be kind of better if it was, right? If you were not, it wouldn't be better. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant, but it would be like at least excusable. Like, oh, you were a terrible coach that night and you've been a terrible coach because you have a severe alcohol problem. That's an excuse worth mentioning and why you might not be on top of your game. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the excuse that is meaningful or rational. I think Tio's dad has shown over the years that he has a lack of conceptualization when it comes to sport. And if he actually does understand these things, then he has no ability to communicate them, right? Like, it's like, man, I keep taking this to politics and I don't want to, but it's like Trump is like the best example of this, right? Like you can look in the last 10 years, or I guess 8 years, whatever, since 2016, right? 10 years, you can go back and try to find one intelligent speech he's ever had on policy or on the government, right? And Trump's like exactly like Tio Sr. in the sense that he's branded himself this thing. But when you get into the policy of it, when you get into the style and the structure and the science of it, right? The actual high IQ conversations about who wins fights and how and why, I don't think Tio Sr. can have that conversation. At least I don't think he can add anything to it. You know, and simultaneously, I don't think Trump knows what the three branches of government do specifically. I don't think he even understands what the role of the vice president is. That's not me talking shit. That's me watching for all this time and being like, wait, what does he think the fucking senators do? Wait, what did he say the House is supposed to? Wait, what does he want Mike Pence to do? And it's like constant things. It's like, oh, this guy, he understands the game of politics, but doesn't fucking have one clue about political science. That's Tio Sr. He understands boxing, the game, the sport, the branding of it, the marketing aspect. He doesn't actually know, I don't think, how to communicate to a fighter on how to be better and how to win a fight. Specifically a fight that's in the ring, right? Like not, oh, let me teach you how to win a fight like against anybody. No. How do you win a fight against Shakur right now? What did you want Tio to do? Right. And that was the question we didn't get. I saw Brunch Boxing. I saw a lot of people out there, right, interviewing Tio's dad, but I didn't see any of them ask that question of what was the game plan? What was your strategy on Saturday? You kept saying that you wanted him to throw more punches, but what does that mean in the context to the plan you had? Were y'all just trying to like out throw him? Were you trying to beat him to the punch? Were you trying to knock him off his rhythm? Like none of that stuff happened, but it was because there was no actual plan being assertive. All Tio ever did was try to up the aggression, not even the aggression really, but more the volume, right? He got more and more desperate. So he started throwing more and more punches out of his element, right? And you knew everybody was going to go, oh, Shakur just ran. He really didn't. Like, I mean, yes, he fought his fight and his fight is elusive, right? But he stood and traded sometimes. Like, again, I just don't know what the TOs were expecting. And nothing about that performance helps me to even understand it. Like, I've been watching the sport a really long time. It's very rare that I watch fights and then see the loser and say, I don't know what he was trying to do. Right. Like what fight did we see this past week, Matt, or last weekend? Rodriguez, Julian Rodriguez and Cain, Sandoval and Rodriguez. Y'all saw that fight, right? That was not a fight where Cain Sandoval just lost. Not at all. He had a clear plan in that fight. He had a clear fight script that he was following that he thought was going to lead to his victory. And unfortunately, for him, Julian was equally as ready. In fact, if not more so, because he had adjustments to make and he did everything right. So that was a fight where you could see both guys had a desire to activate a game plan. They both had an idea of what they had to bring to the table and how they had to perform against their opponent in order to get their hand raised at the end. And one of them worked really well and the other didn't. And the reason why Sandoval lost is a combination of him not being able to make the adjustments and Rodriguez making the perfect adjustments, right? In Tio's case, again, this is very rare for me, but I don't understand what he was trying to do. I mean, I understand what he was trying to do, but I don't understand how he thought that was going to help or how he thought that was going to lead to victory, especially after, right, all the fucking journalists who said what they said about this fight, including me, by the way, because it turned out exactly, the first 4 rounds were exactly the way I'd kind of painted him. And it's like, I thought this fight was going to be fought in thirds. So after that 4th round, maybe after the 5th round, after like right before the first half of the fight is officially over, we'd get a different look from Tio because he knew at that point, I'm sucked in. This guy's got me into his momentum. I'm trapped in his spider web and I can't get out. Right. And it's dangerous for a fighter in that situation because you're not getting hit terribly. Although Tio, he got roughed up a bit, but you're not worried about this crazy power coming back at you from Shakur. So then you make it. So then you're less stressed to get out of the way. So now you're eating more punches again, because you're able to eat them without understanding how you're getting hit, how to stop it, and maybe, just maybe, how to counter it. How to use his best weapon against him. He had zero answer for that. And that's okay. Having zero answer is okay. Sometimes a guy's just better than you. And then sometimes not only is he just better than you, but also stylistically, like that's not a good style for you to fight, right? But the case for Tio is that he looked lost every step of the way. His father did not have an answer. But the problem here is, Mex, neither do we. I don't know where Tio should go. I fear that he's going to just end up at Derek's place with fucking everybody in Dallas and just be another like lost cog in the wheel. I think he should have left his dad a while ago is how I feel about it, but we'll see. Mario, what would you want? What would your last meal be? Oh man, I'm going like a tomahawk. Either a tomahawk or chicken, King Ranch chicken. Yeah, my mom's King Ranch chicken or a tomahawk steak. Portobello, no, I wouldn't want that to be my last meal. I wouldn't be mad if they had the sirloin though. Like everybody gets like badass meats and cuts, right? But honestly, like, dude, I sometimes I just want a sirloin. Like I don't need to have that, expensive ass, juicy ass steak. It's good. I'm just saying I feel like it's good for what it is. But my brother said Tio should go with Robert. I like that. Robert Garcia, I like. Of all the places Tio could go, Robert Garcia would give me the most hope, I think. I can't believe we're not even getting the fucking the the Grande Americano spot. I can't believe we're not getting that. Like, I want it right now. Mex said surf and turf, loaded baked potato, mac and cheese, tater kegs. What are tater kegs? Obviously tater tots, but what are they filled with? Oh, y'all got a 54 too? We have a 54, but it closed. Well, it didn't close, it got moved. But yeah, we have a 54 too. Our Twin Peaks is closing, which I don't know. I don't really care. Like, here's the thing. When I was a kid and going to Hooters was like really horny, right? It's like girls and you're like a kid. But then you get older and you're like, oh, they're all wearing like pantyhose and like basically Under Armour, you know? And then it's like, it makes them look like they're wearing a diaper now. Like, I don't know. This isn't horny. I just want to eat my wings, right? But like Twin Peaks was like the BET Uncut of wings, you know? Girls would not wear pantyhose and they would wear like shit that went up their ass. And don't get me wrong, right? You know, I'm a man, you know, full-blooded male. And so I'm not saying that's like, oh my God, I hate that, right? At the same time, if I'm there with my wife, it's a little awkward, right? But on top of that, I don't want you to serve me my wings with pope. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather have pope-less wings. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I want to jerk off at home and eat wings, that's, first of all, my business, but I don't really think that's hygienic or fun. Yeah, I can tell y'all that I don't want nalgas in my face while I'm, you know, eating a fucking rack of ribs. You know what I mean? Don't go to Vegas, though. Why not? You're saying the Ojos Locos Vegas one. I went to the one in San Antonio, and that one is also very chiches. Yes, it's very chiches-ish. Very. Yeah. Oh, he said the one in Vegas sucks. Don't want your bare ass chicks out next to me food. I don't want your bare ass. I don't want bare ass chicks out. Oh, bare ass cheeks out next to my food. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. Look, here's the thing. If you've ever had pope in your life, you know that there is something that happens to your brain, your unconscious brain, where it literally, like, that's all you can feel and think and see, because it's not normal. It's like you're not used to it, right? Especially as a man. And from what I understand about thongs, right? I've never tried one on ever. That said, I've girlfriends have explained to me that they're very different than pope. It can feel the same. It can feel the same and often will throughout the day, but they're very different. So like having pope just constantly in your brain while you're at work, don't tell me you're not going to pick it. Don't tell me you're not putting your hands up your crack and pulling out that wad of underwear and shorts that are stuffed up your butt crack. Don't tell me you're not, because you're lying then to me. Now, not only have you given me, you know, ass wings, but now you're a liar in my book. Now, and you can't come back from that. So it's like, yeah, I'm not going to trust you handing me food, especially if at some point you come back and you don't have pope. Imagine that. Imagine that for a second. You're at Twin Peaks, right? And you're like, I'll take the wings. I'll take the wing trio, right? The appetizer things, you know. I want like 3 or 4 flavors. I'll take that. Oh, okay, cool. You want hot? Yeah, let's do hot. Let's do lemon pepper. You know, let's do an extra hot, and then let's do barbecue. That's fine. Let's do it. Okay, well, and she's like, all right, there she goes. And you're like, oh my God, dude, y'all see that? The waitress has the worst pope in the world. It's like all the way up there. And then at some point you get your drinks and your appetizers, and then she comes back with the drinks, and the pope is gone. It's all gone. It's not there anymore. Well, where did it go? Well, let me tell you where it went. She picked it out of her ass. And let me tell you, the likelihood that you wash your hands afterwards is very, very low. Very low. I just don't know why you want to mix food and boobs. Although I will say this, the best breakfast I've ever had anywhere, strip club. No joke. A place called no, it wasn't Aloha's. Where was it? I want to say it was, I don't remember. It was definitely a Corpus strip club, and we went. It was like after 2, and holy shit, bro, that stripper breakfast on fire. It was so good. My wife literally said to me, we got to come back for this breakfast to the strip club. And yeah, it was, not the most sanitized situation. Also, nipples and eggs don't necessarily go together. I'm not saying they can't, to each his own. All I'm saying is when I was there eating my eggs and then there was like nipples like 5 feet away from me. Also, when you're eating and they still approach you for a lap dance, why? What? Like, can I bring my food? Can I eat while you work? Or because if not, I'm not. Why am I going to let this go to? Why am I going to let it go cold? I had to pay a fucking cover to get in here. So basically, my fucking meal cost $25 at the door, and now you want me to give you $20 to make my food colder? I don't know. It's a racket. I don't have a lot of good things to say about those places. Although I will say, if you have a good group of friends, nothing is bad. Hang on. Strip club breakfast? Yeah. Or was it? Cheetah's. That's where it was, in Corpus. If you're ever in Corpus, go to Cheetah's strip club breakfast. I think it's after 1 or maybe after 2 they serve it. I want to say it's after 2 because the alcohol sales are over by the time breakfast starts. But fuck, dude, let me tell you, never a fluffier pair of pancakes. Never a more buttery, beautiful, mouth water melting eggs you'll ever have in your life. These eggs, if you tried them with Denny's and or IHOP, you would say the strip club is the professional egg place. That's how good these eggs were. The bacon, perfect. Literally perfect. You know how when you go to specifically a Mexican restaurant like that sells breakfast tacos, the bacon's like hit or miss depending, right? And some places like hit or miss on that day, right? Sometimes like too crispy. Sometimes, and this is worse, it's not crispy at all, and you get a bunch of fat that you got to fucking bite through, like you're back in the fucking Sahara and we're animals again. But this place was bomb. Bacon, like literally perfect. Like literally perfect bacon. Perfect amount of crisp, no fat, no, it wasn't burnt, just absolutely perfect. Then we got to the hash browns. And it's safe to say they are better than McDonald's, Burger King, Whataburger, every restaurant hash brown you could think of. The strip clubs was better. Finally, you had the potatoes. Now, the potatoes, I'll say, were awesome, but they were awesome for me. I like the oiled fried potatoes. I don't like when the kitchen does them soft, I'm from an era of Mexican grandmas that try to give you a cardiac issue by the time you were 10. So for the right Cuban, I dip my pancake off some syrup on her tits. Jesus Christ, Superman. Yo, I'm leaving that up there for the entire Raw. I'm just letting you know. No, I'm just playing. What level of breakfast are we talking, though? Like continental breakfast or Waffle House? Yeah, it was definitely more like continental style, right? Like, because it's like catered or whatever, right? Like they have the pans out and shit. But it was like if you ever had that bomb ass continental breakfast, right? it was like that times 5 or maybe times 3. I mean, everything, every aspect of this breakfast was bomb. The orange juice, perfect pulp. Not one pulp too much, too many in that drink. Not at all. They made my wife one of those what are they called? It's like orange juice with champagne, I think it is. She said it was one of the best anybody's ever made for her. Yeah, dude. When y'all come to Corpus, I'm gonna take y'all to that strip club for breakfast. And there are like other places you could sit that are away from like the tables and shit. That was the mistake we made. We sat not on purpose, but we were like, it was like the only table there. We like sat like a little bit off of the stage. Thank you. A mimosa. Appreciate it. Champ. You have just informed all of us you've been to a white wedding. No, I'm just playing. I've been to a Mexican wedding with mimosas. Don't you talk shit about Mexican grandmas. I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying that, you know, the cholesterol wasn't a worry of theirs. That's the first time anyone has ever said them words in the same sentence to me, Mario. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, I was as surprised as anyone. I mean, I've been hearing for like a year that strip club breakfast was bomb. I just thought people were trolling. You know what? I didn't even think people were trolling. I thought they're saying that because they expect it to be so bad that even if it's okay or decent or slightly above good, you're going to give it like a raving review because you thought it was going to be shitty ass strip club breakfast. Turned out to be fucking better than Denny's. So, yeah. 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 You, bro, Mex, you always invited to the cookout with the kids, bro. They got the pool anytime, champ. I brunch, brother. Mimosas is an excuse to party early. Hilarious. I love that brunch hour for eating. I don't love brunch food. It's like oftentimes way too heavy for me at that point. But if you miss breakfast and then you do brunch, dude, it's like the perfect day because by the time you get to dinner, you're not even that hungry or like you're not super hungry. Like that's what I usually do is like I'll skip, like I'll fast for most of the morning and then I'll have like a big breakfast or like big lunch. So that way, by the time I eat dinner, I'm really not that hungry. The only thing that sucks is if I have to work late and I stay up later than like 10, I get super hungry. And then that's just a gamble, you know. Is high sleeping Mario going to wake up, sleepwalk, and go and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, oh no. Bro, is this show just going to be nothing but Royal Rumble replays? Matt, you know what was whack, Matt? When Michael Cole this weekend called it the it kicks. They were screaming, chanting yes. And Michael Cole's like, well, I mean, it's the it kicks, but I get what you're saying. Like, dude, Michael Cole, why do you have to be such a big WWE shill? Like, why do you have to be the guy on commentary that seems like you want so bad for people to like you in the back? It's like I never felt that way about JR. Never felt that way about any of the heel commentators. Jerry the King Lawler, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Bobby the Brain Heenan was the GOAT. I don't think he ever stuck to script, but he was just good. But Michael Cole, man, what a dick sucker. Yeah, well, what happened was we were at a friend's party and it was at a bar not super far from that strip club. And we were all like, hey, let's go get something to eat. And so nobody wanted Whataburger. Everybody's like, dude, I had Whataburger yesterday. It was like, I had Whataburger last week. Dude, I had a Bob like 2 nights ago. So it was like, what do we do? And it was a bunch of us. So it wasn't like just me and Ash. It was like me, Ash, my friend Rob and his, my cousin Adam and his, my friend Jesse and his, my friend John and his. Then we ran into a couple people there too that were at the other bar that we didn't even know we were going to strip club. And by the way, they were there way before the breakfast. So they went there strictly for titties. Not judging, I'm just saying. We wouldn't have gone there if food wasn't the, whole point of the situation. Yeah, Cole is going through the motions, bro. He's the same guy who wants them to say he's the greatest announcer of all time, which is blasphemous. No judgment. That's fire. My wife said she's down to go we need like a group. Yeah. That's how we did it. It's not weird with a group. Like, I don't think I'd ever go to the strip club with just my wife. I don't think I could. And if I did, it would be like when you go to like school functions at night, like PTA meetings or like teachers, like teacher parents night, and your kid is in the classroom, like behaving like he doesn't at all in real life. Like, that's what it would be like. You know what I mean? Pretending like you're the good kid in class because your parents are in the classroom and you're talking to your teacher. So you're there giving your best performance, right? That's what I'd imagine. Not to say that like I'm out of pocket with the group. It's just like, oh no, I don't want to talk to a girl in the strip club. That's like the opposite of what you want to do at a strip club. You go to the strip club so you don't have to talk to girls. No, I'm just kidding. I actually never loved the strip club. It always felt like a trap. Always felt like you were getting fleeced. Because I never had sex with a stripper ever. Never, not once in my life. But I had friends that I think. So I have one friend, I think he's only ever had sex with strippers. Like, I think he's only ever gotten girls by going to strip club, spending his, like, half his check. He works in the oil field, no family, right? So he's always balling with cash. And I think what ends up happening is like, okay, he's paid for like $500 worth of dances. So now she's like, hey, for $500 more, blah, blah, blah. And that never vibed with me. It always felt weird. Like, I don't want to be like, I don't want to get a dance in the back where you took a guy and you blew him on that same seat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sit there. Like, that's the last place. Thank God that it's all black lights in there and you can see what's everywhere. But they don't have black lights in them rooms, champ. And I think we both know the reason why. That was hilarious. You don't want none. Oh, we got to catch up. Oh, somebody got the classic John Cena shirt. For $5 he could have got him and two friends blown. Yeah, see, that's the other thing about it too, right? I've been to strip clubs with friends that have a lot of money, and friends that don't at the same time. It's kind of emasculating when you have half-naked girls coming up to you, pretending like they are into you, but like you can't afford like to get 5 lap dances, and who the fuck just gets one? I mean, I do, but like most people don't just get one. I'll never forget the first finesse that ever took place. I was at the strip club with 3 friends, right? The girl said, hey, you want to dance? They're half off this week or on that day. It was like a Tuesday, right? And then they went to the back. She danced like 4 times, right? And then told him, no, the first dance is half off. The rest of them are at regular price. I said, dude, call your manager, because fuck that. We're leaving or you're shutting the fuck up. Like, first of all, you cut him off. Like, he didn't say keep dancing, but that's his fault. I don't know. Why is Dragon, dude? Can you imagine what WWE fans would say if the scenario was turned and Gunther, after beating AJ, was getting the shit kicked out of him by Dragon Lee? I love Dragon Lee, but they have not booked him as a guy that should be beating on Gunther at all. Yo, that little girl has a really good cosplay. She was Stephanie Vaquer with the makeup and everything. She looked great. Her mom did her very well. I think that was like her brother dressed as Jay. You can see him in the back behind the commentary team. The Raw. I've never done such a thing. However, I have a discount code for Sapphires if you ever want to go. Oh, Champ said Sapphires. Let me tell you, Champ, the first time I ever went to a Cowboy game, all right, at Cowboy Stadium, it was AT&T Stadium at the time. We stayed at a motel like right down from Sapphires, and like from where we were to where Sapphires was, there was like an adult video store in the middle. And I am like 90% sure that the strippers that were getting off of work from Sapphires were going to the adult shop because they were meeting Johns there, or like that's a place you could get Johns. I can't say that for sure, but I saw like 5 strippers leave with like 5 rando customers. And these weren't like, oh, that's a stripper's boyfriend. No, these were, oh, that's a prostitute's John. Like, yo, imagine they never tell us who was on the phone. That'd be crazy. I gotta tell you a story about Matt raising his hand with a dollar bill at the titty spot. Oh, that's hilarious. I gotta hear that. Or Matt's story about our other fat friend in the back room. Oh God. Oh man, Mario might hop on and tell you this story. Champ, hey, it's the late night one, so you know how it goes. Wait, what did he say? I'm gonna go grab, or I'm gonna go roll L real quick. I'll be right back. And I make you satisfied. What you really wanna know? How you really wanna that? Did y'all get to see the Grammys? What y'all think? Dude, music sucks for real. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the Grammys list, the record of the year, song of the year, and like the Bad Bunny song is good. If you know Spanish and you know what it's about, I loved my grandparents very much. And I think there's a special bond between Hispanic or Latino or Chicano boys and their grandmothers. And that song is like one of the only songs I've ever heard that like pays tribute to that in a way it deserves, and that's why I like, music from other cultures and stuff, because it's like, what I mean? Like they'll put more stuff out like that's different and not like, because then you look at what was popping on the Grammy stage from America is like Chapel Roan. Billie Eilish's song was all right, actually. I liked it, but it just, it had been out forever. They had fucking Doechie's Anxiety like really, bro? You're gonna use a song that's been used twice, and you're gonna say that was one of the best songs of the year, one of the best records of the year? Come on, champ. If you were gonna have somebody win it, then just give it to the person that made the song originally. So Mario, everyone is saying now that Bree is back, Daniel Bryan ain't gonna be too far behind him. What do you think, bro? Honestly, I have no problems with Daniel Bryan coming back in a role that they're gonna use him, right? Like, I don't think they'd bring him back and make him GM again. I don't think they'd make him commentator. I don't think they'd do a lot of that stuff, So if he's not gonna wrestle, what value does he bring versus at AEW? I mean, if there's an issue there, they're just not using him enough, right? So I don't know. I'd love to see the return of Daniel Bryan. That would be a huge pop, especially if they did like Royal Rumble stuff. That would be hella dope. I'm not much of an award show guy, and the fact that they are letting Lefty Tweaker play run around and act like he won a Gram. Who is that? I didn't watch the whole thing. All I saw was clips. I saw, what did I see? I mean, I saw what's her name, Billie Eilish, tell Ice to get the fuck out. Heard Bad Bunny say that. I saw that weirdo fucking chick from DAZN. I forget her name. She went viral too for sitting down. It was just gay. This whole thing is like, I don't mean gay like isn't like homosexual. I mean like lame. Did Luther deserve to win? You know what's so funny about that? After the Drake beef, everybody wanted to hate so bad on Kendrick. Well, really the right, because you could be real. Like, let's be real about it. Like, if you were on Drake's side, there was a better chance you were like a right-leaning person, specifically like FBA. Like I'm not a black person, so I'm not gonna pretend like I know anything about FBA. All I know is what I see online, and what it seems to me online is if you're FBA, you're more than likely going to be right-leaning. So I saw that too. What else? That was about it. I don't know. The awards were like, damn, this is the best music out right now. Like, come on, champ. That can't be. Also, there's a lot of Koreans now. It's like that K-pop hunter or Korean demon hunter or K-pop demon hunter, whatever the fuck. Like I remember it was like B2K or not B2K. What was her name? BTS or whatever. It was like a few like really, really high level or not high level, really popular Korean like K-pop people. And now it's like there's a whole genre. Like, did you see what Trendon said about No, I didn't see that. You're gonna have to explain that to me. Mania 2027, hilarious. Lefty Gunplay is on the TV off song with Kendrick Lamar. Really? Lefty Gunplay won with Kendrick Lamar's TV off? He did? I thought Luther won. So you're telling me Lefty Gunplay was on the Grammys, like on TV, like acting a fool? Nah, I was gay and I don't care about rich people's political opinion, but don't actually give a shit. They just go what is popular. Yeah, man. It's both sides, bro. I mean, that fucking white bitch. Why'd you go to the Grammys? You went to the Grammys, right? And you say you don't fucking agree with none of them people. And that's the bullshit right there. That's the bullshit right there. The truth is, Trump wants to be accepted in that place so bad. So bad. He wants the Grammys and the Oscars and all these people to pay tribute to him, right? Like you look at what he did with the Kennedy Center, right? It's like one of the most lefty leaning fucking places in the world to play. And now he's shutting it down because nobody wants to play it, right? It's just become so politicized. Like can't even enjoy shit anymore without people fucking up. And I mean, like I heard what Bill Maher said about Billie Eilish. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody says you can't talk shit to Bad Bunny. Like that's his thing, right? It's like being like an activist for like the environment and then like not saying something about the LA wildfires, like at the Oscars or something. You know what I mean? It's just like a weak place to take a strong stance. Also, here's what I'm gonna say, and I'm not even trying to be like funny about this or mean or anything, but if you are one of the people who's like, I'm not watching the Super Bowl, like, dude, you're a bitch already. You're a pussy then. Like, why are you watching the Super Bowl for the halftime show, you fucking mom? You know, that's like what my girlfriends have always done. Like every girlfriend I've ever had during the Super Bowl, going back to middle school, has been like, babe, I'm going to hang out in your room. Can you call me when the halftime show starts? Yeah, sure. I'll call you so you can see Janet Jackson's tit pop out. Like I like that's how it's always been, right? My mom cooking, right? All day, and then we're eating, and then she pop out for the halftime show. And then she goes back to where she's at after the halftime show. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of Seattle. I'm not a fan of the Patriots. I'm a fan of football, though, so I'm going to watch, right? Like, if it was like a bunch of racist country singers, I would still watch. I mean, I don't know if I'd watch the actual halftime show or maybe just to laugh or whatever, but like, I'm watching the football game, right? Whatever statement y'all want to make politically, go ahead. I'm not a fucking retard. I don't get sucked into propagandas as much as I used to, right? So it's like, what the fuck am I going to do? Oh, shit. This is how far Paul's been removed from ECW days. Totally forgot to make that connection between Paul and Philadelphia. 3 years ago, I watched specifically the halftime show. Why? What show was that? By the way, no. My bad. Don't get it twisted. I'm sorry. Thank you, Matt, for saying that. Thank you. Because now you just made me realize that sounded like a hater thing to say. I'm not saying it's whack or feminine to enjoy the Super Bowl show. Not at all. Not at all. What I am saying is you don't have any right to speak on the food at McDonald's is if all you did was go in there and ask for a water cup and get a water. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's probably not fair to, you know, compare the biggest acts in all of music to water. Oh, Rihanna's Fine Ass was that year. I thought, for some reason, I thought that was the year of like 50 Cent and Eminem. That was the one that I watched. I remember that was the one I was like, fuck, let's get it going. And Usher too. I remember I was excited for Usher's. So I'm not saying you can't be excited for the halftime show. All I'm saying is it's like you saying, like, it's like somebody saying, I'm going to throw this entire fucking banana split away because that cherry on top is just disgusting. I don't like that cherry on top, and so I'm gonna throw the whole fucking sundae away. It's like, bro, you ain't even a fan of ice cream, so then why the fuck you even buy a fucking sundae in the first place if you're gonna crash out over the fucking cherry on top? What? I don't know, bro. I watch football, I watch sports. It's my thing, right? Like, I work, I do all the responsibilities I have to do. When I watch sports at the end of the week, even though it's more of a job today than it ever has been, it's like I'm trying to relax. Like, I'm trying to not think about the crazy shit, right? Because there's like real crazy shit going on. Like, no matter what side of the aisle you stand on, Stephen Miller's scary. If you're a normal human being, like if you're a normal American, Stephen Miller's scary. Right? If you're a normal human being, you know, you're worried about what was going on in Minnesota, you know, and at the same time, worried as in like, is that happening here? Not worried as in like the fake MAGA people that were like, oh, like fuck Minneapolis, we got to change. It's like, again, these are states' rights. If Minneapolis wants to burn down, if being a sanctuary state makes them fucking burn to the ground, that's their fucking deal, champ. This is the United States of America, not the United America. This isn't a single country. These are places where states take care of their own shit. And that's always been the Republican deal, right? States should be in control of state shit. And so it has to make you wonder why they would fucking do this. All I know is that every political pundit on the left and right has said that the rumors are every time Epstein is brought up in front of Trump, He is noticeably angrier than ever about it. Maybe it's just a distraction. Who the fuck knows? Hey, Matt, by the way, you got your Iron Man and your Juggernaut right, champ. Good job on that. Hey, Mex, what do you think? Me and Matt, really it was Matt, but we came up with the Juggernaut title. The Juggernaut title for whoever eliminates the most people in the Rumble, right? Because you got Iron Man, that was Javon Evans, 40 minutes plus, I think. But the Juggernaut was Obafemi. I DM'd Brianna once and she opened it, so she knows I exist, and that's all that matters. Champ, yo, hey, that's what the real ones do. You keep chipping at the fucking you keep chipping at the iceberg, champ, until you can get that shit in your drink. Oh shit. Read. Oh, never mind. I watch every halftime show, but I wish they would go back to the days of multiple performers of different genres at the same halftime show. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm a person who, like, if you got my phone right now, like, if anybody wants to follow me on Apple Music, right, you could go follow me, Mario Monkey, on Apple Music. I'll follow you back. And you look at my playlist, right? I have opera, I have musicals from show tunes, musicals from musicals. I have obviously rap and hip hop. I have my own music from the days when I used to rap and put out mixtapes. Rock, metal, Norwegian death metal, Tejano, cumbia. I have some French stuff. I have some French pop. I don't know French, the language, but I do know that they have a very qualitative way of speaking, and it has a sing-songy vibe to it. So I like that too. Like, I like everything. But I don't always feel like everything, right? Like, I saw, and shout out to Casey, I saw you in the chat, champ, but I can't share it. I can't post IG stuff, so I can't put the clip. I mean, I can't put your comment up, but I see what you said. You had said about who was it? The big dude, Jelly Roll. What Jelly Roll said about the halftime show. He was like, try to give a political answer, right, without making it sound political. And he was like, man, I've been waiting for somebody to ask me about the halftime show, which is bullshit. What you're saying is, oh, I got my PR guy to give me the perfect answer, so I've been waiting to give the perfect answer. And he was like, man, I just wish one year, Nashville's getting a new football stadium, so in 3 to 5 years there could be a Super Bowl in Nashville. And he said, I just wish that we could have, a year that Nashville does it like a country year, right? And it's like, we'll have Tim McGraw and Garth Brooks. First of all, Garth Brooks is a fucking psycho. That's first of all. But second of all, like, none of that music's current. Like, y'all don't like Tim McGraw's latest stuff. Why are y'all lying? Stop it. You know what I mean? I like I Called Mama, I think is the song called. Like, that was good from the album, but everything else was terrible. But again, I would love country music, right? But I don't want fucking the dude that sings Seven Summers. What's his name? Like, that dude's the most political artist in the country. Like, y'all want to talk shit about fucking Billie Eilish? Well, he's the male Billie Eilish. What are we talking about? Also, he acts black a lot, right? Like, let's be real. He's a country singer, but he be pulling out some fucking moves sometimes. He did the Juice WRLD walkout. He had hip hop walk himself out, and then he had Drake with them. Like, it's just it feels like you're just doing something and trying to give us a brand that you think we'll buy, as opposed to like being who you really are, right? Wallen, that's his name, Wallen. I have some of his music on my Apple Music, but I don't consider that shit country. That's not country. Shit, I grew up on fucking Wayne's and fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, we were in the bar, like, I mean, singing family traditions and shit. They always, why do you drink? To get fucking drunk. Why do you smoke? And if you don't know the answer to that, then you're not fucking country and shut the fuck up. Like, quit pretending like you like country just because you want to, like, suck some fucking somebody's dick. I don't know whose dick you're sucking, but I love country, but I love real country. I don't love this fucking bullshit country they have now. It's all fucking pop music and fucking whack. Fuck that shit. Hey, that's why George Strait's still the king. Never take that crown from him. Never. Who's going to take it? Morgan Wallen? What? The black kid? What's his name? Nick? I don't know his name. I don't know why you're asking me. You're the one who brought it up. I don't look. All I'm saying is I like real country. You know what I mean? I got shit from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. But after 2014 or 15, I'm sorry, that shit got fucking terrible. Terrible, bro. Country music is awful today. But the GOATs, their music's going to live forever. So is Bad Bunny. So what's the issue with Morgan Wallen? But that's what I'm saying. If you have an issue with Bad Bunny, why wouldn't you have an issue with Morgan Wallen? Like, I'm not saying I have a problem with Morgan Wallen. I have a problem with Morgan Wallen being called country or even a great country artist, because he's not. He's a good pop artist. I don't even know how much of his songs he writes, but if he writes most of them, then he's a decent songwriter too. But that shit ain't country. The fuck? Yeah, that's country for people that wear tight fucking jeans, all right? Hey, that's country for people that don't even fucking dip. That's country for somebody who's never had a fucking Budweiser and fucking Cowboy Killer in their hand at the same time, champ. I'm just being real with you. Morgan Wallen to me is like calling fucking Will Smith a rapper. You know what I mean? Like, is he a rapper technically? Sure, but I like artists. I don't like people that fucking grift for money. Because that dude was like Mr. fucking We Are the World before he came out. And then 2018 happened. He just lost his fucking mind. I don't know. And again, it's not like I care, but it's like, this is what I don't want, is people just talking shit to talk shit. You know what I mean? So they pick Bad Bunny and look what happened. And if you pick Morgan Wallen, it's the same thing. Like, I'm not out here saying, hey, this sucks, so let's make something equally suck. No, let's do better. How about that? How about we do better? How about we actually reward good music? Because I promise you, them Grammys last night, those were not the best songs in the world. Those were not the best albums in the world. I promise you. I listened to enough music. I mean, no, I couldn't say that. Never mind. I won't say that. But I can promise you that there is still good music out there. A lot of it. Billy Strings is a fucking great artist. Shit, you know who's like 1,000 times fucking better than Morgan Wallen? Like 1,000 times better than Morgan Wallen? I forget his name all the time. But this dude, he's been on Rogan. He had a song in this movie that I liked. It was like a thriller horror type of movie. And I found his music and I was like, damn, this dude's fucking good. Holy shit. His name is Sturgill Simpson. That's who it is. Sturgill Simpson. If you ever heard of Sturgill Simpson, that's real shit. Now he's got new stuff that's really different, but if you go to his older stuff, he has some fucking amazing shit. Look, he does this. It's a country version of In Bloom by Nirvana. Where the changes move. Spring is here. He's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he don't know what it means. I don't know what it means to love someone. His dad, I think, was a singer too, or a guitarist. On like, he's like really popular. He's like a bunch of country songs or some shit like that. Sturgill Simpson just sounds like a racist name. Yo, I'm telling y'all, dude, he's good. You know, I like his music. It sounds country, but it's not about like everybody knows like country's got like, you know, the same themes over and over, right? It's like hip hop, right? Hip hop has a lot of the same themes over and over. And if you look at the best music or the most popular music, the most financially successful music, it's clear in hip hop and in country, there has been a blueprint discovered of what people will buy and what people will listen to. Like 20 years ago, music was interpretive, music was expressive outwards. Today, the music you listen to tells other people something about you. And that's why I hate it. Really? It doesn't even feel that long. Wheeler Walker Jr.? I don't think so. That name sounds familiar for some reason. It's like aggressive hippie music. That sound dope. He sounds good. I don't know if it's like music you could like. I like when I listen to country, I like playing it like at the river, like, you know what I mean. Like if we're gonna float, like the Frio or something like that, right? Or like if we're at the beach, or you know, softball tournament. You know what I mean? Like golf now, like recently, like, you know what I mean. So like I like playing country in those kind of situations. So it's like kind of tough to play something that's like, I'm gonna blow my load all over her face, and then I'm gonna go be a fucking race. No, I'm just kidding. But what do they want in? Yeah, they've gotten way too much. They've gotten way too comfortable on air, dude. They're talking like they're on a podcast right now, and it's not working. That one guy doing the no. Oh no, Wheeler Walker is with your 18 deep second 30 pack breaking thing down the 8-ball. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yo, that was like the coldest reception ever for returners after the Royal Rumble. Like Diesel didn't even get that kind of reaction. Like, why would you bring the Bellas back at ECW? I mean, yeah, in ECW territory. Like, I'll admit Philadelphia is not the hardened town it once was, but it's still Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like, it's still not one of the easiest places to play or to perform. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I think I'm gonna get that Attitude Era WWE 2K25. I can't keep seeing it and be like, damn, I want to play that Inferno match. Like, John Cena and Rusev with Tax. You couldn't have used like any other wrestler in the world, literally. Jesus Christ. Did y'all see the scene of Rhea falling through the fucking cage? The Hell in the Cell? The hell, Bert Kreischer's there? Man, he is using the carnage word, huh? Bro, you can't like double down with a comedy act by trying to like double down on the seriousness because it comes off as comedy. Like you did this with Bert Kreischer. How you think that's hard? Like you think you sounded hard right now? Is that what you think? Like you think that Maxine Dupree like comes off as a badass with Bert Kreischer and Tozawa? Don't get me wrong, Tozawa's been on fire lately. But Otis, the comedy act, y'all got them together and she's supposed to be more serious now? How does that work? How does that work? Also, Natty needs to change that gear, bro. Like, I'm going to say something that my wife would be really bad to hear me say. It's like when you use women in those positions, like specifically like when you like watch Marvel films or like comic books, like we have to believe that the 5'5", 115, 25-pound soaking wet girl is going to overpower the monster guy with superpowers. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type shit. Like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Maxine. You were a goof. You're a goof. That's not me. I'm not the one who wants you to be a goof or saying you're a goof. The WWE, their creative books you as a goof. They think you're a goof. So if they think you're a goof, like how the fuck am I not supposed to think you're a goof? But now you're out here trying to like say like you're breaking ankles and shit. Like, bro, stop. You know what I mean? Like, stop. You I get it, right? All girls want to feel feminine, right? Or not all girls, but like a lot of girls, like even if they do something like sports or whatever, like you want to look pretty, right? You want to put makeup on. Like, you ever had a girlfriend that played softball? I did. And I could tell you that, how you look out there for some of the athletes is part of the game, right? And that's how it was at baseball. Me too. Shit. I would cut my pants so that they would flare out, right? That was like a thing in that era. Don't talk shit. That was what everybody did, right? That was like the baseball thing, right? So like high socks when you're a kid. So then by the time you get to high school and you want to show a little swag out there, right? You wear you cover the socks fully and you have them flare out over the cleats. So it's like that kind of situation where you yeah, I got far behind. It's because they won't fucking let me catch up with the commercials. No, she does not. Nah, that's not. I don't think so. Damn, that's crazy, dude. February 28th is Elimination Chamber. And then when is WrestleMania? April 18th. So there's got to be like a Saturday night main event somewhere in there, right? April 18th. So it's April 18th and 19th, right? So February 28th. So it's gonna be like a month and a half between PLEs. Shit, they might got two pay-per-views. I mean, they might got two Saturday night main events in that time. All right, I gotta fast forward. Thank you for the reminder, Mix. Damn, I really want to see this Reed and Penta match, but I gotta catch up a little. Ooh. They should ban the move. They should ban the move. They should ban Reed's Tsunami. That would give it the heat it needs again because it's kind of lost its heat. It's crazy when you think about how Seth Rollins' lack of presence on the show hurts the show, right? But then you think about when he was on the show this time last year and the Vision literally standing tall every single show until the go home show when they'd finally get run off by Roman or Cody or whoever the fuck they were feuding with. Reed did an awful job at selling that. Here's the thing. Pretend you can't get up. How about that? Bro, I give anybody 10-1 odds. Dom's glasses. There's no prescription. Oh, fuck. Never mind, dude. He's got all the prescriptions. Dude, those things are Coke bottles. His eyes are like this much bigger than they normally are. This is why I'm such a good troll. All right. So, not to brag or anything, but hold on. Hey, not to brag, but I was once called the best troll / roaster in the South Division for the AA Texas League for the Hooks. Yeah, the other team's outfielder that warmed up the outfielder and the bullpen, they they gave me the title, and this is why, because if I was there, I don't care what anybody else would think or want from me, but I'd literally be screaming at the top of my lungs over and over, nerd, just over and over on repeat, to the point where Dom would have to like address it, like just like start getting like crazy with it, pushing the edge, pushing, seeing how far I could push his insecurity about the glasses. Because everybody that has glasses to a degree is insecure about them. Not enough to like not wear them, not enough to be like, like switch to contacts if you have like a phobia or whatever, or you just aren't uncomfortable with it. But everybody is considerate. Anybody who wears glasses is considerate of how they look with their glasses, right? Like, it don't matter how long you've been wearing them. Bro, Liv is wearing some crazy shorts. Bro, my niece watches this program. Chill. That's right, Manchester Mario. You said it, champ. Yeah, champ. You didn't know that, Mex? That was like the whole repackaging when she came back with Liv. She was supposed to be the Big Daddy Cool to Liv's Shawn Michaels. So they started calling her Big Sexy, or like Big Mama Cool, I think they said once too. I don't know. But yeah, they've been calling her that shit. When did Dom get injured? How long has he been gone? Yo, Abe predicted she's gonna win. He's been gone since December. Thank you, champ. Appreciate it. But it wasn't a WWE show, right? He got injured. Was it a WWE or a AAA show, Matt? I don't think it was a WWE show now that I think of it. Sister, what I want to get ya? Wait, Matt, who's turning though? Oh, it was a tag match on AAA. It was a tag match on AAA. Thank you, Mex. Champ. I hate this move that Raquel does. I hate this move that Raquel does. If you don't know what I'm talking about, pretend that my chair is the turnbuckle and pretend somebody's in the turnbuckle like this. She does this, literally. She does a toe touch and elbows, then does a toe touch and elbows. It's the most moronic thing. Like one of the most moronic moves in on the women's roster. First of all, you're doing an exercise, which is taking from your, stamina. There's a reason why one of the most favorable positions in MMA is full guard. I mean, full mount. It's not just because you're in a good position and your opponent's in a vulnerable one. It's because you have all your weight on them. The more you can make them feel your weight, the more tired you are, right? So it's like about stamina. That's first of all. That's a small one, but it is true. She's doing way more work than she needs to complete that move. On the other side of it, you're coming from the bottom up. So you're fighting gravity. There's a reason why they made 12-6 in UFC illegal. It's not anymore, but there was a time where 12-6 was illegal because this is so much more devastating than this. Why don't you go to a bag, right, at like a gym, all right, and see what you could do that makes more of an impact. This on a medicine ball, right, or this on a fucking bag. I promise you're going to be like, oh, this one right here, and like, if you're going to do that, why not like reach all the way back, like turn, right? Like you have your hand on her and then boom, it's the same thing, except A, it makes sense, and B, it like sells it better, right? Because you don't, when you throw a punch, right? Like you're going to throw a movie punch, right? You telegraph it and then bring it forward, because this looks a whole lot better than this. All right, that doesn't look like it's gonna hurt too much, but whining back, bro, it's like when you curl hop a ball from the outfield, right? You get that momentum and you come all the way back with it and unleash. All right, you don't fucking catcher it, right? Like, you ever seen a catcher play another position on the field? Like, if you ever played baseball and you ever seen a catcher pitch, right? They throw from here all the time, right? They're getting their pitch and it's right here. No. Hey, she never won the Royal Rumble twice, right? Matt, Liv never won the Royal Rumble twice, right?
Yo,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Liv won the Royal Rumble, right? Before
Liv Morgan?
Yeah.
No, this is the first time she won it. She always came up runner up twice.
Yeah.
Three times actually she came runner up.
Wow, really? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, so what were your thoughts on the Royal Rumble, champ?
Bro, I thought it was all right. The show itself was all right. The matches were okay. I didn't expect a lot from them being in Saudi Arabia. But I thought it was an all right showing. Using the right. I've gotten used to them not having a lot of surprises, as they're just tending to just use a bunch of people from NXT to fill spots. And now they're going to use people from AAA.
Yeah. That makes sense. I like Mystery Guan in it. I liked Obafemi. I liked Javon Evans.
In there.
That LaParca was awesome. It felt like here's your chance to like have a Royal Rumble and like really have like crazy stakes, right? Seeing like if a guy from TNA or AAA wins it, right? Like build it up. Don't just make these surprises for the sake of the pop, because you're going to get the pop already, right? Like let's get some storyline in there. Let's be like, yo, this is the first time wrestlers from WWE, AAA, TNA, maybe even you like get somebody from New Japan for like a one, work type of event, whatever. All I'm saying is that they had the opportunity to like make it bigger and better than it was, even if Roman was the plan all along. You know what I mean? What do you think about the rumors, Matt, that both Rumble and Roman and Triple H's issues are connected, and that the Rumble plans were changed last minute? Now, some people are saying last minute means like as of the last like week or two. Some people say it was like, the night before or the week of. That said, though, they say it directly stems from Roman Reigns' issue with creative, something he brought up on ESPN, and his backstage heat with Triple H. Abe thinks it's a work. What do you make of all this? Any truth to it on your part?
I don't know about last minute. I can see them, because this still leads the same direction of Roman Reigns was going to be in the main event.
Yes.
That's the direction we were heading post War Games anyway. So I don't know how last minute a lot of things changed. I mean, for sure, because everybody was saying that Braun Breaker was leaning to be the favorite to win the Royal Rumble, and then they wrote him off the way they did. But I think this is all storyline too, is the fact that that's what makes me think it's something is making me lean towards that Braun Breaker might get a belt
Before
Mania, or he's going to get it off of somebody. Because think about it, he's been saying like, I've left this opportunity for these young guys to step up and take it, and nobody's taking it. And what better opportunity than for somebody like Braun to take that opportunity against the Roman Reigns in a Mania main event?
Yeah. That's a very, very true statement. I like
I
that.
want to think that, but at the same time, I still think they're probably going the direction they were going to go anyway with Cody and Roman Reigns.
Oh yeah. Mex thinks it's all a work. He said, "I'll let you on a secret. Unreal's a work too." Hilarious. But let me ask you this though, Matt. What did you make of Breaker's Rumble appearance? There were a lot of people that were shocked that they did that. They expected Breaker to have like a big boy showing. But at the very least, you're teasing something bigger with him. And you know, if you put him in the final four and have him get eliminated and owned by Roman, I don't really know how much better that works out. You know what I mean? But what were your thoughts on that?
That's another thing that made me think that things are going to change, or think things did change, because we were even sitting there watching it live and we were like, okay, they did this to him because they think he's not ready. Something changed to where they think he isn't ready for it anymore. And maybe it was the match with Punk, which you can't really blame a lot of the stuff on him. He is what he is, and being such an explosive athlete to where he's gonna mess up unless they still had a great match and it was a good moment. But something did definitely change with how they view Braun Breaker right now. And that's why they did their pivot and get him out of the way like that. Because I don't know how you could say it keeps him strong, but it's kind of a like you were saying in the beginning of your show, it's kind of a waste to have him go out like that.
Yes,
that he did. Because if it is Logan Paul, then like, what are you leading to a match with him and Logan at WrestleMania?
Oh my God, dude!
That's what I wouldn't want for Braun. I would still want Braun Breaker in a world title picture.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'd prefer. And but here's the thing though, Matt, and I told this to Abe earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but this isn't a shot at you or Abe at all. At this point, I hope both of you understand how much I respect y'all's opinion and how valuable I think it is because y'all watch everything. That said, it's disappointing for me, Matt, to have my co-host be able to book the road to WrestleMania like 4 months before the fucking year ended, or at least it was December. At the very least, it was December. But I think I remember it before Survivor Series, you saying that. And the same thing with Abe. Same exact thing. He's like, well, you know where Elimination Chamber is, so he's not winning the Rumble. And it's like, damn, if y'all are right, like it just plays into exactly what we expected. Like,
bro,
come on, dude. Like
I was saying a year ago, bro, context clues matters in Triple H's WWE. They all really do.
Yeah, very much so.
You got to pick up the breadcrumbs that he's leaving you that go to the right direction instead of trying to just fantasy book the show.
Yeah,
bro,
that's
in Stephanie's first match. Why are they having a blowoff match, right? Or did they
know? Hey, I'll tell you what, bro. Abe is booking Raquel to win the title. First of all,
I don't know.
But Mex reminded me of this one. How about Gunther? I mean, how about Roman easily tossing out Gunther, dude? Like,
I mean, you got to remember he had a match before that, like right before that.
That's true, and he sold it really well. You know who I had? You know what vibes I got? I got Bret Hart 1993 vibes, where he got hurt in the tag match against the Mounties, and then Owen Hart kicked his leg from under him. And then he limped all the way to the ring, sold it. You know what I mean? Gunther's good, dude. He's good. I don't know, man. I feel like they keep doing these kinds of bookings just to get the marks mad.
And what time is it? Okay, they got like 30 minutes. Is this the main event?
Yeah.
So they're gonna give Roman like 15 minutes to speak, or what?
Wait.
Or did he already come out? Did Roman already come out?
Roman never came out.
Yeah, they're gonna give Roman like 20 minutes to talk.
I don't even think they're going to.
He's advertised for the show. Remember, they only go.
But I don't even think they're going to 10 though. Dude, they only like 5 minutes.
They gotta go home soon, right? If this is the main,
they have to. But you know, and
Because it's gonna take 2 minutes moment just to get to the ring. He thinks he's the Undertaker. It takes 5 fucking years to get there.
For real, for real, for real. And then I'm glad you just said that because you just reminded me how upsetting was it for you, if it was, to see Jey Uso use up an entire 2 minutes of the next person's entrance to do his entrance.
There
and then
we
missed Brock Lesnar's entrance because of it.
It didn't piss me off because his dad did it before, remember?
That's right.
Rikishi and Too Cool had a whole fucking dance segment, then he eliminated them both, and the next guy came out.
That was so much better, though. That Rikishi, I remember that. That was awesome. I loved it. But that Jey Uso thing was just. I hated it.
He needs to go away for a while, but he's so popular with the kids, he can't go away.
Mex said they are 100% booking to rage bait people like you, Mario.
Roxanne.
What the fuck is Roxanne doing?
This is the schmoz.
Oh, it's a street fight, but duh. All right. What the fuck?
Damn, is she really about to get the title here?
Bro, no way. No way Abe booked this.
If he did, Abe.
Oh, this is going to be a dangerous spot. Fuck, I'm so nervous.
We're going to see Abe season of Unreal once.
Nah, they ain't going to let her do it because her foot's on the other side. All I know is that Unreal comes out real fast. So they need something crazy to happen. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, they got Mania and shit. So
yeah, look, here she goes.
Nope, there it is. Smart. I was wondering, like, how you get her from that position. You got to be really strong.
And it didn't even fucking break.
Oh my God. Damn, dude. WWE has $1 million lighting, $1 million fireworks, $5 fucking tables, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Who didn't gimmick the fucking table?
Bro, Slim Jim. I'm blaming Slim Jim. They have their fucking logo on it. That's their table as far as I'm concerned. That's Slim Jim's table. I'm not eating no Slim Jims because I know that I'm just gonna fucking and they're not gonna break. Now this is what it's telling me.
Somewhere backstage, Bruce Pritchard is cussing out Abyss right now.
That's a clip. Oh damn! Steph hit that nice. 1, 2, 3. Nice. That was a decent ending.
Yeah. I thought Stephanie was going. I'm thinking that Liv is going after Jade as just to get people off the scent. I feel like that's the match.
Oh,
it's gonna be Liv and Jade or Liv and Tiffany Stratton for that same title. And that Liv and Tiffany match is a big match in the women's division. That's a big match.
So you think Stratton?
Stratton will either get the belt back at elimination,
belt back from Cargill.
Jade will carry it in there and she'll take on Jade.
Yeah, like I'll be honest, Liv and Steph, I think could be a banger, but it doesn't do anything for me right now at all. I would honestly rather see Raquel and Liv wrestle, but not for the title. But obviously, Liv has to get a title match now. It's going to be Liv and Raquel. So Raquel wins the belt.
Yeah, now we got to find a direction for Raquel to win the belt because how does she get it? If Liv picks Stephanie, there's not going to be another title match for Stephanie. She would have to wait till the chamber.
You're right.
And the fact that they're teasing that she doesn't know who she's going to pick makes me think she's going to SmackDown.
I hope you're right, and I hope she chooses on Friday.
Shuffle stuff around after Mania and Liv going to SmackDown makes a lot of sense.
And here's the thing, dude. I would actually love to see the women's division get like a Cody Rhodes, like who am I going to pick type of storyline, but not this one. You know, it would make zero sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would Liv have to like stall this out so long? I don't want to see her stall out the match for so long. But at the same time, I get WWE not wanting to book it so soon that, you know, it loses its luster by the time it gets there, right? Like, what do we always say, Matt, in boxing and MMA when a fighter leaves it in the gym? You know what I mean? Like, because he went too hard too soon, that he peaked in the gym, and then, you know what I mean? Like, he shows up flat in the ring. And that's kind of what a match can do, like, or what can happen to a match. You know what I mean? You can book it too soon. It's got too much time in the oven cooking, promoting. And then by the time you get to it, it's, you know, little burnt, little crispy on the edge. Hey, so AJ Styles AEW bound, or what's the
I
deal?
don't know, bro. I don't know, because like I was saying, he fits, but you worry because what are they going to do after the first 30 days that he's there? Because obviously you could do him and Osprey, or you can do him and Kenny again, or you could probably do him and Swerve. That's a good match. But then after that first good match, that's the problem that AEW has, is where does he go now? Like Tommaso Ciampa winning that TNT title on Saturday was cool. That's good, because they normally come in and they get beat. But now what does he do?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And that goes to my point. Like I said earlier, bro, like a lot of AEW fans getting mad at the WWE for like, oh, they don't give young wrestlers a chance. They don't give young wrestlers a spotlight, bro. But like, what young wrestler in AEW is getting the spotlight over there?
Dude, you're so right. You're so right.
The main event scene is the same. And look how old Tommaso Ciampa is. Look how old AJ Styles is. And look how old Mark Briscoe was.
Word.
You know, John Moxley isn't this young, fresh guy. Neither is Hangman or MJF anymore. MJF been there 6 years, 7 years.
Bro, I watched Dynamite this week, and I was like, man, what's my problem? Because I love Swerve, right? Hangman is obviously proven himself. MJF, one of the best talents in all of wrestling, like, you know, and then Omega, one of the, if not the best wrestler never to be in WWE. And all those things are true. And yet I'm bored, not bored, but I'm like, I've seen this, you know, and I know that whoever gets a title match against MJF is going to put out a banger. It's going to be one of the best matches of the year, but I need more now. You know what I mean? And I'm tired of seeing same guys like recycled through these matches. And it's like, oh man, give somebody, almost anybody at this point a chance.
Like, who, like, I understand they're building up that meeting with Kenny and MJF again, but like, who is that big match for MJF to have with somebody as he's the champion?
Exactly.
There's not really nobody out there for him to have that. There's nothing. There's not even a current commodity where you're like, yes, I want to see that. Like, I was so interested in the Swerve Strickland match the first time around he was the champion, but I'm not as interested in it anymore now, this time around. Like, even the Will Ospreay match, like, I don't think that's, I'm not like, man, MJF and Will Ospreay world title just for like their international championship match is going to be great. Like, I'm like, I don't know if I want that. And it seems like the young guys that they have too, Mario, they don't ever capitalize on anything beyond the mid-card scene.
No, dude. Kyle Fletcher was positioned to be a title challenger, to be a guy in the main program.
Bro,
and then they just put him,
Will Hobbs and Ricky Starks.
Bro, yeah,
those are the mid-card scene.
Yeah. Very, and Ethan Page too. You could argue they fumbled that ball bad, but like, bro, I look at it and I'm like, yo, I don't know. Like, you put Kyle Fletcher right back in the same program. Like, are you trying to be like WWE? Like, I don't understand. Like, is there something that you think works with this kind of blueprint?
Yeah.
Please help me understand.
Yeah, like, is he going to stay in the Don Callis family? Is he going to stay feuding for the TNT title now? Like, there's nothing. Like, he's one of those guys that's ready to take that step. There's just no room for him over there in the main event scene for him to take that step.
No, you're absolutely
people
right.
say like, oh, if he goes to WWE, he'd go straight to NXT. Like, so, like, there's room for him in NXT. That's the difference. There's room for him to be a top guy in a same size pond almost, to then come up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Starks has lost any steam, It's like Blake Monroe. She lost a little bit of steam, but it's not like she's like completely dead in the water.
No, not at all.
Ethan Page is as hot as he's ever been.
Yeah, that's very true.
No, NXT.
No. I think they've done, especially with Ricky Saints, a really good job with the guys that have come over for sure. I'll say this. I think that Tony has to throw the bag at AJ. Now, I'm not saying AJ's going or not. I'm just saying that he has to throw the bag at AJ. Here's like the two reasons. One, you get to kind of like not erase, but at least like a little bit wash off the CM Punk stink. But the other thing you do is you give the company a real piece of continuity, right? Without Finn Balor, you don't get to tell the full story, but having AJ, having Omega, you have a rivalry that you can tie over a decade-long piece of history with. Like, that's rare, specifically outside of the WWE, so if you want to utilize the best free agent, right, and have AJ come in specifically to do the job, that's what I'm saying. That's why you throw the bag at him. I mean, you can pay him an absurd amount, but you need to pay him even more because you're going to do the thing you didn't do with CM Punk. You're going to sit him down and you're going to say, this is the story. Now it's, somebody might get hurt. We might have to change things at certain points, but this is the story. We want you to put over this guy. This guy's our future. We need him to beat AJ Styles. So you're going to win the title, blah, 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 whatever the run is, right? They need to be upfront and direct. And this needs to be, we're not hiring AJ Styles to come and be our champion for a decade and put in the Hall of Fame. We're hiring you to come and do the job. Essentially what Sting did, except not.
Sting never did any jobs.
That's true. He didn't do any jobs. He did put over Darby, though, I guess. But you're right. He didn't do any jobs.
Will Hobbs turned down top dollar from Tony Khan. If it was about true. But we all know that Tony can throw any dollar amount at anybody, and it's not going to truly affect the bottom line of his company. The fact that Will Hobbs, who it was alleged that they threw right under Chris Jericho money, which is probably at least $1 million a year for however long, he said, no thanks, I'm going to roll the dice over here.
Very true. Very true.
To me, it's got to take more than money. I think especially with a guy like AJ Styles, who in his career has been like, okay, I'm going to come in, but what are we going to do? What's the big
and see, that's what I'm saying. But that's the thing that AEW does offer AJ Styles, the WWE can't and never would. And it's not, you're right. I don't think it is the money because AJ's super rich, probably. I think that what it is that AJ could never be Roman Reigns in WWE. He can be the Roman Reigns of AEW or whatever version of that looks like it, right? AJ was never going to be the top guy. Like his last match, they just ran back the Gunther feud. Like it wasn't even about him. It was about him doing the job, right? So now if you don't want to be treated like just another one of the, guys in the main event spot, you want to be treated like an actual top guy, right? That's where you go. That's where you're treated like something very special.
We were just saying that there's no room for an internal guy to move up into that main event scene. Is there room for AJ Styles over there?
That's what I'm exactly.
Okay, AJ in there. Who are you going to take out?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. And if you're not going to do it, then yeah, there's no reason to spend the money on AJ. There's no reason to get him out of retirement. I mean, what Mex just said, I think is where I'm leaning most. He says, AJ is almost 50. I can also see him actually just being done. And Mex is so right. And he's right for a couple reasons. But the biggest one for me is that AJ still looks great. Yeah. And the effort that someone his age has to put into developing a body like he has, right? It takes a lot of work. Like when he was a kid, when he was in his 20s, he could probably just pump iron and get there, right? Now you got to take, sauna, shit. Now you got to do cryotherapy. Now you got to do fucking ice baths. Now you got to, you know what I mean? Like chiropractic or whatever the fuck, acupuncture, all that shit you got to do.
There's no telling how many miles are actually on his body compared to how old he is.
Well said. Very well said.
And you got to think about
that was a brutal match too on Saturday.
Yeah. But not only that, like look at the matches he had early on in his career, bro. From the Indies to early TNA to when he went to Japan. That was rough.
Oh, for sure. All right. Let me see what Roman says. Let's see.
Let's see.
Damn, I want that Bret Hart hoodie.
Is a Roman Punk Night 2 main event to you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Roman and CM Punk. I would be pissed if we don't get something decisive, though. I'd be pissed.
Imagine he's like, well, fuck that. I'm going Drew McIntyre. I don't care what you think. And here comes Punker. Oh, bro, yeah. Before we get done here, I gotta tell you this fucking story we were talking about earlier. One of the best strip club stories you will ever hear. Let me tell you.
In.
That's another thing too, bro. Can you see AJ? Would he really? I don't think like, and I guess in kayfabe sense, he would retire from WWE. But could you see him going to TNA and finishing up? Just doing
I could.
having that
Yeah.
match with Leon Slater like we thought he's gonna do originally.
Especially because the Thursday show, it could use the help. So I could absolutely see him being in that spot, especially if they're gonna like
he was staring
give
down
him
the TNA world title again.
Yep, exactly. And especially if like, that's a job for him afterwards,
To run
maybe.
TNA, help book it.
Exactly.
I could see that. That's what I think Daniel Bryan's gonna come back and do. I think it's gonna be Daniel Bryan and Shawn Michaels running NXT. Because it's no coincidence that Ava is done in the WWE. It's no coincidence that spot is randomly open for what do they call it? Somebody in that role, the general manager role, to just be open.
Yeah. That probably works better right now, to be honest.
Especially because like Daniel Bryan, they were saying his neck problems were coming because of all the travel. He would just need to stay in Florida, show up to the PC, help train, help direct, because he's got a decent enough mind for wrestling. But if it's filtered through somebody like Shawn Michaels, I think that he would listen to also, since that's who trained him. I think he would be fine in that role, booking NXT with Shawn. Because I think The Rock's daughter was just there to be there, just to have a job until her contract ran out. But somebody like a Daniel Bryan could be like the William Regal was and help teach and put game onto young minds that need it. And what better farm system than having Shawn Michaels and fucking Daniel Bryan showing you the ropes?
Exactly.
This one guy I also hope is at the Lubbock show is CM Punk, bro. I really need to mark CM Punk off my wrestlers in person list.
For real.
If I get to see CM Punk, bro, I would literally be able to see everybody that I've ever wanted to see, except for like Shawn Michaels and Triple H and The Undertaker actually in a match.
It's a badass list. The fuck? Who's he talking to?
Ben Balor.
Oh. Damn. Visitor.
Ooh. Somebody said thank you AEW in the crowd. That's fucking hilarious.
Jesus, that's hilarious. Yo, I feel like they're burying Drew.
Yeah, making him look like a chump.
Bad.
See, this is a good promo battle.
This is a good promo battle.
A fully evolved Roman taking on Punk. I like this.
Jesus. Damn, he brought up the bracelet.
Speaking of this bracelet, bro, where the fuck is AJ Lee?
I know.
Gone.
Just gone, bro.
Didn't even go to the
so
Rumble.
upsetting.
Mm.
Damn. Damn. Oof. Oof.
Oh yeah, they are in Philly. Pretty calm Philadelphia crowd for one.
I was literally thinking the same thing. Literally. Mm. Yo, Roman's so over, dude.
Mm-hmm. He's the guy, bro. He's still the top guy.
Damn.
Mm.
Max said Roman's about to shit on Larry. Bro, I would lose it.
That's why your fucking dog is dead.
Like, not even creative, just being a dick about it.
Yeah, just being an asshole about it.
Yeah.
We'll put you down, just like you had to fucking put down Larry. Imagine he's just like, well, you choose this and I choose the Rock. And the fucking Rock comes out again.
Oh, that would be crazy.
And
I sold my soul.
Yeah. When's the last time Roman and Punk had a one-on-one match?
Dude, I don't know if they have, and if they have, I don't think it ended in a schmoz, I'm sure.
Ooh.
Yo, that's a line. That was a real laugh.
Ooh, shit.
Damn.
This is getting good.
Right. Oh my God!
Shout out Coco Cabana. Yeah. This was probably the best segment in a while.
Oh.
That settles it.
Yo, I got okay, I gotta just hear that one more time. Just like a little bit of that last part. Let me turn this.
That was really good. That was like really good.
God, that was so good. That was so good. Dude, I am gonna tell you right now, both nipples are hard for this one. All right. Not just the left, which is the slut for anything wrestling, but the right. The right nipple is just as hard. Dude, that was he fucking called out the Colt Cabana shit. And
Yeah,
Matt, I'm starting to think you have some fucking person in WWE creative room because what the fuck? You literally said it right before. Like you were like Colt Cabana, and I was like, oh, that'd be crazy if he said it. And then 20 seconds later, he says it. I was like,
that was good. That was
Dude,
really fucking
so good.
I'm sold. Also, I'm excited for that to happen.
To the stupid shit line.
See, and this is going to be good because it doesn't seem like it's going to have that proper build of they're just going to talk to each other and then just inch closer and closer to each other as the weeks go by here. Like just addressing each other through promos and eventually addressing each other week by week, face to face, to where eventually it boils over properly.
Dude, you're so right.
Wrestling program, and it's going to be fucking phenomenal.
And you said it so well, dude. You are so right, bro. Literally, we were saying how it's like you could fuck the WrestleMania by booking it too early, right? But you just said it. When you have two high level wrestlers, we're talking top 1% in the world.
Yes,
just let him go. Just book it and let him go. Right? You keep trying to make triple threat matches and fatal four ways and, trying to protect everybody in matches, right? Trying to protect them and trying to protect the finishes for them. But at the end of the day, what we want to see is definitiveness, right? Like I'm not watching the Super Bowl on Sunday because I give a shit about Seattle or because I give a shit about the Patriots. I'm watching to see somebody win. I'm watching to see a team and its players rise to an occasion that is like the closest thing we have to fucking warrior shit, right?
Yes.
That's what I want to see. If that game ended in a tie somehow, I mean, I know it can't, but if it somehow ended a tie, I don't even know if I'd want to watch football anymore. Like, how terrible would that be, right? So you can't get to the WrestleMania stage and not have a decisive outcome, and then it begs the question, who wins? Right? And where the company stands and with who, it's going to be so good, dude. So good. I cannot wait.
Yes, absolutely, bro. It's going to be fantastic. Especially like you said, you got two guys that know what they're doing, who you don't have to hand a script to. They know how to build a story properly and just let them eat. Just go out there and just let them eat. Let them build it.
You know what that just made me realize? The booking for Elimination Chamber. It's to face Drew. So then that's a Cody win?
It seems like it.
Right?
But especially with what they did on Saturday. But at the same time, it seems like they're going to jam Jacob Fatu into there also.
Oh, good call. Good call.
Cody got eliminated by Drew McIntyre. And then subsequently, Jacob Fatu was eliminated by that distraction. So I don't know. I mean, you can have Cody win. And you'll have Cody win the Elimination Chamber probably. And then you'll just squeeze Fatu in there just to have Fatu in there because that's like, if it's anybody's time, like we were saying for Braun Breaker, it's Jacob Fatu's time. He needs to stay in the main event scene on that brand over there. He's the perfect guy for it. He's in great shape.
Damn, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
And he's walking fucking tall to the point where he can't be ignored.
Bro, what do you do with Braun Breaker? I just realized also your Elimination Chamber booking's done because they're not going to have him win.
I mean, unless you have him and Punk, but it seems like you're probably going to have Punk and Balor in Chicago and have Punk win again.
Yeah, no. You cannot book a Punk title match at all. If you, there's no way.
Not in Chicago?
Not a title match. No, I don't think so.
You got to put him in there somewhere. It's fucking Chicago.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, that you can't disappoint that crowd, but man, like talk about a risk.
My fear is that Seth isn't ready and it's going to be Braun and Logan Paul. Which that'll be like a fun type of thing, but like that shows like we were talking about in the beginning that he's not ready. He showed them that he's not ready yet. And we're probably looking at SummerSlam to crown him king. Maybe even next year. Because Seth,
yeah,
we just don't know where Seth is honestly at. That's the problem.
Are you surprised that they already announced it?
No.
I'm shocked. I am shocked.
I don't think
they already announced it.
Last year, no?
Braun Seth, yeah. Mex said Braun Seth too. Yeah, that's probably where it goes, right? Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know. Man, this is awesome. I love that they did this, but I'll be honest, I'm shocked. I can't believe it because it's like, we've been conditioned over the last couple years for like Raw and SmackDown to like have like, oh, are we going to get the decision this day? And it's like Raw, like WWE uses it to like keep people coming back,
Yeah,
and
I used to like it back then where they did that, where they would go talk to each champion to have the winner weigh their options out. Or like that time they did with The Undertaker, where The Undertaker faced all three of them in the ring and then he made his decision.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, they would wait till after the chamber, right? And then they would be like, hey, here's the champions, make your pick. Because they used to make both champions defend their title.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Oh shit. Matt, give me like 2 minutes. Hold up.
Go for it.
My bad, Matt. You there?
Yo.
My bad, champ.
It's all good.
I was trying to send off my article, and then my internet just cut, and like for some reason the show didn't go out, but I couldn't unclick the mic. I couldn't unclick none of it.
Weird.
So yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. What was I gonna tell you? Oh, tell me your story. Or do you want to tell me right now? Or you?
Yeah. Let me tell you now. Then I'll get out.
All right. Hey, by the way, shout out to everybody that tapped in with us today. All right. Let me see. What do we got? 214 right now. That's what's up, dude. This is the biggest audience for a Raw watch along ever. Just heads up. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the sub, make sure you hit the follow, whatever platform you're on, YouTube, Twitch, X. And if you're on any one of those other platforms, do me a favor, go to @InfightingFX on TikTok, go to @InfightingFX on YouTube, go to @InfightingFX on Twitch. Follow me on all three of those platforms. Even if you watch from another platform, it just really helps with the algorithm and everything. So yeah, and make sure you go to Matt's channel. And Matt Machine Gun covers everything. All right. Not just wrestling, not just boxing, not just MMA, but all sports. He's been keeping you apprised every Monday of, the football game and what's going on. And I'm sure you're going to have a Super Bowl episode this week, huh?
Yeah, bro. We pushed it. We're going to push it back to Thursday evening at about 6:30, 7 o'clock Central time.
That's smart. That's smart. That's when people are usually watching football during the season. So
yeah, we're gonna let some news build up. We're gonna see. I think the honors are on Friday. So we're gonna.
Are they?
Yeah, we're gonna debate who's gonna win what award. We're gonna debate who deserves first ballot of the Hall of Fame after that controversy last week with Bill Belichick. And then I also floated out an idea on socials to have what I would call an open mic night segment. Because I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna be here at home for the next month with plenty of time in the evenings, and kind of want to see if I held a spot, like, hey, I'm gonna give you a few minutes here on stage. Give me your opinion about whatever. Let's talk about it. Let's throw everything in the air. But yeah, just like Mario said, talking about radio, youtube.com/talking about radio, @Matt Garces on TikTok, Matt_Garces4 on the Twitch. But man, bro, yeah, we're gonna get into all that. We're gonna break down the fights. We broke down the UFC. The UFC was good. Zuffa was really good.
It was.
The Teal fight was good.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, man, we're gonna keep getting into it. We're gonna build up to the next fight with Barrios and Ryan Garcia. I'm looking forward to this Saturday's fight with Nick Ball and Figueroa. That's gonna be a good fight. That's gonna be a
crazy fight. That height difference is nuts.
Yeah, bro. But I think Nick Ball's got it. I think Nick Ball.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, bro. He's
it's a good fight.
Rugged motherfucker. So we'll see. But yeah, I threw that out there just like, hey, because I wanted to do like a talking about live segment, but I'm like, that's too. That feels like I'm trying to be somebody's therapist. You know what I mean?
Oh, got you. Yeah.
I just want it to be just like a casual conversation kind of segment where we're just out there talking like normal. Have a couple of my friends or my brother. We're on here just telling stories and talking and shit. Like I'm about to tell you this story right now, right?
Yeah. And see, and I think that it's a good idea because then other people open up on that, right? Because it's like you don't want to feel like a therapist. I get that for sure, but
I want to get you to.
It's very helpful. Exactly. Like I think it's very helpful for men specifically to talk out things, say things out loud. You know what I mean? Because a lot of men don't get the chance to, and they feel like they can't. So being in a position where you put down your walls first, I think will lead other people to like put down their walls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And then I might just clip this to make this my first like segment for it.
Nice.
So check out this story, right? This was maybe 10 years ago, a little maybe 11. Me and we have a big friend. His name is Mike. Pretty big guy, pretty fat guy. One of those nerdy fat guys where like he's kind of square, says a bunch of wild wacky shit. Doesn't really get no play that you see, but like he's one of
my favorite kind.
One of the guys, like a real prime Jonah Hill type of guy, kind of big guy.
Word. They usually make the best wingmen.
He's a great cook.
I don't know what it is, but they usually make really good wingmen.
But no, this guy would be a terrible wingman. Let me tell you.
Oh, this guy was a terrible. Okay,
the best looking son of a bitch you've ever seen, but he knows how to have a good time when you get him drunk.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. Because the girls, they don't feel overly pressured by them, but then they're laughing.
This night I'm about to tell you about, he could have, but I pulled him in this direction, and this happened, right? So I don't remember where my brother and the rest of the crew went, but they went without us, right? And he was kind of down in the dumps about shit that was going on with him. So I was like, you know, bro, hey, bro, let's go have a good time, bro. I got my car. Let's me and you, let's go to fucking Lubbock. We'll hit the club, and then we'll go see what's up after that. Because we knew people that were going there already. And he was talking to this girl, like being real friendly. I'm like, bro, come on, you need to go mac on this girl. Let's go dance with her. I'll go help you out, right? We'll go get some drinks. We'll have a good fucking time. So we go there and we see this girl, right? We're there drinking. We're at the club maybe for like 2-3 hours till the club almost shuts down, right? Or eventually we're leaving because I'm already had some drinks. I met some friends there. You know, we're fucking blowing L's and having drinks. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, hey, bro, they just handed out these fucking coupons for the strip club. Let's fucking go to Jaguars, right?
They handed out strip club coupons. What were these coupons for? You're gonna have to tell me that.
What they would do, right? Jaguars, they would go advertise in the club. They would send strippers out there to go dance, and they would start handing out cards, and they would like paper flyer type shit. They would panhandle.
Sure.
And it would be like so much off at the door or so much off your first drink, shit like that, right?
Got it. Okay. That's I'll be honest. You said the coupon, and I'm like, wait a minute, is this buy one get one lap dance?
It was for so much off at the door, right?
Yeah. Because let me tell you, if you get a buy one get, this is from experience. If you get a buy one, and this is for everybody out there, because I all the men I care about y'all, all right, and the women, if you're watching. Your men might need your help too in this situation. But I'm gonna tell y'all, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're at a strip club and they have a buy one lap dance, get one free, get the fuck out. Run. Run the fuck out of there. Run. You will get an STD on your mustache just by getting close enough. All right. That's first of all.
It's a cool fucking deal until it's like a girl you went to school with, and she's like, "Oh my God, how have you been?" Right? And I'm like,
bro. Oh my God. Oh, have you ever gotten a fucking lap dance from a girl you went to middle school and high school with?
Yes, it happened in this story, right? So let me.
Oh my God. Okay. I love it. You know what? And I'll tell you mine too. Then fine. Mine's not long. So
we fucking go there. So we're leaving, right? And I'm driving. Cause like he's too big and he doesn't really know how to drive. So we're in my fucking Buick because he can fit. So we're going, and like the girl we went to go see for him is following us, right? And she's like, "Hey, where y'all going?" Da, 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 da. And like I'm shouting, like, "We're going to the titty club, fuck it, we're going there." She's like, "No, let's go get something to eat," right? Fucking knowing this fat ass dude's gonna be like, "Hey, let's go fucking eat," right? I'm like, "Nah, man, fuck that. We're going over here." I'm not, because the girl I didn't feel like playing wingman for him. Because for one,
I mean, I said sure.
He was gonna tell the whole story.
Sure, but that's fucked up, Matt. But that's
because he was gonna, because this kind of guy was a fucking self-snitch, right? He would tell the whole truth on accident. So I'm with my wife, who I'm currently with. We were freshly dating at the time.
Gotcha.
So I'm not gonna fuck that up for me. And then the girl she was with was fucking ugly anyway. All right. They nicknamed this girl Man Beast. So I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I'm not fucking doing that. No matter how much fucking Denny's they're finna pay for, I'm not fucking doing it, right?
Nah, you're tripping, bro. Listen to me. I'm in for Denny's at 2 a.m.
No,
yo, you can sit me next to whoever you want, champ.
No, fuck that. No, because
if you're paying for Denny's,
you wasn't gonna close it anyway, bro. So it wouldn't have been worth it. Anyway,
I'd have closed that Grand Slam.
So I pull off, right? I keep rolling L's because this is at the time where I'm like, I'm driving and blowing everywhere I'm fucking going. I'm like, here, bro, just smoke this. We'll go. I'll get you in the store. Don't even fucking worry about it. You still got your whole check. We get to the strip club. I give him the coupon. We get in. I think we got in for like $20 total. So we're there. And, he's acting all like weird and nervous about it, right? Because I don't know if he's ever been to one. Or like he's just this way around women that look like strippers, right?
I'll be honest, that tells me y'all weren't great friends. I feel like
I was
best friends. I knew if they'd been to a strip club, like every time they went to a strip club, I feel like.
So like he wasn't like my best friend, but I was a good enough friend to him. Like me and his
okay.
Me and his younger brother were in the same grade. Me and his brother were good friends. I became good friends with him when I started working with my brother at this place we were working at.
Word.
And we all just became friends. We all just became like some kind of a crew, but the friendship level was kind of up and down of tiers, right? You were here, there, and there. So he was kind of towards like that bottom straggler tier, but we were like me and him were still good friends. Like me and him would still like go hang out and eat and do whatever the fuck, right? So we're like I said, we're there. I'm talking to that girl I was telling you about. Like I went to school, like, hey, like da da da, how you doing? Like whatever the fuck, right? Okay, now this is weird, right? So I'm like, man, this dude's acting fucking weird. I need to help him have a good time because he's fucking my high up, right? And like I'm having a good time. I'm over here talking to these people that I already know. I'm like, this dude's acting weird. So I tell the girl, I'm like, hey, what stripper here has the biggest titties here, right? And she's like, oh, her. I'm like, okay, go grab her, whatever her name is, grab her over here and give her this money, right? I'm gonna
guess
pay.
Jasmine for the
I'm gonna
story's
pay
sake.
for one. I don't remember what her name was. It was something stupid.
Whatever. I'm going with Jasmine.
They were like those basic stripper names that Mexicans have, like Hennessy or Diamond or fucking
Heaven.
Yeah, Heaven,
Chlamydia.
You know, shit like that. So I'm like, here's this money. Go tell her I'm paying for one lap dance, right? Now keep this in mind. I gave her the money. I'm like, here. And she brought her over here. I'm like, here, take this dude that's sitting over here. Take him into the back room. Give him one good lap dance. This is the money.
Real quick.
The money for one lap dance.
Kids, if you're listening, Matt is giving you life advice. He's giving you genuine life advice right now. You always specify how many dances you want before you go. 100%.
Context is always key in this, right?
Absolutely.
So I give her that money, right? And she's like, okay, I got you, right? So she goes over there, I watch him. She starts doing the stripper thing. She's like fake hollering at him, making him think he's handsome and drags him back there, right? I'm like, cool. Yeah. I'm up here talking because like I know like this dude. I know these dudes I went to school with. I know these dudes I used to work with and get stuff from. I'm like, cool, we're up here drinking, doing whatever, right? Time's going by. I'm like, man, it's been like 45 fucking minutes. Where is this dude at? Right? So I'm like, cool. So I go get me one, right? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get it the fuck out of here. Let me go, because they used to do that double dance shit for a t-shirt. I was like, let me get this t-shirt. I can give it to my fucking friend. I get back there, right? And let me see. It's like I get back there and I'm looking for him, right? It's a basic room. Maybe like the layout of like a big 2-car garage is how big this back room is, right? Just pretty much reclining chairs. Like the couch, the love seat I'm sitting on right now, pretty much
like
what
that
you're on.
everywhere. Gotcha.
So everybody's just there against the wall, boom, 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 boom. Like maybe 12 chairs in this room, right? And I'm looking for him. And you got to remember, it looks like this, right? You see, right? So I'm going back there.
Absolutely.
Right? And I'm like, man, where is this motherfucker at? Right? I can't find him. And I'm looking here and I'm looking there and I'm looking. And eventually I get to my chair, right? So I'm like, cool, let me get a double, pay for this real quick, and I'm going to keep my eye out. And I'm looking, I'm there, I'm getting my dance right, I'm getting my drink. And I look in the corner, right? I see the stripper. I'm like, okay, there she is. Where the fuck is he at? He's in the chair. Right? Oh, here's where it gets good. He's in the chair, right? I don't know what the fuck was going on in this lap dance, right? Let me see. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. You good?
He's like this, right? Face back, having the time of his life, and like she's rubbing. This wasn't like a strict rules kind of club.
I know
you can grab on him and shit.
I know what kind of club you're at.
Is leaned back in his chair, getting his titties rubbed on.
Stop it. No, he's not.
Look, watch. He's back there in the chair.
Hey, you said watch. I was like, you about to play video.
And he's like,
no, dude, stop.
So,
dude,
right, bro,
don't.
She's rubbing his titties. He's all fucking like into it and shit. And he's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on in here?
Bro, listen to me real quick. That would have sobered me up immediately.
Bro,
every single ounce of drug in my body would have just fucking fumes just Like
Mario, what you
I'm
don't know
done.
about
I'm
me,
sober.
because we haven't hung out a lot in person, is I'm an asshole, right? I point this out. I'm like, look at this motherfucker over here, right?
The other stripper?
Yes. And then there's another bitch next to him giving another dance. And they look, they're like, oh my God. And there's like,
no, stop. Oh, fuck,
yeah,
dude.
Like, there's like 8 of us in there. And then 7 lap dances at the same time stopped to look at this big motherfucker getting his titties rubbed and fucking just leaning back. Like, bro, this motherfucker is like, it's like ice cream on a fresh brownie, bro. Like this, he's melting like butter. And I'm like, what in the fuck? So I go over there and I tapped the girl and I was like, hey, like let's go. We gotta go. Right. So I leave and I'm out there waiting for him after I get mine done, right? Get my drink. And like I said, I'm an asshole. So I go tell these fucking dudes that he doesn't know what the fuck I just saw in there. And these other strippers come out here like, oh my God. Like they're doing the same shit when they walk out of the back room. They're like, oh my God, he was in there like this and fucking rubbing his titties. Like, oh my fucking God, this fucking
all
nerd.
I'm imagining is the whole club telling the person they were with, yeah, it was like,
bro, right? So like, imagine me like I said, I've smoked at least 7, 8 joints at this point, right? I'm loud as fuck. In this point, I'm like, look at this motherfucker, bro.
oh, you're fucked, dude.
Bro,
That's
like
so
fucking, I shit you not. These bitches stopped. Like I said, 7 lap dances at the same time fucking stopped and was like, oh my God, he's rubbing his own titties. Look at this. So like, bro, yeah. So this here's the best worst part of this story, right?
Oh God.
My brother, Supermax, calling me, right? He's like, bro, you need to fucking get back here. These fucking dudes try to jump our friend. We're trying to get back. We're gonna get back to the house. I'm gonna meet these motherfuckers if they run up. And I'm like, okay, cool, bet. So Lubbock to here is like 45 minutes. But if you're a driver like me, Lubbock and back is 15, 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you're hauling, bro, my Buick was sweet. You fucking haul ass in that thing, I'm back in 20 fucking minutes.
Nice.
So I'm going like, hey, where is this motherfucker at? We need to go, right? So I go looking for him, and he is standing there with the stripper, like he is a fucking kid that got pulled out into the principal's office. He looks at me, he's like, hey, you need to pay her. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean I need to pay her? I was like, I paid her. She was like, he kept fucking going, and we were in there for an hour and a half. I was like, oh, shit. I'm like, you fucked up, bro. You fucked up bad.
So fuck, dude. An hour and a half. Like, let's say average 3 minutes a song, 60 minutes at 3, that's 10 songs, plus another half, that's 15 songs. Granted,
he was spending money already, right? So he was already down before he got back there, and I paid for his.
That's what I'm telling you. I can't go to them places anymore. That's just like traps, because it's money trap everywhere.
Especially if you're a fucking nerd like he is, bro. If you've never experienced the bitch rubbing on your chest like normal, like when you get real intimate with a woman, she'll just rub on you, give you that intimate.
Yeah.
Right? If you've never had that, you just fucking and you're just brand fucking new. She's got you by the balls already.
Oh, that could be intoxicating for sure.
She explained that, and she was like, "Yes, you paid. I gave him the dance. He kept fucking going, and he owes me like $100-something. I'm like, well, bitch, I ain't fucking paying you that money. He did that shit on his own." So here's where the story continues to get worse, right? She's like, just give me your hat and come back.
No, she did not start bartering. Oh,
so this was the easy part.
I know exactly what strip club you were at.
I was like, look.
Or what kind?
Like talking like, look, he's honest. We'll come back and fucking pay you. Give me your socials, talking to strippers. Cause I'm like my dad. I have a fucking silver enough tongue to convince this bitch to let us go without getting.
But is that you? Wait. But the like your dad is like a rapport with women or like anybody?
My dad can make a bride jump in the mud on her fucking wedding day. Okay, that's
a super dude. Listen, that's that with great power comes great responsibilities.
Yeah, and it was with the wrong fucking person. Let me tell you. But we get this going. She's like, okay, give me your hat and come back.
Your hat or your friend's hat?
My friend's hat.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not giving shit. This isn't my fucking problem. I paid the bitch already.
I don't blame
I'm helping smooth this over because he obviously doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And I'm trying to get out of here because for one, I need to be back in Plainview like right now. So because these motherfuckers are coming to the house and we're finna rumble. So we're doing this conversation and she's like, okay. She tells him like, okay, just give me your hat and come back tomorrow. You just promise me you're gonna fucking come back tomorrow because she realizes the situation. This dumb motherfucker says, here, take my wallet and I'll come back.
Oh my God, no.
So she quickly, and I'm like, before I can even say no, like before N could even come to form in my lips, she fucking snatches that shit. She's like, okay. And I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. I'm like, you know what? Whatever, bro. See, I drag him out of there. She takes his wallet. We go. And I'm just like, you dumb. So she gets his wallet. His wallet contains his ID, his social, debit cards, all kinds of shit in his wallet that shouldn't be in your fucking wallet.
Yeah, but this is like 2000 what, right? Like this was
2015, 2016.
Yeah. I give him a pass, right? Like if your wallet doesn't have like the encryption thing, like the little like that metal, like
who in the right fucking mind carries their social and their insurance?
No, that's
and their debit card.
No. Ain't nobody making excuses for that part, champ.
Why are you? First of all, who carries that into the strip club? Why is that in you? Then with you in the strip club. So we're rushing back. We get back, and I start telling the fucking story, right? And my brother is our manager at the time, so he's in charge of us. Like he goes up to her like, "Hey, he starts explaining himself like, I need an advance." And my brother's like, "Why? What the fuck do you need an advance for? You just got we just got paid that fucking day. We just got paid."
Yo, that's the worst.
And
you out partied yourself and you're down on your check, bro, that bad after a weekend.
Why you tell him you need this fucking advance? This isn't even the weekend. This is like 12 hours later leaving the bank. He fucking imagine having to tell your boss like, "Hey, I need an advance."
I wouldn't. Fuck no.
This fucking
I got to get it some other way.
Wallet. I gave her my wallet when all she wanted was my hat.
Yo,
and he looks at me like, "What the fuck happened?" I was like, "This motherfucker gave her his wallet."
Yo, was it a nice hat even?
No, it was just some basic. It was like a fucking like just a regular ass like cholo hat that they wear. Cholo hat that they had. I couldn't even tell you what the fuck was on it, bro. But like, because this was one of those guys, bro. He's creasing his jeans. He's fucking putting the fucking spray on the starch in him and shit.
Oh yeah.
All she wanted was the fucking hat. I'm like, cool, give her the hat. And he's like, "You can take my wallet." I'm like, "Bitch, are you retarded?" Like,
yo, crazy.
Bro, yes. Yeah, so he goes and my brother asked me, and then I have to retell the story that I just told you. What happened? And it gets fucking worse for this guy, bro, because they're like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he would, bro." The best fucking part of that story was other strippers, like I said, 7 lap dances at the same time. Fucking stop. And they're like, "Did you fucking see that fat guy in there rubbing his own titties?" And like, bro, when I say that he was rubbing his own titties, like her hands were on his hands. And they were just like, yeah. She was like, that you like that, you don't, you fat boy, like type shit.
That is hilarious. Hilarious, dude.
That's one of my favorite fucking strip club stories of all time. Because I have a couple with my brother that I'll wait to tell, but one is one of my
that's not even a story, that's like an adventure, right? Like I have a story. I'm not even gonna tell it anymore because it's like fucking like not even close to that. And honestly, it's not even like a story. It's a thing that happened that was traumatizing. There was this girl, Ashley, and she had we went to middle school together, 6th grade through 8th grade. My best friend, Eric, loved her. All right. But she always had like a boyfriend. She was one of them like kind of hood girls that always had like older boyfriends, you know what I mean? Which I mean basically it was just fucking older dudes fucking molesting. But anyway, she had one of them older dudes' boyfriends, so they never got together, never hooked up, nothing. We go to high school. She goes to high school with me for 2 years and then goes to another school where Eric was at for 2 years. So we basically both went to school with her, from 6th grade to 10th or to 12th, basically. It's like 4 or 5 years after we graduated, and we go to the sleaziest bar in Corpus Christi. It's called Bottoms Up. If you Google it, you probably will be fooled because they do a really good job with with pics. It sounds like it, right? Doesn't that sound like? Because when you said your strip club, I was like, oh, I know where that's. I know that. I've never been there, but I know where that is.
I think it's a franchise, bro, because we across our travels in Texas, we've seen multiple Jaguars everywhere.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because I've heard other people from Texas reference a Jaguar strip club. But so anyway, we're at Bottoms Up, cheapest strip club in town. And that extends to the girls. And anyway, I knew she was a stripper. We had heard from friends that we went to school with that she was at like multiple bars, right? She had started out at like one of the nicest places in town. Actually, the place where I got the eggs, where I ate my my breakfast at the strip club.
Too, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. I admit, and it was great. No. What's more wild about it? Yeah, I agree. Breakfast at a strip club is wild. But the more wild part about it was the fucking best breakfast I've ever had in my life.
I believe
it was one of the best breakfasts ever. I mean, it was uncomfortable to eat, but it was fucking good. Hell yeah. And so anyway, she started there. Now she's at the shittiest one, right? But we don't know that. We show up, she's there. We see her dancing on stage. And like this is one of those where they have like a rotating stage, right? So there's like one, then the main stage, then the side main stage, and then there's like one more. So yeah, so basically you dance 4 times on stage, right? And you cycle through.
Yeah.
So she sees us when she gets to the main stage and she waves at us and like she like looks happy to see us. And I remember thinking like, I wonder if she's gonna be embarrassed or not. I hope she's not, because
bro, how is that not?
Yeah, oh, it's terrible. It's so uncomfortable because you like have to try to pretend to not be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But how can you not be, right?
Like I went to school with you in middle school, and now I know what your pussy looks like. Isn't that not weird?
Market
later.
This is exactly where this is headed. And so when she gets to the second to last stage, she waves at us, and my boy Eric just beelines up there with his, few bucks or whatever, and gets like a stage dance, right? And it was always like, I don't know whether they last like 15, 30 seconds, whatever. So he goes and yeah. And so she goes to like open the G-string so he could put the dollar in. And I see him lean up and he says something. And so they like, and I'm thinking, oh, they probably just said hi or something or whatever. So he comes back and he's smiling. And I'm like, oh, I guess you enjoyed that. And he's like, nah, but you did. And I'm like, the fuck? No, you didn't, bitch. Like, I didn't want to see you and her have sex in 6th grade. I definitely don't want to see it now. And he said, she's going to come over. But that's all he says. So she dances at the end. She goes to the bar, and I assume, oh, she's going to change, right? And like, or like whatever, and then come out and sit with us. Nope. She came on, fucking ass out, crazy ass fucking stripper clothes, right? Sits down with us. And I don't even think she used a towel to wipe herself. I mean, just drenched in sweat. Right. And I'm like, this is like one of the first times I'm like, holy shit, strippers work really hard up there. It never dawned on me. Right. And now I'm like, wait, do I want to go at the gym? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, if I was at the gym and a girl's like, hey, I want to rub my naughty parts on you, I'm like, no, gross. Go take a bath. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, you're at the strip club and that's the exact same situation. You know what I mean? Like they can spray all the perfume they want on them, champ, but them body odors, those are like fucking things. Like those are real like living parasites.
That's not dancing. The ones
exactly. And hasn't been dancing. And she's always the baddest one. Yeah. Because the girls that go on the stage, like they gotta go on the stage. It's like advertisement, right? Like, oh, I want to get a dance from her. But the girls that don't ever go on stages, they're the girls that have like dudes like appointments. Yo, they got lap dances by appointment, champ.
Yeah.
And so anyway, she comes over, not even 5 minutes, right? She got a drink in her hand. And we're just talking.
Swamp coochie. That's fucking crazy.
And we're just talking for now, right? And she's like, how y'all been? Blah, blah. And like, it's just awkward, right? Like I'm in college and like I don't even want to tell her, you know what I mean? Like I want to I want to be like, oh, well, that guy got addicted to heroin, so we're both in it. You know what I mean? Like, no judgment here, but it's like, exactly, right? And like the worst thing is like I knew her grandpa, and like, it was just so weird. But anyway, so it's like not even 5 minutes go by, we're talking, and then she gets up, and she smiles at me, puts her hand on my shoulder, and she goes, "Ready?" And I was like, "What?" And I look at my friend Eric, and he's smiling like fucking ear to ear. And then he leans in and he goes, "I bought you a dance, buddy." And I'm like, "No, you didn't. Stop." And before I could even respond, the fucking next song comes on and she starts. Dude, I had this girl at my house while both of my grandparents were there as we worked on a science project. Within seconds, both of her legs just flip over, and now it's like staring me at the face.
Oh,
and look, I don't want to be graphic. If there are any women out there, I very much apologize. I'm, married. I love women. I have a niece, but I'm not going to lie in this part. The steam just punches me in the face. I mean, it was like a fucking chin check. Fucking Floyd Mayweather, Ricky Hatton type shit. Just boom, and then poof, the heat. And I was like, whoa, that oven is way past its fucking preheating time.
Oh my God.
And then, she does a bunch of other things. And yeah, it was like the most uncomfortable like 3 minutes of my life. For the longest time, the song I couldn't hear without feeling like PTSD. But now I've forgotten what it is. I think that after a while, your brain protects you from the most traumatic moments in your life, and it like slowly fades it out. But I will tell you right now, there are two things that I've never forgotten from that night. One was the heat punching me in the face.
That's disgusting.
And the other was the musk. I know that sounds weird, but the musk was
like she just got
not something I expected from someone her age, and her physique. She hadn't let herself go or anything. But yeah, that was traumatizing, dude. Honestly, it was like one of the last times I ever went to a strip club again. I haven't been to a strip club in except for the breakfast thing. But that was like, I get that was still a long time. It was like 5 years ago now that I think about it. And before that, it was probably like 4 years. So I've probably been to the strip club like twice in a decade.
Bro, that's just, oh my God. Like, for one, your friend's an asshole for I got you a
I know, dude. And he liked her, man. He's the one that liked her. Like why did he cuck himself out?
Like, why wouldn't you hey, tell this bitch to go shower real quick or something?
Bro, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. In any other situation with anybody else, I would have stopped the dance. I think. I knew her, and I just didn't want to hurt her feelings, dude. She was a friend.
If I wasn't like some you stanky bitch,
bro, she wasn't some fucking random hood rat that I knew from back in the day. This was like a person that she knew my girlfriend in middle school, and they were really close. So we'd hang out because her and Eric were friends. They never got together, but we'd all hang out like a crew. You know what I mean? And so it was she wasn't one of the dudes. Don't get me wrong, nothing like that. But she was super easy to talk to. She was really smart. She got better grades than all of us. It was crazy, dude. She had a fucking 3.8 GPA, I think is what she graduated with. But I'm sure she made a lot of more money than what she was doing. This was right before OnlyFans type shit. You know what I mean? So
because I've known some strippers man, this bitch is a stripper. That's gotta suck, right? But then she fucking drove off in a Beamer, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'll tell you. No. You're absolutely right. The bank is incredible, but listen, I'm gonna say this. I've never seen or paid for anything Lily Phillips or Bonnie Blue at all, ever. Okay, OnlyFans. But I did see the Lily Phillips YouTube documentary when she had 100 dudes run through her. Because I don't know if you remember, they did that whole
that's insane.
That was insane. That was crazy. That's crazy. But anyway, she did it. And this dude documented it, right? He did the documentary. They released it on YouTube. And he talks to a bunch of the guys. And you see this line of men just filling out paperwork ready to pork her. And it's what the fuck? And so anyway, it's after it's done. And thus far throughout the documentary, it's 30 minutes. She has been laughing, smiling, joking, happy, right? And, you start to think, well, I guess maybe this is something that people can do without repercussion. But then no, the last person's done. The documentarist, the director's in the hotel. She's just coming out of the shower, and he asked her like a simple question, like, how was it? Or like, you know, you okay? Or something like that. Breaks down crying, like horribly. And she starts talking, and I know there's like a lot more to it, I'm sure. But one of the things she said that was so telling, she said, she started crying. She's like, it's just that, you know, some of the guys didn't get to finish. And they were like, I came from such a long, because they all had like 5 minutes time or something like that. No, dude, she was sad because they didn't get to like finish. Like they came to do something
different direction.
No, bro. And that was the thing. It's like, damn, that's what you care about. You're crying because some fucking weirdo came from buckfuck nowhere. And you, and like, and then she was saying how some of them were having like, you know, problems like performing.
Right.
And it's like, she was crying for them too. And I'm like, bro, what? Like, okay, this isn't about that. I already know. Like, why would you cry for somebody else? Like, that man came all the way over there. Like, if he knew there was a problem, first of all, he could have brought Viagra with them or something, right? And second of all, if you have a problem and you know there's like a 50-50 chance, why would you even risk it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to judge anybody paying for sex, but I'll be honest.
But if you're like 60
all the way, exactly,
you keep it up after that.
Fine. Oh, that's it. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. It's like, I would never do anything like that. It sounds fucking awful. That sounds like a humiliating experience altogether. Yeah. But I will say that I think you might be right. Like, I think if I was number 65, I don't think I could go. I really don't. I think I'd be like thinking of the fucking 64 other men. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't even want to think about it that way, but it's like, but now I'm in this situation. Like, fuck no, dude. That sounds like torture to me.
Yeah, bro.
That sounds like torture. That sounds like a punishment.
That's got to be fucking like disgusting, bro. Because like, imagine like having to wear the same pair of shoes with 100 fucking people, and you're number 80 that puts those pair on in the same day.
Damn, I didn't even think of that. Now I never want to go bowling again.
That's what I'm fucking saying, bro. Like, think about that shit. I guess that's fucking like disgusting. So like, she was giving 100 dudes 5 minutes.
You know, but the thing was some of the dudes, like, I can't. Here's the thing. It's hard to believe that she did that at all. But then when you hear some of those guys talk, like, I would have been so scared. Like, one of them was like, are you going to show my face? And they're like, no, for the 5th time, we're not going to show your face. You know, you didn't sign the contract. We're going to blur it out.
Why go?
Bro, no, this is what he said. He said, okay, thank you. Because my dad cannot find out about this. There was like a fucking 28-year-old man. He was like, my dad cannot find out about this at all. This will kill my mom and he'll kill me, literally. Like, that's what he's saying. And you could hear his voice. He's like this like nerdy dude. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Crazy, dude. It's a crazy situation, but like,
that is wild.
I don't know, man. I have like really complicated theories on like sex work today. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I think about my upbringing, Matt, and like how often as a little boy I was exposed to sex, right? Like, not just by like my friends, right? Like TV, music, like, you know what I mean? Like,
everywhere, bro.
Everywhere. Like, I was in 6th
grade. You grew up through the Attitude Era of wrestling.
Hell yeah, exactly. Bro, in 6th grade, I'll never forget. It was the 2nd week of school, and there was a bathroom just outside the cafeteria. It was the biggest bathroom in school. I walk in and there's like 20 people in there. And this guy that I had just met, he was in one of my classes, is telling everybody in there. He's giving a speech, like a fucking TED talk on masturbating. And like 90% of the people in the fucking room had no idea what that was. Right. And he's explaining it vividly.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, I think about it. I'm like, bro, somebody hurt that kid for real. Like, you don't just come to school and start giving like lectures on masturbating without somebody fucking with you. You know what I mean? I mean, I'd assume. And so it's like, damn, I go back to that. It's like somebody hurt that kid. And then that kid came to school and hurt all of us. And I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to be a bitch about it, but yeah, exactly. And it's like, bro, like if like with little girls, like nobody would like if somebody like if it was the same situation, they'd be like, oh, you're hurting that little girl. But it's like little boys, it's like, oh, well, of course they all want to jerk off. Of course they want to fuck their 25-year-old teacher. Like, no, they don't. Those kids grow up and have fucking terrible issues with human beings and women. So it's like, no, I don't think it's really, you know what I mean? So it's like this whole idea that because we're men, we're supposed to be like this sexually charged thing. Like, nah, bro, I want to be better than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but also at the same time, it's like having a niece, you know what I mean? Like you're a father, so obviously you understand it better than I probably ever will, but it's like, damn, they're all that age. Like,
but that's the thing that
fucking weird.
Being a dad too is like with me, like with smoking weed and shit, right? Like my dad would do it, and I think that's what made me think the way that I thought. Like, okay, my dad and his friends and our cousins, they're all fucking doing it. There shouldn't be nothing wrong with this, right? And did that affect a lot of my life choices? Like, yeah, because I started smoking in like the 7th grade and never really like slowed down or stopped since then. And it's like I look at my son, right, and I'm like, man, what I wouldn't want him to see me doing it. I wouldn't want him to pick this up from me, right, and think the same thing. Like, oh, my dad's doing it; it has to be okay. Like, you know, because I looked at my dad a certain way, and I figured he looked at me the same way, right? So I'm like, I wouldn't want him to think that this is okay. So like hearing about kids like that, like there was a situation in this town that happened where like a little boy, like in like elementary school, they were trying to like they were making it look like they were trying to get like head from this little girl. And I'm talking about little, like elementary school kids, and they're like, how the fuck? Like somebody at home exposed this kid to that, you know?
Absolutely. There's no other way. There's no other way that happens. Yo, we were in elementary and we had a girl since like 3rd grade. She would tell us like at lunch or at PE, like about having sex. We were in 5th grade and she was saying like she lost her virginity like 2 years before to her cousin. It's like every single school that I was ever in that was like lower income area neighborhood, those were like common stories, right? But then at some point, you know, my dad gets a really good job, we get to move somewhere, and I'm in a better school in a nicer area, and like it was completely different. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying there weren't issues, obviously, you know, but it was just like so much more common. You know what I mean? Like so much more accepted. Like, oh, the kids are talking about sex. Like, dude, we're in 4th and 5th grade. Why the fuck were we ever talking about shit like that?
Which is like why I was saying with me, like I don't want, like if I want my son to pick up anything from me, I want it to be like what I picked up from my grandpa. Like this is how you be a man type shit. You know what I mean? Like not saying my dad didn't do that, but I didn't see, like I hardly saw, like in my younger years too, like I hardly saw my grandpa like really drink. You know, I've seen him have a good time and shit, but he never like was just getting hammered.
Never overdid it.
I was always seeing the like, this is how you be a man, this is how you raise your family, this is how you do things and take care of your business, right? But like I know like fuck, like I wouldn't like want my son to see me doing something, no matter how I feel about it. Like we both know, like, you know, weed isn't really like a fucking problem. Like I've been in doctor's offices with my mom because she would take me to go get like who in their right fucking mind? Like your son gets caught smoking, like I'm gonna go drug test him. Like I got fucking caught. Like what's the point? You know what's gonna fucking come out. And even the doctor's like, there's nothing really wrong with this other than that it's illegal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like at the same time, I don't want like my dad made it okay. Like if you do this, then fine, right? Like, but I don't even want my son like to go further beyond what I went to be like, hey, look, if you want to do any of this shit, you got to do this first. Like, you know, go graduate college first and get a job.
Respect.
Then, you know,
I respect that, bro. You know why I respect that? Because that's how you create like a dynasty out of your family, right? Like you look at like JD Vance. Like I'll be honest, I don't know how much of JD Vance's story is true. I've seen Hillbilly Elegy, but I know like Hollywood, you know, they make shit up all the time. But that said, like here's a dude who I know is the first person in his, you know, family to go to school or whatever, right? Or graduate from college. And it's like here he started this dynasty, right? But really it starts before with his grandma. And it's the same thing with you. Like, you know, pushing your son towards a better, or like, let's say more prosperous life, or like not even easier, like, yeah, like more prosperous, right?
Further beyond.
Exactly. Further beyond. And that's all you ever hope for as a parent, right?
It's like as a parent, it's just the main thing is keep evolving, keep getting better.
Keep evolving, yes.
Better than what was set before you. Even if it was the greatest thing in the world, there's always room to improve that because life itself evolves and grows and changes. Like me and you from the time we were children, half of the shit didn't exist. There was no avenues like this.
Bro.
Nobody was doing podcasts on YouTube because the YouTube wasn't even a fucking thing. I want both of my sons to be better than anything that ever came before them, and not just me. Like they be better than me, be better than your grandparents, be better than your great grandparents.
Hell yeah!
Anything that you've ever heard, be the better version of that. Take these stories and this knowledge that you get out of all of us, and use that in your experiences. Because I did, and where I learned, and eventually it slipped up. I learned that every opportunity you have to go get it. You have to sneak into some doors to get some other doors open. But once those doors start to open, it's an endless domino of those doors keep opening. You just got to go get it.
Word, bro.
So it's a matter of like, taking the right
path to
go get it is what I really want to instill in them. Be like I said, just continue to evolve and continue to get better. Do what you do. Nothing's gonna stop a kid from being a kid, a teenager from being a teenager, boys being boys. No matter how life evolves, but do the right thing. Like even my dad and his flaws would say some shit that made a lot of sense. I just never listened. He was one of the main ones that was like, if you ever feel like you shouldn't fucking be there, leave. I never listened to that, and I got into a bunch of shit because of it. But it was right at the end of the day because he still wanted the same thing for me: be better, evolve, do better.
It's like those lessons, like when they click, it's like when they're meant to click.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like shit. Don't get me wrong, you have to go through some shit.
Exactly.
But
like
history, they put history in books for a reason, to learn. You got to be able to learn from that. Like I've learned I learned how to be a dad through the trials of the people around me. Like I learned through my dad. I learned through my brother.
Exactly. So it's like it doesn't matter. It's not that it doesn't matter. It does matter, but it's not to say that, the mistakes that your father may have made aren't lessons, aren't valuable. You know what I mean? Because they are, and you've made something of them. And I think it's like the only thing you could really ask for. Like I don't think I've ever told you this, but like my grandpa, right? They came from a family that was heavily tied to the cartel, right? My Munguia side mostly did like drops and they would run routes. That was mostly what they did. When my grandpa got to the most formative age of his life and he got my grandmother pregnant, he made the decision to split completely, move the family away, left his brothers, told them, if you're going to stay in that shit, this is it. No more. Literally, I only ever met those two uncles on my side once, or no, more when I was little, but like since I was little, like I've seen them once or twice, maybe, right? It's a complete separation, right? And you look at the two sides of the family, and I hate to put it this way because I love all of my family equally, but there's a very common, like the data points are clear, right? My grandfather, he raised 4 people out of 5 that went to college, right? 1 who got their doctorates, right? It's a successful family, right? And it changed everything. My uncle Daniel, he was in prison since I was 10 years old on murder. And then when I was 18, Daniel Munguia Jr., my cousin, who I only ever met once, went to jail for murder. Both of them are serving life right now together in the same prison. Well, I don't even know if they're still together or not. I'm sure they probably are, right? But yeah, they were both in the same prison for at least a few years, for sure. I know of, but and like that's just like one of several people on that side of the family that's like, if they're not dead, they're in jail, and if they're not, then they're fucking like heavily addicted to something. You know what I mean? So I think that it's like it only takes one good, strong man to create like a dynasty type of family. You know what I mean? Like whoever, like I don't know, fucking Bill. I mean, I don't even want to use Bill Gates right now, but like I can't think of anybody else. But like whoever Bill Gates was, like whoever his grandfather was or father, like whoever the person that taught him, that's the person that launched that dynasty. And even though Bill Gates gets all the credit, and even though he's the richest man or was the richest man in the world, all that shit, at the end of the day, like he's the product of something. You know what I mean? You can't get away from that. And so it's like, no matter what your kids do, no matter what our kids do, they're a product of us, you know, for better, for worse. Like my niece, dude, she's about to graduate fucking high school. It's like, fuck, dude. Like,
crazy,
oh man, it's crazy, bro. Crazy. Enjoy your time, bro. Enjoy your time with them, because
definitely, bro. Yeah, and you're right, bro. It's all about the foundation of what they have around them, bro.
Great word.
You gotta have that leader, that main guy, you know. Like I joke around like with my friends, like bro, like, hey, I'm the tribal chief in my house, bro. What I say goes, and I'm trying to set the way. Like, but
You
that's
have to.
real. Somebody has to be that person. And it's always a set of parents or grandparents. Like for us, it was our grandparents. They were the rock that set everything. They held everything down.
Same.
The perfect foundation. What you did with this information was you, but you knew you were the I don't want to say the answers were there, but it's kind of what it was like, you know. There was a reference point you could always go back to, a guidance you always could go back to. Like they were there. And it's always like we want the best for you. And like I said, you know, a lot of, you know, there's plenty of I have plenty of cousins around me that are doing fantastic and they're doing much better than I am, and that's beautiful, you know.
Same.
I don't hold that against nobody, but it's just like, you know, this is what they did through them. I want for my own, and that's always the goal, to have my children do better and have better things and give them every opportunity, at least guide them into every opportunity that's out there in this world. You know what I mean?
Word. Yeah. It is being better, bro. It's being better because, like, you know, I grew up in an era where it was like it was very violent, right? It's like gangs were, it was like the 90s, right? And everybody had to act hard. Everybody had to try to act tough. You know what I mean? And like coming from that and knowing how much bullshit exists in that, you know what I mean? It's one thing to like stand up for yourself. It's one thing to be able to take care of yourself. It's another thing to like actively be in a position to get yourself in trouble. You know what I mean? And it's like your dad said, you know, if you feel like you shouldn't be there, you shouldn't be there. Bro, I felt like I shouldn't be there every single time I got into some shit. Every time I got into a fight, I didn't want to. Like I hated knowing that that I was the guy that would fight. You know what I mean? Like I hated it.
Yeah.
It bothered me. I did it like, because I meet all these other kids who never had, you know, to be challenged with fight or flight shit at that level, like when they're 10 years old, right? Like it's unfair. But it's like, again, you take that shit and you move forward. So now I can tell, you know, my niece or my nephew or my goddaughter, whoever the fuck, you know, it's about advancing, like you said, right? And it's not just like physical. Oh, you know, you need to be strong, work out, you know what I mean? Like keep your health. And then it's like mentally, you know, you got to focus on your mental health and not allowing anxiety and all that crazy shit, right? And it's like you got to advance your spiritual health, because you got to remember at all times there's something bigger than you. You cannot allow yourself to not be humbled ever. And then the big one that is always overlooked, the two big ones, educational, right? Because your education should never stop. I'm not a person who's like always like, oh, college is always the answer. Not at all. But I think education is always the answer for sure. Educating yourself, right? And then the biggest one to me is emotional, bro. Like if I could teach a son one thing, it would be not to be more feminine. That's not the way I'm trying. Like to be more okay with your emotions as much as you can, because it helps. It helps to calm them. It helps to like not control, but like, you know, have a hold on them, right?
Yeah.
And the more emotions you're willing to show, the smarter decisions you end up making, right? Like that's just, I feel like every time I've ever gotten to a fight, it was because my pride, because of my ego, because my dick wasn't big enough, because my car wasn't nice enough, because whatever, it was jealousy and hatred and envy and mad at God and mad at this life that I had. It's like, why did I have to get into so many fights? Why the fuck did I have to be stabbed? You know, and then seeing like all these other kids that didn't grow up like that, but it's like counting pockets, right? And that never helps. So I could sit here today and be like, I know better than to be at the strip club right now. I know better than to be at a bar chasing pussy right now. I know better than to be in a situation where somebody steps on your shoe or bumps your shoulder or says something off, you know, out of pocket, and it's like, okay, well, it's go time now. No, that's like the person that's gonna get caught up every time. You know what I mean? Like,
it's about. But the main thing you're saying is like you got to learn how to mature and grow.
Mature, yes, and grow.
You gotta be able to do that, bro. Because like, there's some people that I know around this fucking town right now have never gotten out of that, bro. They'll do the same thing. You bump into them, you step on them, you look at them for 2 seconds, and it's fucking go time, bro.
It's go time, and that's and it felt like everywhere where we were when we were kids.
Yeah,
it was crazy. Like you couldn't even look at somebody for more than a couple seconds, like you said, and now you're getting into a fight at the fucking mall. Why am I fighting in the front of a fucking Foot Locker because I looked your way on accident for 2 seconds? Like psychotic shit, right? Because then you get older and you're like, oh, there's people fucking being eliminated in Gaza. Like if anybody, if you like, there are things in this world to get mad at. There are things in this world to fight over. But if you're at the mall, man, it's hard for me to believe you got a good enough reason to fight anybody, champ. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I really respect you, champ. I really do. I mean, you could have easily gone another route. You know what I mean? You could have easily, because this world is set up for people like you and me, or to be in a situation where we don't get better, where we don't excel or grow. You know what I mean? And so your growth reflected through your son, bro. I think that's what this is all about. You know what I mean? Like
something triggers in you, something triggers the thing in you to do that. You don't just become a leader because you say. You become a leader because you eventually build the pride around you. You know what I mean? That comes like you. I'm pretty sure when you got with your wife and y'all started living together, you were like, man, I cannot fail this woman because now she is in my care. You know what I mean?
And it showed me how unsuccessful of an adult I was. Like, oh shit, I don't even wash my sheets more than like a couple times a month. Like, I didn't know how gross I was, honestly. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like a lot.
Like, me and my wife moved into this trailer together, and I was like, fuck, we don't even have a car. Like, what the fuck am I going to do for her if I can't even get her a vehicle that can take her to and from work and to and from school?
But a lot of men don't think like that, champ. And that makes you the winner already, because that's the kind of thought process that you, that
don't get me wrong.
That's how your brain rationalizes things. And that makes you a caregiver at the end of the day.
I don't have it figured all the way out. I still could be doing a lot better than what I am doing. But I understand that the long game is always the way to go. It's never the quick come up. You never look at microwave success because it's not going to last. You always got to slow cook everything. Take the right steps. Take the patience. But at the same time, tell the people around you that you care about. Tell your friends. Tell the young ones that look up to you. Don't do it this way. It's hard. I've told, like, I had a conversation with my younger cousin a few years ago where he was thinking about joining the job I was doing while he was in school, and I was like, don't do it this way. This way is hard. I'm like, because he like, his mom was saying the same thing, but I was like, and he asked me, fine. I was like, don't do it this way. This way is hard, long. It's not really as successful in your position as well, because he's much younger. He was young. He's in his 20s. Him and his girlfriend are together in his apartment. They've been to finish school. I'm like, look, just finish school and work on getting to your fucking job. And once you
start making that money, though, and it becomes intoxicating.
Yes, like you're gonna think that these little like $1,800, $12,000 checks are cool, but then you're gonna realize,
bro,
I'm with your wife and
this is real talk right here. This is real talk right here. Hell yeah. And then because the expenses, because here's the thing, the expenses always grow faster than your paycheck. Always.
I'm taking, like, and it got to my point, like I was doing that with like restaurant jobs. Like I was making like really good fucking money because I got to a certain level. But I was like, I hardly see my wife. Like we had, like, yes, we have 2 cars. We're in a steady home. We're cool, but I'm never home. Like I got her in this nice spot, but we never see each other. And that's why I always love talking to somebody like Ness, like one-on-one outside of the show, like when I see him in person. Because I'll always ask him like the shit you wouldn't hear on the show, like, Ness, like I've asked him, like, bro, where do you find the time to spend with your wife? Like, do you make it a scheduled thing, or is it something that naturally happens?
It's a great question.
And he's even told me his side. It's like, look, you just gotta fucking, that thing naturally happens. That's your partner, that's your loved one. That the time you make the time for things that you want to do, and if you really want to spend time with your wife, that that time is made for her. He's like, that's why you don't see me doing every fucking show on every little fight card, on every little rumor. Like, no, I'm gonna go spend time with my fucking wife. And I've gotten to the same point too. Like, yeah, I can do every show, I can be on the game all night and shit, but like, nah, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna go take my wife out to do something, take my wife out to eat. We can, like, I used to do friend trips all the time. Like, no, I'm gonna take my wife. Like, bro, like the last time we went to, like the last time before Border Wars went to Vegas, I took my wife. I remember. I was talking to my brother about this on Saturday. He's like, when's the last time we went to a fight? And I was like, we saw the Earl and Ugas fight. But he was like, no, you took Helly. He's like, y'all sat together. Like, we all went together, but like, you sat with her. And I was like, oh, yeah. Huh? And I was like, yeah, I took her to the fucking fight. Like, I do it mostly everything with her.
Trying to find, because you find common grounds. Like, that's the other part about it. The one thing I could say, I've never heard Ness say this, but just knowing him, as long as I've known him, one thing he does is he finds a common activity with him and his girl, right? And like one thing I see them do a lot is like jogging or running, right?
Yeah.
And they do it together, they bring the dogs and shit. And so like finding that common ground, you know what I mean? And that's important, I think, for all relationships. Like I see a lot of people in like the manosphere. Like I really don't like Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate. It's not that I dislike them, like their characters. I just think that they give so much bad advice to young men trying to find happiness, right? Trying to not be lonely. And it's like, you're never going to find any woman, I think, that's willing to put her all into you, utilizing those kinds of concepts, right? I think it's so much easier to, like you said, first mature to understand what it is you want at all. Like if you're just chasing ass still, then I'm not judging. It's just that's not grown shit. Like you're going to get played out, right? You could try to be Clav or something like that, but you're getting played out. That's going to happen.
It's like you said too. It's like you're either chasing, like you're listening to them, you're either chasing ass or you're just trying not to be alone the rest of your life. And that's the difference when you get married. Like, are you trying to not? And I've talked to like my male and female friends about this shit because like you got to realize, like, are you like, is it that, do you really love this person and want to build with them, or are you just scared to die alone? And that's a hard conversation to have because a lot of people in this day and age don't want to be honest with themselves. You know what I mean?
Oh, that is probably one of the biggest
conversation because it's a hard pill for them to swallow.
Yeah. Nobody wants their world fucking shook. Like I was watching a documentary a couple weeks ago, and it was like on aliens and shit, and they were saying how like, oh, all of this, stuff that they've put out, it's planned because they need the world to be okay with it. If not, then everybody's gonna go into mass hysteria, right? And that's kind of like similar to the situation, you know what I mean? In that, like, trying to get people used to an idea is the first step to like real change, right? It's the first step to like, I don't want to say indoctrination, that sounds weird, but like, I don't know. Ultimately though, I think that it's important. It's not that you have to be a fuck up, but it's important to realize that the things you've like fucked up or like whatever, like they're valuable, right? Like, cause I spent a lot of time with the wrong women, though, a lot of time with the wrong person, knowing in my mind, knowing this was not going to go anywhere, and still just like going through the motions, right? I mean, I didn't find my wife until I was like in my 30s already. You know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of time in between. So to be able to have fucked up enough to know that like what I have is better, you know what I mean? Stability, support. Like, I can do what I want, and she's not there to nag me. She's not there to bitch me out. She's there to like urge me on. That's like I mean, dude, she's like roots me on, when I go to golf. She doesn't like golf. She doesn't watch golf. There's nothing about golf that she likes, but she loves me, and she knows that I love it. And so, you know what I mean? Like, she wants the best for me. like I would take that every fucking day of the week as opposed to jumping on Tinder and you know what I mean? Like I didn't even get to do the Tinder thing. Like not really. I had a long-term girlfriend in my 20s and then we broke up. I only did Tinder for like 3 years, something like that before I met my wife.
Yeah.
And it was terrible. It was terrible. Oh man. It was like, first of all, I made the mistake of meeting girls like right away that wanted to meet. And that's how you end up with a kid on your date with you. She took her kid to Starbucks. Yeah. I still bought him something, but it was like, oh, there's your kid. Cool. Like, you know what I mean? It was a lot worse than that. It was a lot worse than that. But
be in those situations now. I could not. In this day and age,
it eats me up, dude. I'll be honest.
Do it.
It eats me up. I couldn't do it. The situation was so tough. And it's like, I want to be that guy, but then I know I don't want to be that guy. And it's like, if I try to be that guy and I'm not that guy, then I'm just wasting her time. And I'm building a rapport with a little kid that's going to mean nothing to me in a couple of years. Like, that's fucked up as a man. Like, and that's the other thing is like, I've not like lost friends, but like stop fucking with people like through my life that would do that shit. Like I would see somebody fucking with some girl who was married and, you know, the dude would go 6 a.m. to the fucking refineries and work his fucking 10, 12-hour job. And this no good bitch is out here calling a dude at 6:30 to come through in the AM. And it's like, oh man, bro, like
it's out there, bro.
It's out there. So it's like, I found a good one. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm cashing in my chips. You know what I mean? Because I've been there and I know what the odds are. So I'm good. I'm chill. You know, and I would rather be around people with the like mindset. Like I still have friends that like, you know, party and stuff. A little old for it. They do it, you know, but like, you know, hey, you want to come watch the fight? You know, hey, we're gonna watch Super Bowl barbecue. You want to come through? But then they're like, hey, you want to come to this party? Like, no, I don't want to go to your party. Like that's a weird thing for you to ask me.
Bro, and it's not that I'm not trying to like be like that, but that's not really my thing anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like you're wrong. Like if you want to kick it, chill, hang out, do whatever, cool, yeah, fuck, I'll go over. But it's like if it's like every other weekend, like, hey, bro, you want to come fucking drink? I'm like, no.
Yeah, bro. I get calls during the weeks, or I used to get calls during the week. It's like, bro, how old do you think we are at this point? Like, I don't know. All I know is I get up and my fucking bones crack and it takes like an hour for my back to stop hurting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine adding a hangover to that shit. Fuck that.
Bro, yeah.
Whataburger after being drunk is just like the recipe for the worst diarrhea in the morning.
Absolutely, bro.
Hey, big dog, I appreciate you rocking out with me. This was really fun, for real.
This is what I want to do, bro. And like this was like a good test run for me.
I think so too.
Because it opened up well. Yeah. So if you ever want to join me when I start doing, I'm gonna start doing this like right after the Super Bowl because it's gonna be like
a hell yeah, bro. Like, I'm down anytime. I love this type of shit.
The dog days of the off season until the fights start happening.
Oh so yeah, for sure.
In there, and it's cool. It's dope to talk like this and like other. I want to get a lot of people involved in it to like, I want to talk to like a random, like a friend, acquaintance, somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, let's just rap.
And you make it more like, you loosen up the vibe to the point where you feel like you can talk about it. And that's the other thing is like us in this atmosphere or like this, you know, culture and community of like boxing, wrestling, MMA, you know, sports in general. Like there are a lot of dudes who feel like they have to be like overly masculine to the point where they're like douchebags, you know what I mean? And or like just like not like people don't want to be friends with them because they're just like weirdos, right? And it's like that's the crowd I want to talk to, right? That's the crowd I want to talk to. Those are the people I want to call in. Those are the people like I want to hear from. And again, I'm not a therapist. It's just I fucked up a lot. I think we can both have a conversation and get to a point where we can both agree that being a former fuck up has zero dictation of being current, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to get to. So I think this is valuable. I think you got something here for real. And I want to remind, all 284 of you, bro, this was crazy that y'all did this. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me this long. This was 5 hours and 50 minutes. It is what we did here today. So I appreciate all y'all. If you can hit that like, if you get the sub, hit the follow. We're live Monday through Thursday, plus almost all the fights or wrestling or whatever. Cover wrestling, MMA, boxing. Remember, go to Talking About Sports. That's Machine Gun Matt, the champ over here. All right. He does it all. All right. And let me tell y'all, this dude knows football. If you want some help for your next year's fantasy, for your next year's pick'ems, for your next year's bets or parlays or whatever,
people look
my
out.
man got you covered over here, champ. I'm just telling y'all, my man's got you covered.
That Super Bowl parlay is coming Thursday.
Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm
Talking About radio.
I'm tuned.
Make sure we're ready and being there.
We ready for that one. Hell yeah. But listen, I want to thank you, Matt, for jumping on. I want to thank everybody else for tapping in at Infighting FX on YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok, and IG. It's at Mario Munguia. So appreciate everybody for tapping in. We'll be back tomorrow, wrestling only. And then Wednesday, Thursday, boxing and MMA. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Matt, you're the champ. Until next time, peace.